barrage and looked over at Kathleen's position, wondering if her silence meant she agreed with his plan. After all, he didn't come out here to massacre a bunch of suicide troops. He came out here for some excitement. Nero's mental processes slammed to a halt at that sudden sense of self-awareness. While he'd been mentally circling that realization for a while, he hadn't quite looked at it that way. Thinking back to his conversation with Nick and Jennings, he recalled them talking about the effect his desire for adventure would have on his personality as his soul, body, and mind, the more he leveled and became rooted in this world. Now that he was able to look back on his actions with a little more perspective, he could see that he was slowly embracing the adrenaline junkie attitude that he'd always envied in other people back home. Okay, maybe not so slowly, he thought wryly. He'd always secretly wanted to be the type of person who got off their ass and went rock climbing or skydiving. However, his rationality had always acted as a buffer for that kind of thing. After all, what kind of moron chooses to do something that has an increased likelihood of death or severe injury? He'd firmly believed that stories of adventure and awesome sauce were great, but they were just that, stories. He didn't actually want to go join the army and fight a guerrilla war in the jungle against insane odds for the sake of justice or something. After all, that kind of stuff didn't happen in real life. Political wars and shady background deals wielded just as much power as popular opinion. The internet had made that very clear. He'd seen countless behind-the-story shows and articles explaining in great detail how nothing was as it seemed. But that secret wish to be part of a great saga was always right under the surface, just waiting for a chance to rise up and enjoy a little time in the sun. So, with that in mind, he could totally see himself embracing the adventurer mindset in a world with magic and actual enemies. Yet another reason to be pissed about slaughtering weak-ass kobolds, he thought with a grimace. He was snapped out of his self-reflection by a group of troops rushing in to replace him and his wackos. Looking down from the pedestal he had been slowly building as they had pushed forward, he chuckled at how smoothly they took over the melee line. But before he let the spell he was holding for the mud beneath his feet disperse, he looked over his shoulder to see how far they'd pushed over the past few hours. Unfortunately, his pedestal's progress had made it very clear that at most they'd gone about 10 or 15 feet. At most. Well, that's just depressing, he complained to nobody. While the rest of the team he had been working with rushed past him, he let the spell fade and watched as the trickle of center he'd had attached to the dirt pillar cut off, and the essence inside started to degrade. He couldn't help but smile at how his senses allowed him to watch the entire process in exquisite detail. It was as if he could actually see the world pushing the essence back to where it was supposed to be, and remaking the local reality into what it believed it should be. Hopping down lightly as the dirt vanished into a cloud of ether, he chuckled at just how cool magic was. But he knew it wasn't the time for another self-realization. He had underlings to brief, and a battle plan to try and pay attention to. Wait, should I be pissed that I'm not in charge of my own forces? Nah. Delegation is a sign of intelligence. It's not like any of the billionaires back home really designed any of the things that made them rich. I'm just applying the best method to ensure the Walker Adventurer Company succeeds in its goal to corner the market on local adventuring. Kathleen can handle the details just fine. I'll stick to managing the broad strokes. Like a boss, he told himself firmly. Chapter 191. Oh, you meant war. Gotcha. Commander Dahl tapped his chin in thought while his lips stretched into a feral smile. The hologram displaying the battle in front of him finally showed him the exact kind of opportunity he'd been waiting for. The kobolds were massing an assault on the area directly in front of the support structure containing one of the portable battle hubs. He knew it would be devastating if the kobolds made it through the line there, and he was positive whoever was commanding the kobolds knew it as well. It was a perfect excuse for him to do what needed to be done to end this quickly, with as few casualties as possible. After seeing what awaited his troops, he needed a way to draw out the kobolds' forces. He'd been forced to wait for an opportunity like this since his forces were nearing the kobold stronghold surrounding their exit tunnel. He couldn't allow them to perform an organized retreat and reinforce their defenses. So, for the last 12 hours, he had slowed his forces' advance and let his troops bleed the kobolds for as long as possible. He knew he would have to entice them into overextending if he wanted to clear out the topside forces before he assaulted their defenses around the exit tunnel. As it stood right now, the kobolds were constantly bringing up fresh reserves by way of their exit tunnel. If he couldn't kill them faster than their reinforcements arrived, then he knew his forces were in for a pointlessly tough fight. Who knew how many kobolds were just waiting below for their chance to kill a few humans? So he needed them to think they broke his lines and commit a majority of their troops toward a failed offensive. Dropping his hands to manipulate the hologram, he used the controls and simple gestures to zoom in on the area in question. Just as I thought. This should do nicely. He congratulated himself on his clever plan, while silently thanking whatever planar deity was influencing events in his favor. Standing up from his scrutiny of the hologram, he called out, "Have Relief Force B3 sent to reinforce Section M27. Get our reserves moving toward M26, and have Relief Forces B4, B5, and B6 collapse to support Section M28. Activate everyone we have that is awake and capable of fighting. Have Relief Forces B6 through B9 stretch out to cover B4 through B6's areas of responsibility. I also want our support forces in those sections moved out of the area. Bring in some of the penal squads to cover their responsibilities. Just use whoever is available nearby. Also, there is a battle hub in M26, so ensure the rear guard knows to stay in place in case of a breakthrough. Give an army-wide warning to the captains to prepare for a final push. Once the kobolds overrun the lines and fully commit their forces, we'll end this once and for all." While his sub-commanders and battle controllers began disseminating his orders, he bypassed his connection to the battle hub in order to contact two of his sub-commanders directly. Feeling the connection established, he reached out and added, "The moment the engagement at M27 begins, I want you both to send orders for Captains Inkler and Onslow to pull back the moment Relief Force B3 engages the enemy. They are to fall back and make sure we don't lose the battle hub. They are to coordinate with the rear guard to create a new defensive line. Just be sure to wait for the fighting to progress until B3 is in the thick of it. Captain Angleton can manage well enough on his own with his elites. We can't make it look like we're inviting the kobolds in, now can we?" Before his sub-commanders could question his orders, or even ask for clarification, one of the battle controllers overseeing Section M27 called out, "Commander Dahl, should we alert Lord Walker's forces about the upcoming assault?" Snapping his attention back to the hologram, Commander Dahl narrowed his eyes at what he was seeing. The battle controller was right. The assault would come down right next to the Unique's current position. Groaning in annoyance, he replied, "Just have them pull back and redeploy to another position. Make sure they are at least 4 sections away from M27. I don't want Dorchester's newest Unique or his forces anywhere there. You have..." He carefully looked over the kobolds' preparations to make an educated guess before continuing. 20 minutes before they need to be out of the area. So get them moving as soon as possible." Over the private connection he'd set up with two of his most trusted sub-commanders, he heard a resigned voice ask, "Do we really need to sacrifice them like this? I doubt we'll be able to recover their bodies in time to resuscitate them, if I understand what you're planning. The whole section of the line will be lost if we do this." Commander Dahl's stern face glanced over at the man, mentally replying, I need the kobolds to fully commit to their assault. While I don't enjoy spending the lives of my soldiers, sometimes sacrifices must be made to ensure that the battle develops in our favor. If all goes as planned, then their entire surface force will fall on M27 like a hammer, and we'll be able to surround and destroy them in short order. There is every chance that we'll be able to recover the soldiers we lost before they are truly lost. But if not, then they would have died for a good reason. The defense of Dorchester. We should all be so lucky to see our lives end in such a noble manner. The sub-commander who asked the question didn't respond. Instead, he just firmed his jaw and went about the business of preparing the trap Commander Dahl envisioned. Any thought of warning the troops was banished to the deepest, darkest part of his mind, under the heavy weight of his duty to the city he loved. Nero could feel it in the ether. Everyone in the area was aware of what was coming. It reminded him of the sense of anticipation before the big game, or the moment before he tried to chat up a hottie surrounded by her gremlin friends. The only difference was, this time he was more focused on his own problems than what was going on around him. Trying his best to look like he deserved his position as house head, he kept his face blank as he looked up at the faces of the wackos surrounding him. He placed his hands on his hips in a display that he hoped adequately demonstrated his confidence. It was obvious to him that they were all a little tired from the fighting, but he was pleased to see that they were also more than ready for another round. There was a glint in their eyes that was eager to hear what he had to say. Straightening his back, he did his best to look as many of them in the eye as he could while beginning his speech. We've been ordered to fall back to another position because this one is going to be hit by the kobolds pretty hard in the next little while. But now that we've all had a little warm-up, I think it's time we have ourselves a proper fight. Rather than comply with Command's order to fuck off somewhere else and let the professionals handle it, I'm thinking we should stick around and put ourselves to the test. Gesturing around with his hands at all the activity going on around them, he continued. As you can see, everyone here knows that this isn't going to be like the fighting we've just been through. There will be no weak kobolds coming at us one at a time. It will be a horde of the little bastards doing all that they can to overwhelm us. There is a real chance of us dying here. Furrowing his brow to display how serious he was, he added, You all asked to follow me into the battles I chose to fight. You wanted to see what it was like to put yourselves out there. Well, this is it. This is the moment when reality confronts your convictions. Destiny has demanded that you put up or shut up. So, I want you each to ask yourselves, are you ready to live up to your dreams? Do you want to play it safe and head back behind the shields of the real soldiers? Or do you want to confront your fears and find out what you're really capable of when your life is on the line? I can tell you all from personal experience. It's a badass feeling when you find out that you are more than what you thought you were. Pausing his speech, he took a good look at how his little army of crazies was feeling. And from what he could tell, not a single one of them looked unhappy about his decision to stay and confront the assault heading their way. Kathleen's eyes were filled with fire, and he could see that despite her stoic face, she was almost shaking with anticipation. Even Rose, who was standing next to her, looked equally excited to participate in another real battle. From what he could tell, they all looked like they knew they had been wasting their time playing the tutorial and were now filled with excitement for the real game to begin. There was no cheering or big displays of psyching themselves up. They all just followed Kathleen back behind the berms a little bit, hiding themselves among the support staff. Nero had to admit that he was impressed with how well they were keeping it together. Yet, he knew he shouldn't have been all that surprised. The entire culture of Dorchester seemed incredibly bland and reserved compared to what he was used to. Granted, the citizenry could cheer and chant with the best of them, but on the whole, Everyone in the city was much more reserved than what he would consider normal. The prevailing sense of stoic duty even affected him, to be honest. As he watched the preparations being hastily prepared around them, he thought about how much he'd changed since he'd arrived here. For one, it was obvious to him that he'd become much more serious about things he used to mock almost religiously. Without anyone giving him shit, he increasingly felt uncomfortable blatantly insulting people. However, he couldn't contain his grin at the thought that he'd instead become much more nuanced in his ability to incite rage in those around him. He wondered if there might actually be a skill threshold for being an asshole that he'd passed somehow. At some point, I really need to learn how to manage my skills, he told himself, before dismissing it as a tomorrow problem. He'd also really embraced the whole magic warrior thing he'd been working with. Between Kathleen's insane idea of training and his time in the wilds, where he had been constantly assaulted by fantastical nightmares, he had fully incorporated combat into his core personality. Looking back, he could barely remember that feeling of nervous anticipation he had before he decided to join in on the noble war. It was like whatever little spark had given him the courage to get involved had grown into a raging inferno of badassery that he had to admit he was really enjoying. If only the old me could see me now, he thought with a smile. The sound of a wagon rolling by caught his attention, and he looked over to see what looked like a giant cannon being dragged through the mud. His jaw dropped in shock at seeing something so familiar. Running his eyes over it, he was surprised to see a bunch of pipes, runes, and little lights covering the back of it. All in all, it looked like something out of steampunk novel crossed with magitech. It was nothing short of glorious, and he couldn't wait to see it fire. He heard a shout and looked over to see an angry woman stomping over while screaming bloody murder at the cannon crew. "Don't set it here, you idiots! It needs to be back with the reserves! Do you want the kobolds to get their hands on a spell cannon?" she yelled. Nero frowned at the exchange, surprised to hear the woman's tone. Did she expect the kobolds to actually succeed in breaking through the lines? He wondered. Turning to look at what was going on behind him, he tried to get a sense of what was happening. However, considering his height, his efforts were more than a little pathetic. Grunting in annoyance, he cast his pillar spell and rose up to get a better look around. Immediately, he could tell that the army was taking this assault seriously. He could see the support troops grabbing supplies and rushing back further away from the front lines. He could see cavalry troops racing across the open areas, preparing to rush into the battle. The compacted dirt bunkers were being filled with troops, while archers took up positions on top of them. Even some mages were working in concert to adjust the berms that were laid out haphazardly behind the lines. He, of course, got distracted by what they were doing. With his perception field, he stared in wonder at how they were copying the identity of the ground to create the walls. They almost looked like they were working together to infuse them with center. It wasn't exactly casting. It was more like imbuing. Of course, there was a spell involved, but the way they were doing it was entirely unfamiliar to him. They weren't creating an effect. They were creating a false reality. Turning to his right to try and ask Nick for an explanation, he was reminded that he was still standing on his pillar. As a result, he ended up almost asking the air for its opinion. Biting back his embarrassment, he remembered why he was up here in the first place. "Not the time! Don't be distracted with cool new magic," he chided himself, before returning to his survey of what was going on with the defenses. Looking further back behind the lines, he saw some of the tent-like structures that had been slowly moving up behind the fighting. He assumed they must either be using magic to keep them mobile, or they were constantly leapfrogging them while the front line pushed forward into the mountains. They were all large and obviously well-maintained, and he had thought they must have been armories or command centers or something. But now, He wondered if they served another purpose, because he could see defensive lines springing up in front of them. Dense lines of soldiers were preparing for battle, way behind where there was currently fighting. They were stacked, shoulder to shoulder, clearly preparing for a pitched battle. Turning back to get an idea of the distance, he couldn't understand what they were doing. The new defensive line and tents were hundreds of feet from the fighting. Were they planning on letting the kobolds get that far? Coming to a realization, his eyebrows shot up nearly to his hairline. He quickly took another look around with his new perspective, and he could tell that he had been missing something. Hurriedly dismissing his pillar, he dropped back to the ground. Turning to his wackos, he addressed Kathleen. "I think they're planning on letting the kobolds through for some reason. We need to get further back and out of the ambush zone. Like, right now." She and the rest of the wackos looked at him with surprise, underscored with confusion. "Command didn't say anything about an envelopment maneuver." "Why do you think they're planning on letting the kobolds penetrate the line?" she asked calmly, clearly not believing Nero's theory. Rolling his eyes, Nero replied, "Why would they tell us? We're not even supposed to be here." Her eyes widened a little in shock, the realization of what he was saying snapping her to attention. Nero assumed she started giving out orders through the command connection because the wackos immediately reacted in concert to evacuate the area. Not wasting a single second, they made their way further behind the lines and took up position off to the side of the new reserve line. Kathleen turned to him and demanded, "Raise me up so I can see what's going on." While Nero was a little annoyed with her tone, he still decided to indulge her request. With a wave of his hand and a little magic, he watched her rise a few feet off the ground on one of his pillars. The moment she was up there, she began scanning the field as if she were looking for something. For a moment, he let himself bask in the idea that she was a statue. She looked like the myth of a warrior woman given form, complete with bloodstains and battle gunk. Less than a minute later, she looked down at him from her 10-foot height and ordered him to lower her back down. Rolling his eyes, he did as she requested. "I agree with your conclusion, but I don't understand what Command is thinking. There must be a tactical reason for them to put a battle hub at risk like this," she said. Nero was about to ask what she meant when the sounds of battle coming from the front completely changed into hissing screams and shouts from the soldiers for aid. Whipping his head around, he looked out into a small sea of kobolds trying to rush through the lines while slashing and biting at the troops holding the front line. It was both terrifying and amazing to see, even from the distance he was currently at. Unsurprisingly, the soldiers began retreating immediately. He could see the second-line mages and ranged support sprinting back behind the berms while tossing whatever they could over their shoulders. Several times, he even saw some of their spells hitting the melee fighters who were behind, dragged down under the tide of kobolds. With how much momentum the lizards had behind them, they had no problem running over the lines and obliterating anyone who stood in their way. The sounds of the cavalry from his left brought his attention to the formation of knights rushing into the lanes between the berms. It looked like a practiced maneuver that halted the kobolds' assault in its tracks. From his vantage point, Nero quickly lost sight of what was happening, as all he could see was the cavalry filling the lines and looking for any kobolds brave enough to crawl over the mud walls holding them back. Once again, Nero questioned the intelligence of the locals at seeing mounted knights using their horses to stomp the 4-foot-tall kobolds while bending down so that their weapons could reach them. That wasn't to say that there weren't big kobolds there for them to decapitate, but seeing them try and lean off their saddles to kill the little ones strained what little respect he had left for their decision-making skills. Wanting to get a better view, he cast another pillar so he could see what was happening. This time, he raised himself high enough that his teeth ached from the hum of the shields hovering above their heads. Whatever he had expected, it wasn't this. The line of kobolds was hundreds of feet wide, and densely packed all the way back up to where they were coming from. Somehow, they actually managed to maintain their lines and didn't spread out at all. even with the front of their lines forcing them to slow down. It was a level of coordination Nero hadn't thought them capable of. And the varying types of kobolds participating in the assault were filling the combat area with flashes of light that could only be spells or abilities going off at point-blank range. What few soldiers remaining from the lines were slowly being picked off, and even some of the knights were being pulled down. Already there were piles of kobold and human bodies stacking up, creating hazards for everyone to fight around. It was a bloodbath, one which he had no idea how to join without considering it to be suicide. His attention was caught by the sight of golden flashes off in the distance. The display jogged his memory, and he quickly recognized what was causing it. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered, what the hell is Captain Angleton doing out there? Before he could even process the fact that the elites he'd been training with were currently out there fighting for their lives, 3/4 of the cavalry suddenly turned and retreated from the battle. They cut tail and ran like little bitches, not even considering what would happen to the soldiers they were leaving behind. Nero could tell that it was way too organized to be an accident. For some reason, they were choosing to leave all those men and women to die. Not knowing what to think, Nero stood in shock on his pillar, standing high above the troops around him. He was so horrified at what he was seeing, he couldn't help but shout in outrage. "What the fuck are you assholes doing? Are you just going to leave them to die, you fucking cowards?" Clenching his fists in rage, he knew he had to do something. But what that something was, he had absolutely no frickin' idea. Chapter 192. Mob Mentality for the Win. "All right, you lot, listen up. I need any of you who are part of combat units to head over here, gear up, and form up on me. I mean right now," yelled the sergeant in charge of the support unit Mike was currently attached to. Happy that he was done shoveling dirt, he slammed the head of his shovel into the ground and stretched his back with a sigh. Glancing around the hole, he saw several other men and women doing the same. "What a shame. How will they ever finish this without us?" he thought sarcastically. He climbed out of the massive grave he and the others had been digging and saw the sergeant already sending replacements. One thing Dorchester never lacked was criminals. "At least I won't have to be here when they fill the hole with whatever is left of the kobolds after processing," he thought with relief. He'd seen what was left after they were stripped, skinned, deboned, and dumped into tubs. The memory alone made his stomach churn. Although he'd known about the many uses of kobolds, seeing sentient beings stripped for their parts was nothing short of disturbing. Although most necessary things are, he thought as he recalled his time in his father's butcher shop. Forcefully banishing the pit of despair behind him to the furthest reaches of his mind, he focused on the fact that he was returning to the battle, most likely to create more work for the processing teams. He jogged over to the wagon and grabbed a workable sword belt, complete with its pre-sheathed weapon. Next, he went looking for a solid shield. He'd learned his lesson about dual wielding against kobolds. It simply wasn't worth it. Fighting the little bastards wasn't a test of skill, it was one of endurance. After strapping on his gear, he looked around to see if he could replace any of the armor he'd been forced to part with when joining the support teams. Unfortunately, there apparently wasn't enough time for anything more than the basics, as he heard a mounted sergeant start shouting out orders for them to form up. Rushing over to join the poorly assembled formation, he noticed the other sergeant who'd been leading the support team shaking his head in pity before turning away and returning to his work. "Well, this is surely going to be good news, I bet," he told himself sarcastically. "My name is Sergeant Connor. You're being assembled to perform an envelopment maneuver in approximately 30 minutes. If you want to get credit toward your service debt, you must sign in to the Battle Hub under Temporary Division A003. If you do not sign in, then you will not be considered an active participant. If you do not know what an envelopment maneuver is, ask someone next to you while we form up. You will stay in formation, follow orders, and kill the enemy. There will be no questions. Now follow me, he ordered, before harshly yanking his horse's reins and riding off. The man's pace required them all to jog in order to keep up with him, but that didn't stop several panicked voices from discussing what an envelopment maneuver was. Listening to them all spout ridiculous theories and guesses, he could only assume none of them had any formal training, or even bothered to read a damn book. Fed up with the nonsense he was hearing, he condescendingly shouted, "An envelopment maneuver is where you let the enemy in, surround them, and kill them. For the sake of all the heavens, it's not planar shifting, you morons!" Receiving nothing but grumbling in response to his help, he ignored them and focused on getting mentally ready to return to the battle. He'd learned that fighting a war was drastically different than hunting. It required keeping his head down, his mind clear from any distractions, and stubbornness. Lots of stubbornness.
In war, it's not about killing, it's about survival, he reminded himself. Before long, he found himself grouped up with other pseudo-soldiers, who he assumed were other members of the penal forces. Their poor equipment and uniform weapons made it clear that they weren't the army's finest. He took his place in the line alongside them, only 2 paces from the first man in the formation. "Oh, great, I get to be near the front," he congratulated himself sourly. As the seconds ticked by, more and more penal soldiers arranged themselves behind him. He looked over his shoulder to see them all formed up in lines 10 or 12 deep, and he could only hope his new combat unit wasn't the bait for the envelopment maneuver they were performing. More time passed, and he watched the defenses develop into a massively large rectangle, just waiting to be filled with kobolds. When he saw the horde finally slam into the front lines, the realization that he wasn't going to be sacrificed as an incentive filled his heart with gratitude. The tide of kobolds broke against the poor bastards like a sledgehammer, and he could only watch with pity as they tried to organize a retreat. Hopefully, Command at least had the decency to let the poor bastards know to retreat when the kobolds charge in force. Otherwise, they don't stand a chance, he thought grimly. A minute or two later, he saw support being sent in to save them. Mounted cavalry rushed in to blunt the kobold assault and allow for whoever was left to possibly survive. The awe-inspiring sight was almost enough to rekindle his dwindling faith in Dorchester's nobility. Suddenly, his attention was pulled by an idiot raising himself onto a constructed pillar in order to get a better view of the battle. While he could appreciate the sentiment, he wondered what kind of dumbass would impair the integrity of the line with a 5-unit tall pile of mud, just so they could watch good men die for a tactical advantage. Narrowing his eyes at whoever was on top of the pillar, he couldn't help but feel like there was someone he should recognize. They looked very familiar, but he just couldn't place them. Hearing the sounds of the battle change, he looked back over to the front line to see what was happening. His jaw dropped in shock as most of the cavalry pulled back and retreated, leaving the struggling soldiers on the ground to die. It was honestly the most callous, calculated thing he'd ever seen. Well, if whoever is running this war wants the kobolds to think they're winning, that ought to do it, he thought to himself. Looking between the retreating horses, he could see that at least some of the cavalry had ignored their orders and stayed to fight. Only commoners have the luxury of nobility. The nobles are too busy with their schemes to bother with it, he reminded himself, quoting something his father once told him. He could feel the men and women around him shuffle their feet and squirm in discomfort as they were forced to watch those brave soldiers die. No one said a thing, yet everyone knew what they were witnessing. It was a sacrifice just as evil as what the kobolds had been doing since the war began. The uncomfortable silence was shattered by a young but powerful voice shouting, "What the fuck are you assholes doing?
Are you just going to leave them to die, you fucking cowards?" Mike's face paled in fear as his head whipped around to stare at the young lord on the pillar. He recognized that voice. That's the little Lord Walker, the smiling death. The target he never should have dared to face. The man who'd stuck him to a tree with his sword and ripped his life apart. The hells-be-damned nightmare was standing right there.
Not knowing how to react, he froze in fear and just stared at him. The most terrifying young noble he'd ever met suddenly looked nothing like the idiot on the pillar he had thought he was just minutes before. The very skies themselves opened up to bathe Lord Walker in shafts of sunlight, and the shields above his head shimmered in appreciation of the warrior they had the honor of protecting. Like an avatar of humanity's might, he stood tall with his hands on his hips, looking every bit the manifestation of righteousness, while glaring imperiously at the traitors to humanity's civility below him. The sense of condemnation and resolve seemed to roll off him in waves, and Mike was positive that he was not the only one affected. Mike's heart started to race, and he didn't know whether to cheer or pray to all the heavens above for salvation, as he knew for a fact that things were about to get crazy. Nero was righteously pissed. This whole thing stunk of politics. Assholes in power sent good men and women off to die for the greater good, while they sat in their air-conditioned offices and accepted praise from other assholes who screwed over different people in their own imaginative ways. It was everything he hated about humanity on display for all to see. But what could he do about it? Hundreds of men and women were about to die, and there wasn't a damn thing he could do to stop it. Even if he ordered his wackos into the fray, what hope did his small group have compared to the thousands of kobolds running roughshod over what remained of the front line? Those bodies were lost, and every second that passed saw more souls being lost to the higher planes. He didn't have a chance in hell of saving them, right? Something in Nero's gut bubbled up like acid reflux. It was a fire he hadn't felt since before he decided to join the noble war. It was exactly like the moment when he saw those mercenaries smack around Lord Cosgrove's daughter. The inhumane cruelty was not something he could just stand by and watch. He had to act. He needed to do something. Furious, he looked around for options. To his left and right, he saw scores of soldiers lined up, just waiting for the kobolds to come into the trap. They were all staring at him for some reason. Hundreds of people were looking up at him with shock. The fact that he had their attention suddenly gave him an idea. He could pull a Spartacus, or whatever it was called. Turning around fully to address the soldiers, he raised his hands out to the side and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Men and women of Dorchester, hear me. I don't know what plans the nobles have that require those soldiers to die, but I will not stand for it. We are not pieces on the board to be sacrificed for their vanity and greed. We are citizens of Oglevark, and we stand united in purpose. Together, we stand against the terrors of the wilds and the forces of chaos that do all they can to tear us down. But like our walls, we are unbreakable. Are we just going to stand here and watch our brothers and sisters die? I say no. We are going to fight and claw our way through those bastards and recover who we can. Not a single human life will be sacrificed in the pursuit of this war. If we are going to die, then it won't be because we abandoned each other. We do not leave our men and women behind. We stand together. Follow me, brave soldiers of Dorchester, and let's remind those cowards running this war what honor and integrity look like." Like a madman, Nero ripped his sword out of his sheath and held it up like a torch. With every ounce of his will,
he tried to channel every single movie cliché he could think of while shouting, "For Dorchester! For Oglevark!" He was nearly blasted off his feet at the response he heard. As one, everyone around him raised their weapons and shouted at him with all of their might, "For Dorchester! For Oglevarch!" The ether around him roiled in anticipation of what they were about to unleash, and Nero couldn't stop himself from shaking. His mind was just as turbulent, and he felt like he was riding the moment rather than controlling it. Without thinking, he felt himself turn and dismiss the pillar he was standing on. The resulting drop was enough to cause his knees to creak. It was enough to almost bring him to his knees. But somehow he kept his balance and quickly stepped out in front of the lines to take his place at the head of the army. In the distance, he could see the front lines failing, as more and more men and women were being brought down by the kobold horde. Gritting his teeth at the savagery, he raised his sword and screamed, "For Dorchester! For Oglevarch!" Once again, the response was massive, and the soldiers behind him roared, "For Dorchester! For Oglevarch!" Barely recognizing that he had started running, Nero felt himself screaming out some unintelligible war cry. Behind him, he felt the soldiers matching him. He ignored some connection trying to reach out to him through his link, and for a brief moment, he wondered what Command must be thinking about his gambit. Their charge must have looked like the stands emptying at the end of a football game upset. It was exhilarating, and nothing short of the adrenaline rush he'd been chasing. The distance between the fighting shrank quickly, and suddenly Nero found himself jumping into the fray like a madman. He quite literally jumped into the fray. Like an idiot, he leaped at a 7-foot-tall kobold and speared him in the chest with his sword, dragging the bastard down while screaming incomprehensibly. All around him, he felt the soldiers slamming into the kobolds like rocks against a glass house. Despite there being some of the larger kobolds among the assault, most of them were just the little guys. They didn't stand a chance against a full-sized human coming at them at a run. It was a bloodbath. Literally. Nero felt doused in blood and gore as the kobolds around him were ripped apart. The humans were just as capable as kobolds when it came to savagery, and they were introducing the kobolds to their darker impulses in excruciating detail. Climbing off the dead kobold below him, he hacked and slashed whatever lizard he could find. It was no controlled melee or organized assault, that was for sure. Yet he could see that any human body found was being passed back through the lines and protected by those around him. Even in the middle of their insanity, the soldiers had enough humanity to remember why they were here. Nero's attention was brought back to the battle by an errant slash cutting into his side. The pain was enough to shock him out of his madness, and he looked down at the kobold who'd injured him in shock. Although a quick backhand strike to its neck was enough to put it down, it wasn't enough to regain his sense of invincibility, or lack of self-awareness. "What the fuck am I doing?" he yelled at himself. He mentally cast a healing spell while he kept fighting, having gotten very good at combat healing while under Kathleen's tender training. The sights and sounds of the melee going on around him caused his head to swim. This was a stupidly bad idea, he chided himself. But he had to admit, they were winning. Somehow, they'd pushed forward enough to collect some of the human bodies. While they were torn apart, they might not be beyond saving. Now, the only question was how to get these dumbasses to organize a retreat and lead the kobolds into the trap. He wasn't on their command channel, and he'd muted his link. He couldn't just order them to retreat, could he? Nobody would hear him. Part of his mind worked on the problem, while most of his attention stayed on the kobolds in front of him. Slash, parry, stab. He worked like a machine. It was like he was back in the ring with Kathleen. No shield, just technique and determination. "Why the fuck don't I have my shield out?" he screamed at himself, before pulling one out from his personal space. "Why am I fighting like an idiot?" he wondered. Trying to take deep breaths, he maintained his combat awareness. He began fighting smarter, his mind slowly adapting to the situation and calming down. It took a minute, but his senses finally began clearing up. He could feel himself disconnecting from the weird mob mentality that was being supercharged by the overlapping essence fields around him. The sense of community being a real thing here is fucking dangerous, he reminded himself.
Deciding that it was time to regain some control over these morons who'd followed him into battle, he let himself fall back into the crowd of soldiers behind him. He was quickly replaced at the front of the fighting, and he found himself surrounded by tall soldiers forcing their way forward. He was small enough to be ignored, and all he could see was shoulders and backs. Now, having a moment to think, he focused on the problem. I have to get these idiots to retreat, or whatever plan was in place is going to be ruined. Figuring he didn't have a better idea, he focused hard and spread out his essence field like a scoop. He needed his mage armor, and he needed it not to suck for once. While closing his eyes and letting the mass of humanity bounce him around like a pinball wasn't ideal, it was necessary. He felt the essence compress against his skin and clothes. He could even feel that he'd collected potential from all the death going on around him. It was a heady feeling that he struggled to keep under control. Nevertheless, he eventually corralled the essence into what he wanted. He reached out with his center and connected to it. With his ironclad will, he forced it to become what he needed. Protect, defend, secure, shelter, he repeated over and over again in his mind. He felt the shield manifest, and he let his awareness retreat while keeping part of his mind attached like a cord to the shield. Okay, I get why they call it an essence shield now, he thought, annoyed at how his brain chose to conceptualize what he was doing. Opening his eyes, he felt his awareness return to the present. He found himself still surrounded by soldiers, being carried along by the wave of humanity he'd unleashed. With a sigh, he decided that it was time. He cast his pillar spell and rose himself up into the air, the soldiers around him having to adapt to the sudden earthen pillar thrusting itself up out of the ground. He immediately felt several people face-planting into it, stumbling to a stop in shock around it. The spell was surprisingly difficult to cast with how many essence fields were interfering with it. He looked over the battlefield, quickly determining that they had indeed made it back to the lines, and paused the kobolds' assault. He could only hope that they had collected the bodies and were getting them resuscitated like he'd planned. Thinking back, he barely recalled what his speech had actually entailed, and he wasn't sure he even mentioned collecting the bodies. Whatever, it doesn't matter, he told himself. It's still time to get the hell out of here. Now that he was raised up like a target, he saw the kobolds in the middle of their horde taking notice of him. He immediately raised his shield to hide behind while the enemy's spears began slamming into it. Shouting as loudly as he could, he called out, "All right, we got what we came for! Everyone pass along orders for an organized retreat. Fall back!" He didn't get a response, and he had no idea if anyone was even paying attention to him with all the chaos going on all around them. Right as he was about to try again, he felt a spell flying toward him, and he peeked out from behind his shield to see a kobold 20 feet away, pointing at him with hate in his beady little eyes. The line of fire heading his way burned through his essence field like a knife through butter, and he felt it coming for him like an arrow. Well, shit, he thought, right before the spell slammed into his shield and launched him off his pillar. He landed on top of some soldiers who were kind enough to gently lower him down from his crowd surfing. As he was a teenager, he was small enough for them to manhandle him relatively easily, and the damage to his pride was worse than what happened to his shield. He muttered a brief thanks, and looked down at his warped and melted shield with a grimace. That could have gone better, he thought. Yet he noticed that their forward progress had halted. In fact, it seemed like they were actually backing up. After a few moments, he was positive they were retreating. Not only that, they were doing it with some level of organization.
He felt himself smiling widely at the realization that his plan had, in fact, worked. His idiotic, haphazard plan had actually gone right for once. It was a miracle on par with the successful marketing of the iPhone. While his thoughts raced, he kept staring at his ruined shield, letting himself be pulled along by the crowd around him. How did spells affect him while everyone was in melee? Shouldn't the overlapping essence fields make that incredibly difficult? Wasn't that the point of the big-ass shields above their heads, he wondered. Suddenly, the answer came to him in a flash. He'd separated himself from the melee. More than that, he'd separated himself from that sense of community he felt with everyone around him. Big groups required big spells. He knew that. Casters stayed at a distance so they could attack essence fields without being disrupted by essence bleed-through. That's why casters were in the back and had to attack from a distance. It was also why it required war mages and skilled casters to fight in large groups. It all came down to a battle of wills. Mages had to keep their center controlled while being in the midst of battle. They needed to separate themselves from the melee and concentrate on casting. He had thought it had to do with maintaining their centers, but it was more than that. He recalled the war mage, Howie, casting spells and ripping apart kobolds while staying in the center of the formation, constantly maintaining his distance. Nero realized he was keeping himself separate from the essence fields, attacking the kobolds from a distance with his own essence, clear of any influences. The required distance made the overhead shields become a factor. But what if he kept himself mentally separate while staying near the front of the lines? Wouldn't he bypass the kobolds' overhead protections? Granted, he'd need a hell of a lot of center to overcome their overlapping essence shields. But did that matter? He had plenty of potential lying around in the ether from all their death. Why couldn't he put it to good use? As long as he made it look like they were normal spells, how would anyone know unless they were a mage? And they wouldn't be out here anyway. Grinning like an idiot, he slowly carved his acid barrage spell form and fed it the remnants of the souls in the ether. He felt it collect the needed essence for its spell from the strands of essence around him like a sponge. He held up his hand and let loose a barrage of acid balls, arcing in a short hop over the top of the fighting. It took a little focus, but his perception field showed him the results of his efforts. Just like he'd hoped, the packed-together kobolds were like fish in a barrel, and his shots covered tens of them in acidic pain and misery. It took an enormous amount of potential to overcome their overlapping fields, but it was worth it. It was both disgusting and wonderful in equal measure. He could still feel the subtle desire to rejoin emotionally with everyone around him, but he held himself back and continued to focus on his casting. It was surprisingly harder than he thought it would be. Between maintaining his mage armor, which he was keeping up due to how well he'd made it, and the ever-present sense of community bearing down on him, it was taking all his concentration to maintain the clarity of thought required for his casting. As the crowd carried him along, his entire focus was on keeping his center under control, maintaining his spells, and dealing death to the enemy. Before long, he felt himself come to a stop, and through his perception field, he realized that they were back where he'd started. Some way, somehow, they'd successfully retreated back to their original position. The kobolds were continuing their assault, still thinking they were somehow winning while being wiped out by the hundreds. He couldn't see what was going on with the other sides of the rectangular trap, but he could only assume everything was back on track and the plan was progressing as it should have. All in all, everything seemed to have worked out perfectly. Now where the hell did I leave my wackos? He thought to himself. Chapter 193. United We Stand. Or something. Glancing to his left and right, Captain Angleton noted the grim faces of the elites alongside him. His efforts to keep his opinions on their orders to himself had failed miserably. Even Sergeant Blackwood appeared less than happy with what they were about to do. He felt like grinding his teeth in anger but instead settled on firming his jaw and forcing himself to be unaffected. On the surface, their orders were simple. He and his relief team were to head to where the kobolds were assaulting in force, then engage briefly before pulling back. The goal being to entice the kobolds into overextending and allow the rest of the army to envelop them and subsequently wipe them out. The dispatch commander he'd spoken with had been very specific. They were not to waste time on body reclamation. They were only to ensure that the kobolds were slowed, but not stopped. Just recalling the commander's cold, clinical tone was enough to make him clench his reins in his fist, tight enough to turn his knuckles white. For a knight of Dorchester to purposefully abandon soldiers to soul death was nothing short of disgraceful. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself of the likely reasoning behind his orders. Every moment they wasted on this war, they were burning essence crystals to fuel their shields. Their crystal reserves had never been high, and, regardless of how much the recent density shift was aiding them with new sources of crystals, it simply wasn't enough to overcome centuries of forced budgeting. From an economic standpoint, they were simply unprepared for this level of fighting. They needed this to end, sooner rather than later. Yet, humans were attrition fighters. It was in their blood. It was how they were trained. As long as they stood together, held the line, and watched out for each other, their victory was just a matter of time. With soldier rotations, solid healing, and the ability to resuscitate their dead, there was nothing that could overcome humanity's war machine. Sacrificing good men and women of Dorchester to save some resources was both unnecessary and shameful. But orders were orders. He was duty-bound to follow them. Captain Angleton's mental discussion with himself paused as the kobolds began their charge. From his vantage point, he could see the mass of kobolds rush down the mountain in loose formation, ready and willing to sacrifice themselves by the hundreds to overwhelm the human fighters. While he felt like holding his breath in anticipation of the coming collision, he forced himself to take slow, steady breaths. He quickly looked around to judge the progress of the preparations for the envelopment maneuver. From what he could see, the army looked ready, although he could only hope that someone remembered to move the battle hub. Or perhaps command was expecting it to act as some kind of incentive for the kobolds? Shaking his head slightly, he banished the pointless line of thought. He needed to focus on his duty. Just in time, his attention returned to the battle lines. The kobolds hit like an avalanche, slamming into the lines and nearly running over the humans despite their difference in stature. He could already see fighters retreating, forced to leave their dead or dying comrades behind. They probably believed that reinforcements were coming to help them recover the bodies. The words of his oath of knighthood whispered in the back of his head. "I will stand in front of the innocent. My struggle is with the guilty. I will allow no evil in my soul. My struggle is with the corrupt. Body, mind, and soul are one. My center is respect. My center is duty. My center is me." He shouted over his command link and out into the air. "Soldiers of Dorchester, on me!" With his heart already jackhammering, he nearly snarled in anger at the feelings of shame bubbling up from his center. He ordered his steed to charge and held up his sword as a promise of victory. But there will be no victory here, he thought sourly. He used the predefined lanes of assault through the defensive berms to plow into the kobolds. He heard himself roaring in challenge. He and his steed stomped over the kobolds like they were crushing grapes. He deployed shields where he could to save as many of the remaining fighters as possible. Time seemed to become meaningless as he was forced to constantly watch soldiers falling back and leaving more dead bodies to be discarded under the kobolds' clawed feet. He felt his center shake as he condemned himself for not pushing into the kobolds and recovering those brave men and women. Over his command line, he heard the voice of the commander.
That cold, emotionless voice overcame the cacophony of battle by injecting itself directly into his head. "Pull back slowly. Do not push them too hard. Your duty is to merely delay them," it demanded. He felt like his very being was breaking. His center was spilling out like water, as he couldn't concentrate on maintaining it. Then, as if the world was conspiring to unmake him, he felt his fellow captains and their troops disengage from the battle. He whipped his head around to see them pulling back, abandoning the fight, and leaving these men and women to die. Over his command line, he shouted, "What are you doing? Get your units back here!" Immediately, he heard Captain Inkler reply, "You have your orders. We have ours." Then, Captain Onslow's mocking voice added, "Good luck, Captain. Die well." The shock of being abandoned was almost enough to ruin him. From all sides, the kobolds were clawing at his legs, attempting to rip him from his saddle. His steed's emotions were roiling as it spun in circles and tried vainly to defend itself. He couldn't stop himself from staring at the battle. The kobolds were climbing over the berms, pulling down soldiers left and right. Without his fellow captain's troops, the situation devolved into a rout. They were simply being overrun. Humans were dying by the dozens, and he could do nothing to stop it. The tenets of his order rang out in his head. The need to do something was almost overpowering. His duty demanded it. His perseverance required it. His honor cried out for it. But somewhere in the depths of his center, he knew it was pointless. Command had abandoned him and his elites. They were being left as an incentive for the kobolds. He could almost imagine the delight they would feel when they brought him and his troops down and left them bleeding out in the dirt. Already he could feel several of his elite's horses being killed and their riders dying under the kobolds' blades. He felt hot tears streaking down his face. He'd failed. Then, something in the ether stirred. He felt the world hold its breath, and the resolve of the kobolds around him began to falter. Even from atop his horse, he could feel the ground shaking in anticipation of something that was coming. Sensing a massive emotional presence behind him, he looked over his shoulder and spread out his senses, dropping his jaw in shock at what he found. Hundreds, maybe thousands of soldiers in mismatched armor and poor equipment broke ranks and charged into battle. He could feel their war cries echoing into the ether with their defiance. As one, their essence screamed in outrage and refused to let it happen. Like a competing horde, they slammed into the kobolds like a spear. They weren't even in formation. Whatever was compelling them to act had them doing it at a flat-out run. He couldn't tell who was leading them, but something about the smaller-than-average profile made his center tremble with hope. Despite their pathetic weapons and their subpar training, they cut through the kobolds like butter. Suddenly, he was surrounded not by kobolds, but by humans. He could see them passing bodies back through the lines, sending them off to hopefully be resuscitated. It was clear to him that they weren't here to kill kobolds. That was just a bonus. Instead, they had come to save whoever they could. His center sang in response to their valor. He could see that they were penal units, one and all, the lowest of the low. They were the kind of men and women who were only on the battlefield because they were forced to be. Yet, their honor had demanded them to act. It was glorious. The kobolds weren't pushed back. They were obliterated. The battle lines quickly returned to where they had started. Then, as if their purpose had been achieved, they began to slowly retreat. But they still left no one behind. Any fallen were quickly sent back for healing. He felt his center harden, regaining its luster under the physical representation of his code being displayed to all the world.
His sword arm trembled with poorly contained might as he cut down the enemies of humanity by the dozen. He let himself and his forces be pulled back alongside them, seamlessly joining their organized retreat. This is what their orders should have been, he thought to himself. His faith in humanity and the men and women of Dorchester had been restored, and he felt the ether tremble as his center refilled itself. He recognized what was happening, but he couldn't believe it. He was leveling. Nero's mind calmed as the battle changed gears. He and the soldiers around him were now simply holding their position and dispatching the kobolds without retreating. He paused his casting and let his senses expand to their fullest. Somewhere out there were his wackos, and he needed to find them. He fully expected them to be nearby, as he couldn't have been launched too far away during his ill-fated pillar maneuver. "There!" he mentally cried out in joy. Not 50 feet away, he could see Kathleen and the others grouped up in a tight formation. Their organized and impenetrable example served as a beacon in the ether. All around them, soldiers seemed to follow their example, copying what the cool kids were doing. Nero slipped through the crowd, eager to rejoin his minions. He felt himself unable to contain his giggling as he recalled how well his plan had gone. Hopefully, the soldiers they'd saved were being brought back, and Command's plan hadn't been screwed up too much. When he looked out into the kobold horde with his perception field, he certainly couldn't see the kobolds falling back or calling off their doomed assault. To him, it looked like they'd saved the soldiers and kept the ambush plan on track. "My lord, thank all the heavens above, I knew you'd survive," called out one of the wackos. Nero's attention snapped up to the woman staring at him with nothing short of worship in her eyes. Feeling uncomfortable, he replied, Yeah, no worries here. I'm still kicking. I need to talk to Kathleen, though." The woman's smile morphed into confusion, yet the worship in her eyes remained. "Why don't you just talk to her over the command line?" Nero froze for a second, his brain seemingly needing to reboot. Right. The command line. Good call. Gesturing off toward the battle, going on 10 or 20 feet away from them, he continued, "Feel free to continue the war-making. I'll be along shortly." The woman, whose name he could not for the life of him remember, replied, "Of course, my lord." He watched in amusement as she turned away and eagerly awaited her chance to switch out with the front line. Reaching out to reconnect with his link, he was not surprised to find the damn thing filled to the brim with pings. The battle hub had supplanted the typical organizational structure he was used to. Instead of the equivalent of the internet, he instead had a private network. It had its own operating system equivalent, and it took a second for him to undo what he'd done by instinct. Somehow he'd overridden the damn thing to ignore incoming messages, which, he could tell by looking at the options, should have been impossible. Somehow he'd deferred everything into an inbox, saving them for later, which, of course, completely disregarded the point of a real-time communications system. Shrugging his shoulders in dismissal of the absurdity of it all, he stretched out his mind into the link and demanded it to revert to default. For whatever reason, whether through some kind of intent-level translation or hidden programming, that did the trick. He was back on the command line, slotted back into his previous authority level. He immediately selected Kathleen and reached out to her. Immediately he heard Kathleen's voice demand, "Where the hell have you been? Has your link been damaged?" Nero replied with a mental smile. God, he loved that woman. She didn't even bother to ask him if he was all right. She just mentally prepped a lecture on taking care of his equipment. If he wasn't able to actually feel that she was being serious, he'd have assumed she was only pretending to be so badass.
He didn't think women like her existed outside comic books and movies. "I'm fine, thank you for asking. And my link is perfectly fine, too. What's the situation?" he asked snidely. Through his perception field, he watched her continue fighting as if she wasn't remotely affected by their conversation. "As you still haven't connected to the command line with command, I've been maintaining contact with Commander Otoy. They are furious with your commandeering the penal divisions. However, everything seems to still be going according to plan. We are to hold this position and await further orders," she replied curtly. Nero struggled to contain his laughter. The command line with command and Commander Otoy just sounded hilarious to him. He just imagined some fat guy in a tent filled with toys screaming at his monitor about insubordination and whining that no one was listening to him. Over the connection, Kathleen must have felt his amusement because she asked, "Little Lord, are you unwell?" Nero took control of himself, forcing his overwhelming happiness with the situation back down to acceptable levels. "I'm good. I'm just a little punch-drunk with how well it all turned out," he replied. He felt her presence solidify into ice as she responded, "It's not over yet. We still have to wipe them out and then proceed to their stronghold. Until we either seal their exit tunnel or track it back to their base camp, we're not nearly done with this war." Nero felt himself nodding at the sobering thought of how much fighting they'd be doing. "Yeah, I get that. I was just enjoying the moment for a second. You can relax." Through his perception field, he watched her move quickly enough to blur before spearing a kobold through its head. He felt himself wince as he heard her reply, "Relaxing is the last thing we should be doing." "Remember that he was in the middle of a war," he replied. "Yeah, okay. So what now?" Her presence seemed to sigh. "I already told you. We're to stay here and hold this position until further orders." Nero frowned. To him, that seemed incredibly boring. Looking around with his perception field, he didn't even see any casters he could copy. In fact, there were so many people around, he was having trouble maintaining his emotional distance from the overlapping essence fields. The ether felt like mud, and he no longer had confidence in being able to cast. Yet he could see abilities being fired off by the soldiers. It were flashes of color going off like fireworks. He saw blades glowing, arrows leaving lines in the air, and even small explosions that reminded him of tiny grenades, but none of them were spells. For the first time, he regretted not having any abilities from his pillar. He stood there comfortably, still covered in blood, still surrounded by soldiers itching for the chance to rejoin the battle, not really knowing what to do. Feeling a little uncomfortable bothering Kathleen for a lecture, he suddenly remembered Nick was around here somewhere. He quickly used his perception field to find him, and was surprised to see him using his sword to hack away at the kobolds like a barbarian. That isn't how a mage is supposed to fight. At worst, he should be casting fist, he thought to himself with a smile. Semi-worried about distracting him, he tentatively reached out to form a connection with him. He was able to see the moment Nick recognized his mental touch. The smile on his friend's face was enough to warm his cold, dead heart. Feeling the connection establish, he said, "Hey, Nick, having fun?" Amusement flooded the connection as Nick replied, "Sure, Nero. Nothing like bloodshed and misery to brighten the day. What are you up to?" Nero replied, "Nothing much, just chilling. But if you have a moment, I could use a lecture. I'm about 30 feet to your left and around 15 feet from the line." Nero watched Nick nod in acknowledgement before letting the wacko behind him take over for him. As he made his way over, he asked, "What subject has you interested enough to ignore the war going on all around you?" Nero chuckled and replied, "Combat casting, in the middle of the war. I thought I understood, But then I had a little epiphany, and now I'm confused again. As Nick slipped through the crowd, he replied, "That's understandable. Perception shapes reality, and the more you learn, the more the world seems to change around you. While the rules themselves don't change, how you perceive them does. How about you explain your epiphany, and I'll try and interpret it for you."
Nero tried to ignore the jostling going on around him, closing his eyes as he concentrated on how to describe what he'd learned. "Well, it's like this. When we were training with Specialist Howie, you and he made it clear that more overlapping essence fields made casting harder. That's why casters stay in the back. It's not just so they don't get shanked while they're distracted. Also, throwing spells into dense areas of combat requires increased levels of center, so it's normally reserved for war casters and people with ironclad wills to maintain their centers. But earlier, while in the battle, I managed to somehow push aside the essence fields around me and kind of create a zone just around me that was just mine and mine alone. It somehow made casting much easier, and I was able to carve spell forms with no problem. I kinda still used the souls and whatnot that were floating around to power them, but that's another conversation altogether.
I want to focus on the weird essence field thing. Nick had finally arrived next to Nero as he'd been talking. Looking down at his young friend, he frowned and replied, "You mean you were able to seize the center? Remember? We talked about that." Nero tried to recall what Nick was talking about, but got nothing. "Remind me," he asked. Nick rolled his eyes and replied, "Seizing the center is a term used in combat casting, where you take control of the local essence around you. It's when you infuse your will and intentions into the ether and seize the center of your existence. By doing so, you separate yourself from the essence signatures that try and influence you. A strong mage can even rip control from another, overwhelming enemy mages and cutting off their ability to cast altogether." Nero vaguely recalled hearing something about that, but that wasn't really what he was asking. Trying to find a better way to frame his question, he asked, "But how does that affect the whole groupthink thing that happens when everyone around me is all riled up and rearing to go?" Nick looked confused, apparently having trouble interpreting Nero's word choice. "Groupthink? I think you're referring to emotional transference. It's when people become united in purpose. It's the cornerstone of civilization and unit tactics. I'm not sure I understand." "Oh, I get it. That must seem very confusing to you, huh?" Nero just stared blankly up at him. "Yes, Nick, it's confusing to me." Stifling a chuckle, Nick replied, "Well, as everyone can feel what others are feeling, when emotions and desires all point in the same direction, communities are born. As humans, we come together to become more than the sum of our parts. We become one entity, driven by a singular desire to succeed in concert. Together, we can do great things. We can raise cities, change landscapes. We can protect each other. That feeling of togetherness is what makes it all possible." Nero heard Nick's emotionally charged speech and could feel, through the connection, how serious the man was. There was almost a reverence underlying his tone that made the hairs on Nero's neck stand up in panic. "Yeah, that just sounds like the world itself is conspiring to make everyone get along, and I don't like it," he replied, with a look of disgust on his face. Nick, not having expected that response, stood there in shock, having no idea what to say to that. Chapter 194. I'm a what now? In the Henning's Tower of Magic, time was both an abundant resource and one that required careful budgeting. Research projects, paperwork, meetings with subordinates, meetings with superiors, studying, training, and whatever personal pursuits one chose to indulge in, there was always something that needed doing. Luckily, a skilled mage had hundreds of years to get it all done. Life in the tower was a constant struggle, one which felt like it would never end. Or at least that's how it was for Mage Adept Hanna Savros, who was currently sitting in her office rubbing her eyes with her palms while trying to stifle a yawn. The holograms floating above her desk displayed the current research grant requests from the cities she was in charge of monitoring, along with historical records showing how similar cities had been treated during equivalent levels of development. Dropping her hands to the arms of her chair, she leaned back in her seat and stared blankly at the floating headaches for a while. Not for the first time, she wondered what the Walker would think about her chosen profession. As a liaison between the Hennings Tower of Magic and the directors of research, she helped them discover the answers to questions that had already been answered. Her entire job was to subtly and carefully guide research directions for the younger cities, while ensuring they didn't kill themselves due to their ignorance. Were it not incredibly illegal, she could simply give them the completed research papers from the archives. But she knew she wouldn't. It was just so exhausting to have the same cycle repeating itself with every new city founded within the kingdom. The Walker would tell me I'm wasting my life with this nonsense, she told herself, probably for the 1000th time. But part of her knew that what she was doing was both necessary and important work. What she was doing was like gardening. She was helping these cities grow, aiding them while they chase their dreams and reach for a higher level. It was a proven fact that lessons given were not nearly as useful as lessons learned. But do I have to be the one doing it? She mentally griped. She remembered when she'd first joined the tower. She'd been so young and full of life. Everything was new and exciting. Each day was filled with hard-earned knowledge and victories against her competitors. By the time she was 100 years old, she was already level 53. But then came the responsibility she'd earned with her success. Her pace along her path slowed, like everyone's does, and now it had recently slowed to a crawl. For over 200 years she'd been at her job, and she was barely level 67. She hadn't achieved Archmage status or done anything of note in years. And while age creep hadn't caught up to her, it was only a matter of time. But if there was one thing she'd learned from the Walker, it was that everyone's journey was personal. She needed to decide what she wanted and not let anyone's opinion or perspective influence her identity. Her personal beliefs and desires should be the only thing that mattered to her. How she contributed to society was up to her and no one else. She was on her own path, and it required courage and resolve to walk it. For the first time in a long time, she felt like she was moving forward again. The door to her office slammed open, and her assistant Kevin rushed in, followed by Mage Adept Destiny. Hannah could tell right away by their faces that it wasn't an emergency. They were both just overly excited about something again. "What is it this time?" she asked. Kevin's smile was so big his eyes were nearly closed, while Cadence was bouncing around like she'd just leveled. Mage Adept Destiny couldn't contain herself and shouted, "Cadence just uploaded a new record of the Walker! We need to go to the Hall of Adventure to access it!" Not wasting a second, Hannah began closing down her work. From what she could tell from the last record she'd seen, this one should be showing the Walker's return to combat. After the introduction of his wackos and several interesting philosophical discussions, she was looking forward to seeing some action again. Even after having been raised to a unique, he chooses to stay and fight. He walks his path in defiance of convention, choosing to protect what he loves, while manipulating the system into having others pay him for it. He makes the game look effortless. The Walker is an inspiration, she remarked to herself happily. She heard Kevin ask from the door, "Do you mind if I come along?
I don't want to wait until my shift is over. Not bothering to pause what she was doing, she asked absently, Did you finish the analysis on Vacine's request for military aid? If I recall correctly, it had something to do with their research into the Barrow-site dungeon, correct? Immediately changing her mind, she continued, You know what? You can finish it later. This is more important. Ignoring Kevin's gratitude, she marched through the door. Mage Adept Destiny smoothly took up her place alongside her, while Kevin followed along behind them. Kevin nervously noted, This is the first time I'll be seeing the Hall of Adventure after it was renamed. Looking over her shoulder, she glared at him and sniped, Not in the hallways. Sorry, Mage Adept, he replied sheepishly. On the right, Mage Adept Destiny chuckled merrily at the young man's awkward enthusiasm. Hannah resumed walking while thinking about how well their little group was doing. They'd finally agreed on a name. The Adventure Society. Unsurprisingly, it was due to the Walker's influence more than anything else. After thinking about it, she couldn't believe they had actually been trying to start a knightly order under the Walker. That wasn't what her lord was about at all. He truly was an adventurer. Even thinking about the word made her smile. It was the reason they all chose to follow his example. The sense that there was more to discover, more to see, more to do. Never in her life had she felt like her path was so unobstructed. And it was all thanks to the Walker. She couldn't wait to see him in action once again. Nero had seen many variations of Nick's shocked expression, but he had to admit this one was something special. The man was absolutely paralyzed with indecision as to how to reply to his statement. Having spoken without thinking, Nero had to mentally rewind to figure out what he'd said to cause such a hilarious response. Recalling what he'd said, Nero had to admit it probably sounded pretty crazy to someone who'd grown up with peer pressure being more than a mere psychological tactic. In this world, community and the soul of the people were real, measurable things. For Nero to so blatantly dismiss them, while also priding himself on his individuality, Nick must be both confused and horrified. Choosing to clarify his statement, Nero tried to calm his friend down. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't want to be part of the community, or that I want to reject my humanity or anything. It's just that I want my choices to be free of any outside influences. The idea that other people's feelings can affect my thought process is terrifying to me. I'm too much of a snowflake to allow myself to melt into the puddle of mob mentality, he said while chuckling internally at the pop culture references he was able to slip into his explanation. Nick's dropped jaw closed with a snap, and Nero could see the man struggle to understand his point of view. I suppose I can see that. Without having grown up with a physical sense of those around you, it follows that the people from your world were very individualistic and self-centered. From what you told me of your world, I can only assume that a lot of your culture's problems came from people choosing to band together with others who shared similar or compatible personal beliefs, replied Nick, with a thoughtful look on his face. Nero nodded quickly, accepting Nick's point immediately. It feels like it was the total opposite of here. In this world, a sense of community happens when a bunch of people come together. But back home, communities were founded by people who went out and searched for people who agreed with them. I'm betting that's why the culture here follows logic and separates opinions from their laws. Otherwise, you'd all end up agreeing with each other to death, he said. Nick frowned as if insulted. Well, obviously. You can't just create laws that follow the will of the people without reason. That would lead to nothing but chaos. Oh, right, he replied, before remembering how Nero described his old world. Nero chuckled, not even remotely offended by Nick's categorization of Earth's factional nature. Their conversation was interrupted by an explosion in the center of the kobold horde. Nero felt himself instinctually duck at the sound. Right.
War's still going on.
Not the time for philosophy lessons that are actually physics lessons, he reminded himself. The crowd of troops had pushed both him and Nick further back from the line, and he had to admit he wasn't exactly unhappy about it. While he'd enjoyed his time on the front lines, his mind seemed to be struggling with the real-world applications of social philosophy he had been confronted with. All around him, he could still feel the communal desire to fight for humanity and the inherent need to wipe out the invaders. It was hard not to just let himself go and get lost in it. Nick's hand on his shoulder pulled him out of his thoughts. Not that I don't enjoy our little talks, but I don't think this is the right time for it. You should probably be seen fighting with your adherents if you wish to successfully bind them to your house, Nick said, as if he were reminding Nero that only good boys get dessert. Nero nodded in agreement before letting Nick lead him back through the crowd. On the way, Nero wondered if loyalty, here, was more like animal imprinting back home. Would the wackos become more loyal over time as they grew closer? In a world like this, where philosophy and magic worked together to define reality, was joining a house more like choosing to let yourself be brainwashed? Remembering the overwhelming feeling he had when he'd given his oath to Dorchester, he suddenly worried that he might have already accidentally drunk the metaphorical Kool-Aid. Could that be why I haven't already ditched this city? I mean, I'm all for adventure, but why the hell am I putting my ass on the line for these people? Has their stupidity somehow infected me through my essence field? He wondered. Nero's thoughts were interrupted by Nick's not-so-subtle push, and he found himself back in combat with the kobolds. He idly noticed that he was replacing one of his wackos who'd retreated with a limp. He's probably heading off to get healed, he thought absently. He felt himself fall back into the rhythm of combat. His shield and sword were becoming second nature to him at this point. The kobolds' hissing and poor weapon skills were getting easier and easier to overcome, although this time the fighting was much more continuous. It wasn't at all like it was when he'd been fighting them in waves. Here, they were packed together like sardines, and it reminded him of when he'd fought with the elites to close the portal. While he'd prefer to be practicing his magic, he had no problem with fighting in melee. After all, he still had his mage armor up, so he wasn't in all that much danger at the moment. Speaking of which, his armor was much easier to maintain than he remembered. It might have something to do with how he'd cast it, but it was probably just due to good old-fashioned practice. After skewering a kobold on his sword, he used his shield to push the corpse off the blade. He took a moment to enjoy a brief respite while the dead body hindered the kobolds behind it. However, that didn't last long, as the kobolds simply shoved their former comrade into the dirt and stepped over him like he was already forgotten. I don't think I'll ever truly understand how these things think, he told himself. Blocking a spear thrust with his shield, he lashed out with the tip of his sword to keep another kobold off balance. There were so many bodies under his feet that he had to be careful to watch his step. With the fighting being in such close quarters, there just wasn't enough room to clear out the enemy casualties. It was almost shocking how quickly circumstances changed when the kobold bodies piled up enough to be an actual problem. Nero guessed it only took around 20 minutes and a few discreet 10 or 15-foot retreats before the kobolds were forced to physically climb over their dead to attack them. Yes, they still did attack, but the pace of the battle became slow enough that their efforts became almost sad. Eventually, Nero watched as kobold shamans who'd been hanging back were forced to start burning their dead to clear a path. The fact that they were even out here in the middle of melee seemed pointless to him. Between the overhead shields, their short stature, and the instability of the ether, it wasn't like they could actually do anything. Maybe they are feeling left out and just decided to try and be helpful, he wondered. Unfortunately, setting fire to piles of bodies with magic in the middle of their forces turned out to be a terrible idea. Who knew? Whatever fight the kobolds had left was burned out in short order, as the magically fed flames spread rapidly.
Nero backed up with the rest of the army and just watched the poor lizards burn in their own personal hell. It was a monstrous sight that would haunt his nightmares for weeks. Probably. Or at least, possibly.
Nero couldn't help but snort as he watched one brilliant kobold try and smother the flames on another one by hitting it over the head with his spear. Had there not been as much death and misery in the air, he would have laughed out loud at the sight of it. He got his answer to why the kobold shamans and casters were there, when the shields over the kobolds' forces faltered. They must have been there to actively maintain the shields. But apparently, being in the middle of a tempest of fire was enough to disrupt their casting. As a result, it suddenly became open season for the human casters, and Nero was finally able to witness what spellcasting could do when it wasn't held back by an opponent's shields. Isolated pockets of kobolds erupted in fire and death as balls of multicolored light rained down on them like artillery shells. Nero tried to spread out his senses to find out where they were coming from, but it was pointless, as wherever the casters were, it wasn't anywhere near him. Regardless, at least from his vantage point near the front of the lines, he could see the spells target any area where the kobolds' shields fell, which, in turn, seemed to open up more holes in the shields, which led to more spells mercilessly bombarding them. Nero stood alongside his wackos, having nothing to do but watch as the battle ended with the complete obliteration of their enemy. Neither he nor anybody else felt like cheering. It was a massacre. When the spells finally stopped falling, he heard Kathleen, along with numerous other battle leaders, call out, "Forward! Sweep and eliminate any survivors!" Nero and the others did as they were told, striding forward to give mercy to any kobolds still among the living. The smell in the air of fried kobold was sickening, and the smoke hurt his eyes. But he still did it. This is the shitty part of adventuring. But at least I'm not in a conference room, he told himself. The cleanup took longer than the actual battle, but eventually they got it done. When Kathleen finally called a halt to their search, Nero was well and truly ready for bed. The emotional turmoil from going from excitement to boredom to defiance to victory to confusion, and then to the acceptance of the grim reality of war, was enough to numb his mind to the point of apathy. Luckily, he recognized the signs and released his hold on his mage armor before he started staring at butterflies again. Or, in this case, start seeing celebrities in the smoke clouds coming off the pyres of kobolds. The wartime version of cloud gazing wasn't something he wanted to indulge in. Before long, Nero found himself sitting on the ground with the wackos, looking every bit as drained as everyone else. He couldn't even muster up the energy for one of the many lectures he needed Nick to give him, or listen to Kathleen's probable condemnation of his performance. All he felt like doing was sitting on his ass and sipping warm water from one of the canteens he'd squirreled away in his personal space. "My lord, sorry to bother you, but you're the Smiling Death, right?" a man's voice said, causing Nero to look up with confusion. Nero squinted his eyes as he was currently in the man's shadow, so it was a little hard to see. But in front of him was a blood-soaked man who'd obviously had a rough time of it. The man's shabby excuse for armor was in shreds, and he was missing an entire pant leg. But what Nero noticed most were his eyes. They were filled with an intensity that nearly made him flinch when he looked up at them. Nero, still a little befuddled from recent events, replied, "The what now?" The man, standing tall in front of him, repeated, "The Smiling Death, the Little Lord, the Walker. You're him, aren't you?" As a penal conscript, me and the other don't have access to the identification functions on our links. But we know a hero when we see one. Nero, completely confused, replied, Okay. Whoever he was didn't seem offended. He just went on with what he had come over to say. "A lot of us weren't happy about being forced to fight.
Yeah, it was nice to get some serious time toward our sentences, but nobody wants to die for a few months of pay. But seeing you out here fighting with us, foiling the hells-be-damned plans of the nobles to sacrifice good and decent men and women, well, it was enough to remind us what it felt like to be part of Dorchester. We didn't want to bother you with a bunch of people coming over and thanking you when you're probably just as eager for a good meal and bed as we are. But I and everyone else just wanted to say thank you, and may all the gods above bless you.
You're a true noble, and we're proud to have fought alongside you, he finished awkwardly, obviously uncomfortable with the emotions he was holding back. Nero gulped to clear his throat before replying softly, No problem. You all saved a lot of lives today. You go back and tell them that if it weren't for them, our victory would have been hollow. So thank you, you and everyone else who bled for Dorchester here today. The man's smile was uncomfortably white on his soot-colored face. Yes, my lord. I'll tell 'em. Thank you. Have a good rest, my lord, he said, before shuffling off and rejoining the group he'd come over to represent. Nero made eye contact with the group, widening his eyes at the look of respect on their faces. Subtly glancing around, he noticed that everywhere he looked, people were trying to stare at him without making it look like they were staring at him. The sense of everyone talking about him behind his back immediately made him emotionally recoil. He felt just like he did back in high school, when he'd found out that everyone knew about him shitting his pants at Doe Fleischman's birthday kegger over the weekend. The wackos sitting around him were watching in silence, each filled with pride at what they'd accomplished. Their new lord had led them to a noble victory, reigniting the flame of humanity in the darkest of hearts, and saving countless defenders of the city from a pointless sacrifice. This was a good day. Their lord's voice broke them out of their thoughts. What did he mean by penal conscript? Are all these assholes criminals? He whisper-shouted in surprise. Chapter 195. Gathering the Herd. Academian Quincy, Scholar Idrius, and the other evaluators all sat comfortably on the edge of the earthen roof, their feet hanging over the edge of the roof they were sitting on. They'd chosen this spot for several reasons. It was close enough to the battle to keep watch over Lord Walker, while also out of the way enough that they weren't in danger of getting involved. All it took was a little flight spell, another spell or two to reinforce the roof for their peace of mind, a simple essence fading technique, and before anyone knew it, they were completely ignored. In fact, considering how skilled they were, only 5 or 6 people in the entire city would be able to notice them. Even Lord Walker, with his prodigious abilities, hadn't noticed when they'd vanished from his senses. Scholar Idrius's theory was that the young man was sufficiently distracted by the battle. However, Academian Quincy believed it was more likely that Lord Walker simply didn't pay enough attention to his surroundings. It was actually quite surprising how bad he was at situational sensing, despite how talented he is at almost everything else. It probably has to do with how overly focused he tends to get, possibly a natural weakness to balance his ability to concentrate on something to the exclusion of everything else, he posited. Over their private communication link, Scholar Vaxus asked, "Why is he so focused on the acid projection spell? He knows other ones. I've seen him cast them." Scholar Idrius replied, "Look closely at what he's doing. He's not just casting the spell, he's experimenting with it. You can see it in the effect of the spell. He's manipulating the spell form somehow." As a more than competent spell researcher, Scholar Mortem added, "He's free-form casting. Doing it with a Tier 1 spell isn't all that difficult. If he were 30 or 40 levels higher, that is." "Okay, but why?" asked Scholar Vaxus. Shrugging as if he didn't care, Scholar Mortem replied,
Who knows? Maybe he's bored. This isn't much of a battle. I'd be bored too. Several of the evaluators chuckled in agreement, as there was some truth to that.
Even with the thousands of kobolds assaulting the lines, they could tell Dorchester's army didn't have a problem handling the vicious little lizards. Aside from a few concentrated charges, the kobolds mainly focused on drawing out the fight as long as possible. They didn't seem to mind trading the lives of their subclasses for the opportunity to exhaust Dorchester's resources. Regardless, the larger concerns of the war weren't why they were here. They were here for Lord Walker. To observe him, to understand him, and to learn from him what they could. Ignoring the bigger picture, they watched as Lord Walker continued to fiddle with the acid projection spell until it somehow mutated into a liquid flame emitter. It was fascinating to see the spell variations progress throughout his testing, although it would have been a lot more impressive if they didn't know how he was doing it. But, alas, they did. With an undercurrent of jealousy in her voice, Scholar Yalbero said, "It's almost insulting how easily he's able to see and manipulate essence flows like that. I also think that he somehow has an instinctual understanding of how the spell forms codify and integrate essence." Every single one of them nodded in agreement with her. After a few seconds of watching Lord Walker light his entire section of the battlefield on fire, Scholar Idrius replied, "Even taking his gifts into consideration, what he's doing is still rather awe-inspiring." Once again, everyone nodded in agreement before offering their own perspectives on Lord Walker's actions. While the rest of them debated whether or not Lord Walker's talents were the results of his gifts or simply the manifestation of his talent, Academian Quincy's concentration was locked on Lord Walker's attempts at spell creation. He, more than any of them, knew what it took to do what the young man was doing. Even with being able to see essence, Lord Walker shouldn't be able to do what he was doing. He'd known the young man was talented, monstrous even, but seeing it in person was enough to make him question everything he thought he knew about magic. Before long, Lord Walker seemed to settle on a variation that included a spell loop with a charge/emission profile. It was relatively simple, low cost, and extremely effective at controlling the pace of the battle. Considering how little the young man knew about magic, it was an impressive bit of spellcasting. Over the command line for Lord Walker and his adherents, they heard the order for Lord Walker and his adherents to reposition. As one, they stood up and began looking for the best way to slip through the soldiers so they could follow. But something in the ether caused Academian Quincy to pause. "Everyone be quiet for a second. Calm your emotions and let me concentrate," he said, causing the evaluators all to stop talking and begin muting their presences along the connection. Narrowing his eyes, he spread out his senses, trying to locate and determine what had changed. No one said a word, as they could all feel how serious he was over their connection. After a minute of silence, Scholar Idrius hesitantly asked, "What do you sense?" Academian Quincy frowned and replied quickly, "None of you feel that?" Scholar Mortem shared looks of confusion with the others before asking, "Feel what? Describe what you're sensing." Before Academian Quincy could put into words what he was feeling, Scholar Idrius's voice interrupted his train of thought. "Look, Lord Walker isn't leaving. He's hiding his troops among the penal forces being brought in." "Anyone recognize what the army is doing?" she asked. None of them had a history of military service, despite their thousands of years of shared life experience. However, they did have enough common sense to recognize when something out of the ordinary was going on. For some unknown reason, the military was moving their troops out and replacing them with penal units. Relief forces were being brought in, and secondary lines were being prepared. They didn't know what it meant, but they all could tell that it meant something. Why is he fighting alongside the criminals? He's supposed to be heading to another section of the line, isn't he? You all heard the same order I did, right?
asked Scholar Yarborough. Snorting in amusement, Scholar Mortem replied, I don't think the Walker particularly cares about orders. He probably senses the excitement in the ether, same as Quincy. Academian Quincy's frown turned into a grimace. He knew that wasn't it. While he recognized that the ether was projecting a sense of an upcoming large-scale battle, it was something else in the ether that was making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up.
He was no expert, but he felt like fate was being stretched, or maybe changed. It was a feeling that he couldn't describe, and one he wasn't sure he ever felt before. As he stood alongside his fellow evaluators in silence, they all waited to see what would happen. When soldiers climbed up to take ranged positions on the roof, they moved back to allow the archers to take their place. While under the essence fading technique, they were still all but invisible to the low-level men and women of Dorchester. Luckily, despite having to reposition, they were able to maintain a good line of sight on Lord Walker and the battle lines. They weren't in danger of missing anything. It soon became clear that the army was going to sacrifice a few hundred penal soldiers to lure the kobolds into a trap. They even brought in the cavalry to entice the kobolds into overcommitting. Whoever was in command must really want the kobolds to overcommit. Academian Quincy watched dispassionately as the kobolds overran the line, and a singular unit of cavalry was left to die. While he didn't like it, he understood it. Sacrifices were part of war, and death was an acceptable outcome as long as it led to victory. Then he heard it. Somehow it was loud enough to echo through the ether. He heard Lord Walker's teenage voice roar with an intensity that defied his age. "What the fuck are you assholes doing? Are you just going to leave them to die, you fucking cowards?" The wackos around Nero first looked surprised at his outburst, before slowly becoming confused. Did he not know they were penal units? If he didn't, then why the speech? Nick, once again serving as a cultural translator, looked over at Nero and smirked. Yes, Nero, they are criminals. Penal conscripts are men and women who are tasked with fighting in return for time toward their sentence. With having access to the Battle Hub's command line, you can identify them, their criminal history, the unit they're serving under, and their primary skill or occupation. You really should take advantage of the tools you have at your disposal, he said with a bit of a chiding tone. Nero brushed off the critique as if he hadn't even heard it. Instead, he focused on the implications of what he'd just learned. He couldn't believe that he had once again underestimated the dark side of this gentle utopia. These people are being forced to die for their country, he realized. Despite being all but ready for bed after the fighting, Nero hopped to his feet on shaky legs. The smoke-filled backdrop and stench of burning kobolds weren't enough to stop him. As a longtime keyboard warrior of middling to no renown, he couldn't just let this pass without offering his totally justified and not at all ignorant opinion on the subject. This is outrageous. Dorchester practices slavery. How can you all just accept that without doing anything about it? He nearly shouted. Used to his antics, Nick stayed seated, barely acknowledging Nero's animated arm waving. It's a perfectly logical way for criminals to pay their debt to society. Calling it slavery is woefully inaccurate. They aren't being forced to fight. Every one of them is here by choice, he said calmly. Nero, seeing as how everyone around him was looking up at him with interest, as if they were just waiting to see what he'd say next, replied, "I'll be looking into this, Nick. If I find out that these people are being abused, well, I'm not sure I'll do. But it will be something. You can count on it." Unfazed, Nick replied, "Understood, Nero. You do that." One of the wackos, possibly named Oscar or Ozzy, asked, "My lord, if you didn't know they were criminals, then why did you give them that speech about their civic duty?" Nero's face blanked, his eyes blinking a few times as if his brain was overheating. He tried to remember what he'd said. It had something to do with fighting for the good and decent men and women of Dorchester or something, along with some noble bashing and such. He really hadn't been paying too much attention to the specific wording, as he was more interested in the inspirational aspect of his rabble-rousing. Look, I just thought they were human beings that wouldn't stand for the blatant evil they were witnessing. Everyone at their core is nothing more than a human being, just trying to survive this crazy world. When faced with standing by and watching people die, I knew they wouldn't stand for it, he bullshitted, trying to regain his conversational footing. Whether they are press-ganged criminals serving as cannon fodder for the nobles, simple soldiers fighting for their paychecks, or even commoners who signed up to defend their city, everyone out here is here for one reason: the defense of Dorchester. That alone is enough for me to respect them, he grandly declared. Hoping that what he just said made sense, he looked over at Nick and asked, "Going back to my question, how are all these people criminals? And what are they doing out here?" Appearing out of nowhere, Academian Quincy's voice nearly made Nero's heart stop in surprise. "They are here to earn time off from their sentence. Oglavark doesn't practice slavery. At worst, you could consider it court-appointed indentured servitude," he said calmly. Spinning around, Nero confusedly shouted, "Where the fuck did you just come from? Have you been standing there the whole time? How the hell do people just keep appearing out of nowhere on me?" While everyone around him was in various levels of amusement at his seemingly one-man show, Scholar Idris and a few others had to cough into their hand to hide their giggling. With a gentle smile on his face, Academian Quincy replied, "Yes, we've been here watching the entire time." "I have to say, that was an amazing thing you did. Inspiring so many people to forsake their orders and fight to save those people was like nothing I'd ever seen. It was nearly enough for us to break the law and join you. Thankfully, it didn't come to that." Nero almost blushed. Something about the way Academian Quincy said what he said reminded him how old the man probably was. With his pristine battle robes filled with glowing runic edging, he looked every bit the wizened wizard, despite his youthful appearance. Rubbing the back of his neck, Nero said, "Yeah, well, just doing what was right and all that. Let's not make a thing out of it." Trying to change the subject, he asked, "Can you explain the whole criminals being out here thing? I'm still having trouble not seeing how that isn't totally evil and worthy of a good upsing or two." Luckily, everyone seemed to assume Nero wasn't serious, and they all started chuckling at his joke. Nick stood up to join the conversation. "Nero, the criminal justice system here is based on equivalent punishment. If a person breaks the law, he or she has to pay back their debt to society. A simple thing like public intoxication can earn a month or two of community service, while something more serious, like attempted murder or smuggling, can earn them decades of harsh work and hardship. I believe we covered this when you brought that assassin to the Tower of Law." Nero was just about to respond when a man walked up as if he were summoned. "Excuse the interruption, my lord. I just wanted to say that what you just did was awesome. I've never felt anything like it." Turning to the newcomer, Nero was surprised to see Mike the assassin standing there with a stupid look on his face. Not having expected to ever see him again, Nero's jaw dropped as he shouted, "You're here too? What the fuck is happening right now?" Caught off guard by Nero's reply, Mike replied, I was just serving my sentence. Originally, I was part of one of the units intended to search the mountains for kobolds. But that was before all this happened," he said, with a wave at the war-torn surroundings. "After most of my unit was killed, we ended bouncing between support units before ending up here." Nero had no idea how to respond to that. Running his hand through his hair in frustration, Mike pressed on. "Lord Walker,
I spent enough time with you to see that you're planning the destruction of the system, or something else equally insane. But I'm begging you to just let this one go. In this case, the system doesn't need your intervention. I may not be some scholar or social engineer, but I understand why and the other penal forces have been deployed out here. We made our choices, and we have to live with them. Once again, Nero was shaken at the absurdity of this world. Was he really being reassured by the man who'd tried to kill him that he was all right with being forced into the army and thrown at the kobolds like a suicide bomber or death corps trooper? Adding fuel to the fire, one of the men who'd been accompanying Mike stepped up. Nero could see the entire side of his head had some kind of implant shoved into it. We just came over to say that we're thankful about what you did. It wasn't right us all standing there and watching those people die. It feels good to make a difference, I guess, he said with an almost lobotomized look on his face. Gulping in terror at what he saw, Nero shakily replied, "No problem. I'm proud of you all doing what's right. You deserve recognition for your service to Dorchester." Internally, Nero was practically panicking. Did they implant mind control links into the poor bastard? Is there like some kind of slave class that I didn't know about here? Holy shit, did my personal story just get dark, he thought to himself. Mike, apparently not done with what he'd come over here for, awkwardly added, "Anyway, my lord, I just wanted to say thank you and offer my sword to you as a sworn blade if you'll have me." Nero instinctually turned to Nick and Academian Quincy with a look that demanded one of them to start explaining what was going on. While Nick began chuckling, Academian Quincy said, "As a personal house outside of Dorchester's hierarchy, you can accept a personal vow of servitude. He's not asking to be an adherent. He's asking to offer his life to you, and to offer an oath to that effect. It would normally require you to go to the Tower of Law and request the services of a binder. But, if you'd like, I know the spell forms well enough to do them." Nero, not liking where this was going, was about to object when the guy with the hardware in his head added, "I'll offer my sword to you too, my lord. That is, if you'll have me." Sputtering, Nero replied, "Everyone just calm the fuck down for a second.
Just please, stop talking for a second." Feeling completely off-center, Nero took a step back and tried to calm down. Closing his eyes, he steadied his breath and attempted to slow his heart rate. He could feel it pounding in his chest like a jackhammer. Since I've shown up in this world, I've been cursing more and generally been in a near constant state of shock. Everything is just so goddamn insane, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. No matter how much I learn, I am still getting caught off guard by every interaction I have with these nut jobs. Binders, penal units, sword blades. Somebody needs to sit my ass down and give me a Dorchester for Dummies talk before I really start loosing it, he complained. Let's start at the beginning. Do you... he started asking before he was interrupted. Kathleen's harsh voice cut through his question. "Wackos form up on me!" Turning to see what was going on, he saw Kathleen standing there, about 10 or 15 feet away, looking all kinds of pissed. Her normally stoic face was contorted into a mask of fury. Rushing over, he pushed past the assembling wackos and asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Kathleen looked over at him with a glare and replied, "I've just been arguing with those morons over at command. They are insisting that we vacate the field while the rest of the army pushes forward. Your actions seem to have caused their plans to fail, and they want us out of here. I politely told them that you and your forces are under contract with the Council of Leadership, and they have no authority over you. I don't know what they are planning, but I'm sure it's some complicated political nonsense that I refuse to let happen. The final push toward the Kobold's exit tunnel is coming,
and I doubt you plan to miss it."
Nero assumed she must have been talking with command over the battle hub, and he'd never been more glad to have been ignoring his responsibilities. This was exactly why he'd been trying to delegate. He had more than enough headaches without having to deal with politicians masquerading as soldiers. Figuring this was a perfect opportunity to put off what would likely be another complicated and confusing explanation of local laws and social structures that made less than no sense, he replied, "Okay, so what's the plan? I put you in charge, so it's your call." Kathleen's clenched jaw loosened up, and she returned to her stoic self. "We join with whoever's closest. That would be the penal soldiers here. They have orders to assault the kobolds now that their formations have collapsed. We push hard and wipe out whatever is in front of us. I say we clear out the lizards and expose the commander running this battle as the weak-willed southerner he is."
Nero looked around to see the excited faces of his wackos, along with amused evaluators and several criminals who were apparently trying to swear their undying loyalty to him. They all seemed on board with what she was saying, even eager for it. Taking another deep breath to try and clear his mind, he took a moment to consider his options before saying, "Fuck it," and deciding to wing it. "All right, whoever wants to come along, I guess you should just talk to Kathleen. We'll deal with the whole sworn sword thing later. While binding sounds awful, and I think conscripted soldiers are totally unethical, I'll try and reserve judgment before I hear an actual explanation. If you all want to keep going, I'm down to see where this takes us. As for the evaluators, I'm sure you'll keep doing nothing and pretending to be helpful. So, I'll just keep ignoring you until you become relevant again," he said firmly. Turning back to Kathleen, he said, "Okay, it's your show. We'll follow your lead." In return, Nero received the patented bloodthirsty warrior woman grin he'd been missing since his time with her in the training ring. "Well, I'm sure this is just going to turn out great," he thought wryly. Chapter 196. Who's in charge here? Standing still in the middle of the turmoil going on all around him, Harold Angleton stared blankly up at the smoke-filled sky. Despite the battle hub facilitating a direct connection with his mind, the voices of command and his sergeants felt far away. He knew he needed to deal with them, but he just wasn't up to it at the moment. He was a captain in the Army of Dorchester, a respected and decorated soldier who'd served with both honor and distinction for over 4 decades. He followed the code and performed his duties without question. Yet he felt like he'd crossed some threshold and was now no longer the same man he was when he woke up this morning. Was he even still a captain after what happened? Was the emotional death he'd felt enough to absolve him of his oath? Thoughts and concerns were assaulting his mind like hammers, and he felt unable to move past them. He knew there were things he needed to do, but he just couldn't seem to get started. He needed to find the mount he'd been issued, or at the very least confirm its death. He needed to reform what was left of the elites, then collect the bodies of those he'd lost. He needed to contact command for new orders. The elites would need reassignment. He needed to find out if the captains and their units had truly been ordered to retreat, to leave him and his men to die. He didn't know what he needed. All around him he heard the sound of laughing. The penal troops were celebrating still being alive. The ether was filled with a sense of kinship and camaraderie that was conflicting harshly with his center. As joyful as the atmosphere was, his center felt like it was in despair. The sense of euphoria from leveling had tapered off, and he was now left with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Opening his identity, he confirmed that he was now level 53. With a small exertion of will, he added his new star into the pillar he'd chosen at level 50. Healing. He barely felt the change in his center.
Although there was a sense that his healing would be faster, and his spells dealing with restoration would be more efficient, but that was all. It would take more than a few star infusions before he gained a new ability. Yet, that was just a matter of time. Time. He probably had plenty of it. He was only 71. Being level 53 at his age meant he was progressing rapidly. Almost too rapidly. It would be centuries before he'd start suffering from age creep. Had someone asked him yesterday, he'd been able to tell him exactly how he planned to spend all that time. But now, he wasn't so sure. Could he actually serve an army that didn't live up to the code its officers had sworn to uphold? Was it all a lie? Feeling overwhelmed by the reality of what had happened, he started to feel dizzy. Finally, tearing his eyes away from the sky, he looked around for a place to sit down. He did his best to ignore the penal soldiers. They were smiling, congratulating each other, reveling in their victory. It was a sight he'd never expected to see. These were the dregs of humanity, or at the very least, Dorchester's most shameful citizens. They were supposed to be miserable. His armor felt heavier than usual, as his wearied steps dragged him to a half-broken mud wall. He didn't even consider whether or not it would hold him when he collapsed down on it. In the back of his mind, he still heard the voices demanding his attention. His elites and the commanders needed his attention. But he couldn't bring himself to care. There was just too much on his mind, and he simply wasn't ready to deal with them. To his left, he heard a loud, emphatic voice declare, "He is nothing like those arrogant wastes of essence. I can tell you from personal experience that he is like no noble you've ever seen. He's crafty like them, I'll give you that. But he is also the first to lay his life on the line for his companions. He's true to his words and fearless in the face of danger. I'll be the first to admit, he's also more than a little crazy. But then again, he'd have to be to live through all that he has. He's a hell's-be-damned legend in the making. You saw it for yourself. Tell me honestly, didn't you feel the world tremble when he led us out there?" Seeing someone so filled with conviction stood out in stark relief against the backdrop of celebration going on all around him. Wondering who the man was, Angleton reached out through his link to the battle hub and requested identification. Michael Herring, penal convict number 428441, age 103, level 26. Pillars, cutting, voluntarily reported. Primary occupation, hunter, Dorchester. Time left to serve, 967 years. Crime, redacted. Use command override to view. Assignment, Army Reserve Unit S&C 2316. Use command override to view history. At first glance, Angleton wasn't impressed. The man seemed like a typical middle-class citizen who had run afoul of the laws of society. However, it was odd to see his crime being listed as redacted. It barely took a thought to unseal the record. Widening his eyes in shock, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This man had a history with Lord Walker. He was actually one of the hunters who'd tried to assassinate the young lord out in the wilds. The fact that the man was still alive was interesting enough to compel him to read the entire file. Lord Walker himself requested the man's rehabilitation. Interesting indeed, he thought. While Angleton was reviewing the man's testimony against Sergeant Blackwood's estranged father, he tried to listen in on what the penal convicts were discussing. At first, he thought they were talking about the battle, but quickly found that he was mistaken. What he heard was enough to cause him to close the file and pay closer attention. Somehow, this Michael Herring was being convinced to represent them in joining House Walker as Lord Walker's personal servants. From what he could tell, it sounded like they were discussing life oaths. Actual life oaths. Why were they willing to give up their chance to rejoin society to serve a noble who'd become a unique, one who'd probably already left Dorchester? Suddenly, the memory of the small man leading the charge to save him and his elites became much clearer. Now that he thought about it, he could tell that it had been Lord Walker himself who'd led the penal soldiers. The young lord must have disobeyed orders and convinced these men and women to as well. He had to admit that it truly did sound like something out of a legend. It also meant that somewhere nearby, Lord Walker was here, fighting for a city he didn't need to, refusing to let even penal soldiers die undefended, embodying the ideals that his superiors had abandoned. Surging to his feet, he brought the connections he had with his sergeants forward in his mind. With his voice full of confidence and purpose, he ordered, "Sergeants, round up whoever is still on their feet. We'll collect our dead and then discuss our next steps. I, for one, am incensed at what happened. Together, we'll get our answers. Rest assured, this outrage will not be forgotten, nor will it be forgiven. We will have our vengeance, either in the halls of our order, the Tower of Law, or the sands of the Colosseum. I swear it." Nero stood off to the side and watched as events began spiraling out of control. Considering how often it had happened since he'd arrived in Dorchester, he wasn't all that surprised. At least he'd learned how to expertly apply the pretend it's on purpose and roll with it plan, so he was kind of looking forward to seeing how it would all turn out. Kathleen had told him that she used his authority as a unique to break off from command and act as an independent unit in the field. She had then warned him they were sending a squad to arrest them for interfering in a military action. Before he had been able to formulate a response, Academian Quincy went off on an impressive rant and contacted command himself. Not 2 minutes later, the man reported that it was handled, and Kathleen could proceed however she wanted. Nero hadn't said a single word. The number of criminals, or penal soldiers, around them had grown until Nero couldn't tell how many there actually were. Between the wackos, the evaluators, and the penal soldiers, Nero was surrounded. When the penal soldiers' commanding sergeants arrived to break up the growing formation and retrieve their soldiers, Kathleen, Quincy, and Mike the assassin all threw hissy fits. Mike claimed that his service had been accepted under the auspices of House Walker, along with everyone else who wanted to come along. Kathleen declared that her forces were acting under the orders of a unique, and command had no authority to interfere. Meanwhile, Academian Quincy stood tall with his glowing battle robes and glared at the sergeants while explaining in detail the penalties and repercussions for interfering with an authorized quest from the Council of Leadership. Once again, Nero did nothing but stand there and grin. It wasn't until he got fed up with not being able to see anything that he finally found out what was actually going on. Using his trusty pillar spell, he rose up into the air and took a look around. He saw small clumps of people in ragtag armor, every one of them looking extremely happy about something. He watched in confusion as the penal soldiers laughed and patted each other on the back. His wackos were moving among them, herding them into groups and organizing Kathleen's forces. Further away, he saw the rest of the army rushing around like ants after their hill had been destroyed. The battle line they'd been fighting over was no more, and the entirety of the human forces were pushing up the hill in a united front. He could see the kobolds falling back, any semblance of their formations having been abandoned in place of their new policy of screaming and running away. Kathleen didn't seem to want to miss the party, and he watched in awe as the surrounding soldiers began forming up under the surprisingly competent command of his wackos. He knew the woman was probably using the battle hub, abusing his authority to create new unit designations or something. But it was still impressive enough to leave him feeling forgotten about. Things looked like they were coming together quite well.
until he saw a group of 30 or 40 riders approaching at a run. Or maybe a canter. Either way, it was faster than a man could move on his own. Dropping down from his pillar, Nero quickly tried pushing through the crowd to find Kathleen. Suddenly stopping, he face-palmed at his stupidity and just contacted her through the link. "We've got riders incoming. I'm assuming they're from command," he said, not bothering with small talk. Kathleen replied quickly, "Noted. I'll handle it, my lord." Nero frowned at the curt reply, before making his way over to where she was preparing to meet them. On the way, he had to dodge the criminals and wackos who wanted to congratulate him on his victory and pledge their undying loyalty to him. It was enough to make him feel like a politician trying to move through a fundraiser while having to take a piss. While it was nice to be appreciated, and having more followers, even ones with a record, was nice, he really didn't have time to deal with them at the moment. By the time he got to Kathleen, he was surprised to see her staring up at Captain freaking Angleton. What in hell is he doing here? He wondered, in absolute confusion. Around the captain was Sergeant Blackwood, along with other sergeants and elites, most of whom he recognized. Even Specialist Howard was there. However, the man's battle robes were so pristine, Nero assumed he hadn't been fighting with the rest of them. Almost in unison, everyone turned to look at him with faces full of respect and adoration. Well, not everyone. Kathleen and Angleton looked like typically emotionally stunted selves. "Lord Walker, it's good to see you're well. I personally thank you for my life, and the lives of the men and women under my command. If it weren't for your heroic actions, we'd have died in shame under the machinations of the politicians running this war. Their dishonorable actions have earned them a formal complaint, which I personally sent to the Grand Master of our order. Until such time as my complaint is heard before the tribunals of the Knights of Dorchester, my forces and I are yours to command," said Captain Angleton, his presence looming over everyone around him. Nero, not knowing what to say after all that confusing nonsense, just replied, "Battle Leader Averett will be leading my forces. She'll coordinate with you on how to best use the elites." The captain offered a quick bow before returning to his conversation with Kathleen. Meanwhile, Nero could feel the rest of the elites and several of their horses continually sneaking peeks at him. Behind him, a voice asked, "I'm assuming you have questions?" Nero was barely able to stop himself from jumping out of his boots. Turning around, he glared up at a grinning Academian Quincy and decided he wasn't going to give the bastard the satisfaction of seeing him lose his shit again. He'd noticed that it was much easier to keep his cool when he was doing it out of spite. Maintaining his placid demeanor, he locked eyes with the man and replied, "Yes, I do have a few topics that I would like explained to me, if you don't mind." Academian Quincy's grin transitioned into an easy smile, seamlessly copying Nero's pretense of unflappability. "Ask away, my lord. I'll do my utmost to cover them to your satisfaction." Annoyed at the man's ability to change his entire persona at the drop of a hat, Nero had trouble keeping his tone light. But he still tried to appear as in control of the situation as he could. "First, can you explain to me how all these people with criminal records are here? You mentioned that slavery wasn't practiced in Oglevarch, but I'm struggling to understand how you can say that when these poor bastards are being forced to fight against their will. Or better yet, can you explain what a penal conscript is?" he asked, trying and failing to keep his outrage hidden. Academian Quincy pretended not to notice Nero's anger. "As I said before, they aren't being forced to fight. They are simply given the option of earning increased time off their sentence by serving in combat zones. All citizens who've been convicted of a crime are required to earn back their freedom by completing tasks for the betterment of the community," he said calmly. Putting his arm around Nero's shoulder, he gestured off at a group of criminals and continued, We're lucky enough to be able to take advantage of current circumstances to help you understand. Connect with the Battle Hub through your link and request identification on one of those penal conscripts over there.
Nero maintained his frown, but still did as he was told.
The moment he did, he was surprised to get a mental image of an identification card appearing next to the woman he was staring at. Brandis Milkerney, penal convict number 376251, age 34, level 16. Pillars, not reported. Primary occupation, caravan guard trainee, Dorchester. Time left to serve, 12 years. Crime, assault, failure to comply. Assignment, Army Reserve Unit S&C 1286. Use command override to view history. Nero read through the card quickly, jumping to several conclusions as usual. What the hell does failure to comply mean? He demanded. Academian Quincy had no trouble figuring out who Nero had identified. Ah, Ms. Milkerney, I presume. As you can tell by her identification, she was convicted of assault. While I can't speak to specifics, I can make a few guesses as to what happened.
Most likely she was out in public, got in an argument with someone, decided that she wasn't willing to wait for a duel, or was denied one, and then proceeded to fight them in the streets. When the guard arrived, she probably decided that she wasn't willing to stand down, and they had to pull her off whoever she was fighting. That would explain the charge for failing to comply. She's probably a hot-headed young woman who enjoys fighting more than thinking. I'm guessing she was probably given a sentence of 20 years, but considering her skill set, who knows how long ago she began serving it, he said. Nero listened closely, and he could admit that the woman in question did in fact look like the story might fit. But that didn't explain what she was doing out here. Academian Quincy didn't wait for Nero to speak. He just continued on with his lecture. Every city in Oglevark has a variation of the penal service system.
When a citizen breaks the law, whether it's in the form of unauthorized physical violence, like Ms. Milkerney over there, or more cerebral crimes like blackmail, abuse of power, or trade violations, everyone who's convicted is given a chance to earn back their freedom. The Tokybook is used to track them, and their identification keeps them monitored for the safety of those around them. As penal conscripts, they serve in whatever fashion they choose. But serve they must, in order to pay back what they owe to the social systems of whatever city they live in. Some choose to act as laborers and servants, others as city hunters and guards. Their actions are reviewed based on their behavior, usually weekly or monthly. If they continue to act in a manner that defies social convention and law, then they are punished accordingly, he explained. Nero, feeling both impressed and a little wigged out by the systematic social slavery system, hesitantly asked,
And what happens if they don't learn to go along with the system? What if they don't feel like being a good little Dorchesterian? Having expected the question, Academian Quincy replied immediately. After being given a few chances, they're reviewed by a tribunal for further punishment and social reconditioning. If that doesn't set them straight, then they are sent off to fight in the war, or simply executed for the safety of those around them. Nero gulped uncomfortably before asking, What does social reconditioning entail? Usually, classes at the center. Also, immersion programs that help foster a sense of loyalty to the city. You can think of it as targeted propaganda, to be honest. It's usually effective, and if it isn't, there are mind healers there to find out why, he replied. Looking up at the academian in fear, Nero asked quietly, Mind healers? Nodding, Academian Quincy replied, Sometimes people have mental issues that need to be resolved. Unreasonable tendencies toward aggression, improper sexual urges, emotional problems. All of these are screened for during a citizen's early schooling. But sometimes things are missed.
Nero really didn't like where this was going.
And what happens if someone has one of these mental issues that needs fixing? He asked, his tone making it clear that he was more than a little worried about what he might find out. Nothing nefarious. The mind healers are usually able to help with the issue. However, there are cases where more drastic action needs to be taken, replied Academian Quincy. He then pointed out someone with a link large enough to be considered a metal plate on their head. Like that man over there. Take a look at his identification, and you'll understand. Nero used the battle hub to pull up the man's identification card. Carl Yaxman, penal convict number 326491, age 76, level 22 pillars, fury, forced compliance. Primary occupation, dueler trainee, Dorchester. Time left to serve, 2,112 years. Crime, multiple murders, aggravated assaults, failure to comply. Cognitive impairment. Harness, aggression monitor and stabilizer. Assignment, Army Reserve Unit S&C 1286. Use command override to view history. Nero paled at what he was seeing. The man standing over there, grinning from ear to ear and looking excited to be returning to battle, was a murderer. Even worse, Nero recognized him as one of the people who'd been standing next to Mike the assassin when he'd asked to join House Walker. How many people did the man have to kill to get a 12-year sentence and a monitoring device implanted in his brain box? Well, at least the powers that be don't go straight to capital punishment. That ought to make a few people in the religious district happy. Probably. Wait, do religious people here even care about that? I don't even know what the hot-button issues are in this place.
And I don't even know on whose behalf I'm feeling offended, he joked with himself, trying and failing to put a positive spin on it. Chapter 197. Various demonstrations of mental inferiority. The local chapter of the Knights of Oglevark was created during the founding of Dorchester. Since its inception, they have served as the backbone of Dorchester's military arm. Even when the Dorchans rebelled against the crown, the knights took up arms in defense of the citizenry. While the populators and Dorchan's forces fought for control of the city, it was the knights who protected the people, and it had cost them greatly. In the aftermath of the rebellion, their keep lay in ruins, and their numbers were decimated. But their honor and integrity were rewarded. During the rebuilding, the crown itself declared that only the knights were worthy to lead Dorchester's forces. As a reward, after the religions were separated from the power structure and moved to the religious district, the knights were given the former Church of Serene as their base of operations. Located within sight of the city lord's keep, the Bastion of Honor stood as a reminder to the politicians of their responsibilities. For over 2,000 years, within the Bastion they have trained and supplied the officers for Dorchester's forces. In all that time, their code and values remained unchanged since the city's birth. In Dorchester, it was universally understood that the knights were the ultimate representation of all that was good and honorable in the bodies, minds, and souls of humanity. They were the bulwark, the lance, and the spirit that defended the people from all that was wicked and unjust. Or, at least that's what he had believed. Now, Grandmaster Jonas Lancel wasn't so sure. Standing at ease on the balcony overlooking the training courtyard, his emotionless face was so chiseled it looked carved from stone. While what he'd heard was concerning, his uncompromising green eyes still held a depth of will that could freeze even the strongest of knights in place. Between his dominating presence and his 6'9" height, he made whatever room he was in feel small. And despite his presence in the ether remaining calm, the advisory commanders all held their breath, not wanting to disturb the Grand Master's contemplations. Without turning around, Grand Master Lancel asked in a whisper loud enough to shake the room, "Have you verified the captain's claims?" The advisory commanders all exchanged looks, silently begging one another to take the lead and answer the Grand Master's question. Sighing in defeat, the weakest among them stepped forward and replied, "The moment the formal accusation was reported, it was automatically sent up the chain of command and reported to the disciplinary board. We haven't had a chance to investigate yet. But records are already being collected, and the Tower of Law has been alerted to monitor our response." Still not bothering to turn around and address the advisory captains directly, the Grand Master replied, "I see." The silence stretched, and advisory commanders began to fidget uncomfortably as the Grand Master's presence weighed down on them. Right before they cracked, the Grand Master's calm voice continued, "We, as an order, are responsible for leading the entirety of Dorchester's military forces. Every officer, from the lowest captain to the general at the head of command, is one of ours. During their service, our knights give up their claims to their houses and forego politics for a life of duty and honor. It is the cornerstone of our order that we remain separate from the hierarchical games of power. Our games are played on the field of battle. Our forces remain untainted by concerns that would conflict with our purpose." Once again, the Grand Master fell silent, letting the advisory commanders ponder his words and where he might be going with them. Not knowing what to say, they stayed silent and waited to see if he was done speaking. Suddenly spinning around, the Grand Master's presence grew as he shouted, "We are not politicians!" Every commander in the room flinched and shrank in the face of the Grand Master's fury. Striding toward them like he was going to physically chastise them, the Grand Master approached them and glared. His voice was hard as stone, and his eyes were burning with inner fire as he shouted, "There is a reason that the only interaction our order has with the nobility is through the general we appoint to lead our troops. Necessity might require more, but the general is the only one who should be considering the ramifications of politics." Locking eyes with each of the advisory commanders, he stared them down until they couldn't meet his gaze. "I want a comprehensive review of every one of our policies and standards. Start with the recruitment authorizations and continue until you've examined our placement protocols. If you find any evidence of impropriety or even a hint of dishonorable practices, then I expect you to report them immediately. Determine the veracity of the captain's claims and let no one in the chain of command deter you. Now go and know that I will be watching." The Grand Master watched dispassionately as the advisory commanders fled the room. Reining in his anger, he returned to the balcony to stare out at the training courtyard once again. His thoughts continued to race as he contemplated how his grandfather might have handled the situation. He was a seventh-generation knight, one who'd risen through the ranks on his own merit. His family long ago left behind their titles to serve the people as knights. Duty and honor were in his blood, and he'd be damned to all the hells below if he let the standards of his knights fall enough to allow for scheming and dishonor to become acceptable practices under his leadership. Perhaps with 300 years in this keep, I've become too complacent. It might be time to step back onto the field and remind these young knights what it truly means to be a knight of Oglevark, he thought grimly. Nero took a moment to calm down and organize his thoughts. He knew he tended to jump to conclusions, and the past few months had made it clear that things had changed now that he was no longer hiding behind the anonymity of the internet.
When he spouted off his knee-jerk reactions to what he was seeing, people were able to look him in the eye and embarrass the hell out of him. He'd learned from his mistakes. Slowly. But eventually he had learned. Trying to keep his voice steady, he looked back over to Academian Quincy and asked, "So, let me get this straight. All across Oglevark, there is a system, or series of systems, in place to punish criminals by forcing them to do mandatory community service. These systems give the criminals options to pay off their societal debt in any manner they see fit, up to and including fighting in wars on behalf of the local government. For repeat offenders and career criminals, mind healers can evaluate them, labeling them as a danger to society and installing mechanical-type magic link things in their heads to control their minds. And for those that are deemed too dangerous, execution isn't off the table when they aren't just shipped off to fight Oglevark's enemies as cannon fodder. That about sum it up?" Academian Quincy seemed to be enjoying Nero's analysis. His smile had almost become a smirk as he listened to the young man's summary. "In broad terms, yes. While your understanding is in no way comprehensive, nothing you said was actually wrong or inaccurate." Nero nodded and replied, "Right. So, how haven't the powers that be been overthrown by rioting citizens demanding freedom from oppression? And how come this option wasn't given to the city lord's kids and Lord Blackwood?" For some reason, Academian Quincy seemed surprised at Nero's questions. "Well, first of all, no one is rioting because the system is fair, just, and universally accepted as the best way to reform and monitor troubled citizens. And the answer to your second question should be obvious. They were nobles." Widening his eyes in surprise, Nero nearly shouted, "What do you mean, they were nobles? Are they too important to demean themselves with community service like the rest of us? How is that fair and just?" Snorting in amusement, Academian Quincy replied, "Nero, the entire nobility structure is already basically community service. Houses are by their very nature set up to serve the people. When a noble breaks the law or does something that acts against the good of the people, they fall in status until they are either executed or lose their title and enter the courts as a common citizen. They are held to a higher standard, not a lesser one." After taking a second to think about it, he couldn't disagree. Both Cosgrave heirs were punished harshly, exiled, and executed for their schemes. Lord Blackwood's house was financially gutted, and their head of house was executed as well. Even with a cover-up, Nero had been told that the Blackwoods would be losing their influence by falling lower on the ladder. Although, to be honest, he still didn't fully understand how the ladder actually worked. Trying to shift gears, Nero said snidely, "Fine, but what about the mind control and the whole swearing of their undying loyalty and stuff? How is that not slavery?" Academian Quincy rolled his eyes in amusement. "Lord Walker, you are a noble. Granted, you're no longer part of Dorchester's hierarchy, but you are nonetheless a noble. The option of every citizen is to give up their independence to join a house as an adherent, a servant, or even a vassal in the case of nobility. By accepting them into your service, you're essentially taking on their social debt, under the assumption that their service to you would count as their service to the community. Furthermore, as their pledge would be for life, it trumps any city penalty that could be given out. While you won't have the advantage of monitoring them through a thought hub, you will have the ability to execute them or punish them at your discretion without oversight. If you wish to call that slavery, then I cannot stop you." Nero was about to remind the man that he hadn't explained the mind control, but Academian Quincy held up his hand to stop him. "I understand your skepticism. All of this may seem strange to you based on your background.
I can't imagine what type of system of punishment your former world had. However, you need to temper your instincts to automatically look at everything in a negative light. While being a cynic can work to your advantage, cynicism itself is a poor mechanism for true understanding, said Academian Quincy. The numerous critiques Nero had been preparing suddenly felt very weak. The translation magics of the world implanted the Academian's meaning directly into his head. When he heard cynic, he felt like it meant skepticism and not jumping to conclusions. While cynicism sounded like immediately assuming the worst, regardless of the reality of the situation. Nero had to admit, if he were being charitable, he'd probably be able to fill in the blanks of the situation in a way that sounded much more reasonable than what he'd been assuming. Community service and active monitoring could be interpreted as active social reintegration and outreach. Even the mind control might be better defined as magical emotional support and mental reconditioning. It didn't necessarily have to be anything evil or uprising-worthy. After all, no matter how bad it sounded, it seemed to be working just fine for them. Before he could continue the debate, he heard Captain Angleton's voice ring out over the entire area. "Everyone, begin preparations to move out. Stay in your assigned units and watch out for each other. Squad leaders, pay attention to your orders and make sure your troops stay in formation and don't do anything stupid." Academian Quincy patted Nero on his back and said, "You should get going. Your battle leader is waiting for you."
Nero bit back his reply as the Academian was already walking off to rejoin the other evaluators. Frowning in annoyance, he figured he might as well rejoin the wackos. Pushing through the troops, he made his way over to Kathleen's position. He found it more than a little ridiculous how many criminals had chosen to join up with their little assault force. With his short height, he couldn't even guess how many there now were. Where the hell are all these people coming from? He wondered. When he got to the front of the formation, he found Kathleen talking with Mike the assassin and Captain Angleton. They were surrounded by groups of people standing behind them, like advisors or something. Walking up to them, he tried to inconspicuously listen in on their conversation. Kathleen seemed completely at ease and in charge. Looking up the captain, she ordered, "You and your elites will take command of the groups that Hunter Herring will assign.
I, along with Lord Walker's wackos, will act as the center of our assault. Keep the edges tight, and make sure we don't outdistance the support and healers in the back. I'll maintain overall operational command, but as we're no longer being fed intelligence from command, we'll have to adjust to whatever we find. Stay safe, and kill whoever gets in your way." Nero nearly giggled at hearing Kathleen say, "Lord Walker's wackos," but he managed to hide it behind his hand. Seeing the meeting break apart, he watched as everyone began organizing the troops into formations. He could feel the ether changing as the enthusiasm transitioned into cold, hard determination. Kathleen caught his attention by saying, "My lord, I would like you to stay near me, but far enough from the front of the formation that you'll be able to cast without interference from the melee. You and the ranged damage dealers will have to do what you can, while whatever mages we have maintain our shields. We'll be moving too quickly to bring along any of the generators, so we'll have to rely on ourselves for our protection. Specialist Howard said you haven't learned group casting, so I doubt you'll be much help with the shield. But do what you can." Nero nodded numbly, trying to follow what she was saying. Once again, it felt like there was so much implied information that he was forced to fill in the blanks. Offering her a thumbs up, he replied, "No problem. Lead us to victory, battle leader." She merely nodded firmly, with determination, before turning away and shouting at the wackos to hurry up and get into formation. Sliding back behind the melee fighters, Nero took his place among the archers and casters. While the ones around him were wackos,
he could see the other sections had penal soldiers in mismatched gear acting as mages.
Looks like even people with training in magic aren't smart enough to avoid getting their asses thrown in prison. Or given community service or whatever. He thought to himself, still struggling with the concept of how these people dealt with criminals. Shaking off his concerns, he decided he wasn't going to miraculously begin understanding their society. He figured the academician probably had a point. Jumping to conclusions, or just condemning things without any actual research, was idiotic. For all he knew, their mind control links were this world's version of antipsychotics. Wait a minute. Was it legal back home for the government to forcefully prescribe medication? He wondered to himself, struggling to remember how it worked back on Earth. As everyone around him started to move forward, he matched their pace and groaned. I never even understood my own country's criminal justice system. What kind of an asshole am I being by judging theirs? He asked himself. Rather than belabor the point, he forcefully dismissed the subject entirely and focused on what was going on around him. He could already see several groups of mages beginning to form shields above the troops marching into battle. Using his ability to perceive things through his essence field, he did his best to follow along with what they were doing. He could see that each mage was casting an individual shield spell form, but they were somehow merging their resulting spell's essence with whoever's shield touched their own. They weren't overlapping or sitting next to each other. The shields were actually merging. Even watching it happen, he didn't understand it. The wackos on each side of him raised their shields, and Nero watched closely as their spells merged above him. He could somehow tell that whatever essence interference was happening all around him wasn't hindering the process. Instead, it was somehow reinforcing it. Not wanting to screw anything up, he held back on casting his own to try and feel out what was happening. For some inexplicable reason, he was sure it had something to do with the whole groupthink phenomenon he'd noticed earlier. Concentrating on the emotions and fields that were all around him, he began to sense a communal desire to protect the troops under the shields. And suddenly, like a mental fog being lifted, he understood. The ether was like a lake, and everyone was swimming in it. When groups of casters wanted to work together, their intentions had to be in harmony with each other, or all you got was a lot of pointless splashing. Whatever mental connection that was happening was subtle, but it was there. It also explained why combat magic was so difficult when people were in such close proximity. When trying to cast a combat spell, or any spell for that matter, the ether had to understand what the caster wanted the essence to do. If there were too many cooks in the proverbial kitchen, the ether became sluggish and confused. Even if everyone wanted to throw fireballs, the size, type, and target would all be different. Uniformity of spell forms, intentions, and purpose were all required to make the ether cooperate. Thinking back to how he was able to cast whatever he wanted while surrounded by melee fighters, he theorized what had actually been happening. By separating himself from the emotional flow and conflicting desires going on all around him, the ether was able to hear him. I should think about it like frequency modulation or something. Emotional channels, maybe? Here, perception is 9/10 of the spiritual law, he mentally chuckled. Letting himself slip into the emotional flow, he copied the spell form from the mages next to him and filled it with his center. After taking a few deep breaths to psych himself up, he allowed the spell to form above him. He felt the shields that were already in place begin to shake a little, as if they weren't sure his shield should be invited to their private party. But, after allowing himself to sink a little deeper into the surrounding essence fields, he felt his shield slide into place and join up with the greater whole. In a way, it was both freeing and terribly confining. It was an emotional contradiction on par with wanting to scream at someone he was deeply in love with for driving him crazy. While he'd been examining and experimenting, the formation had looped around and approached the fighting.
His first hint that they'd arrived was when a massive spell slammed into the shields hard enough to make him wince in mental anguish. Oh yeah, shields replace muscles with brains. No wonder the kobolds sucked at going on the offensive. The mental midgets are probably just as stupid as they are tiny, he thought to himself, before wincing in pain at a fresh assault.
Glancing over to see how the mages around him were faring, he was annoyed to see them grinning widely and looking forward to the battle. The ether around him practically sang with their uniform desire to push forward and engage with the enemy. Suddenly, he felt his connection to the emotion flow falter, and his shield began to separate and collapse. Panicking, he tried to reassert control and force it to rejoin the larger shield network. The mage on his right leaned over and said, "My lord, perhaps you should let us handle the shielding for now. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it eventually, but now may not be the time to learn how to do it." Frowning in annoyance, Nero didn't even have a chance to release his spell before it shattered, sending a spike of pain into his brain worse than any migraine he could remember. Furious at having failed so completely, not to mention having been seen doing it so publicly, Nero grimaced and swore vengeance on the lizards. Somehow, some way, he knew for a fact it was their fault. Little bastards probably work on an entirely different principle of magic. That's the only explanation I'm willing to accept for them being able to do it so easily. Humans are just more emotionally complicated. That has to be it, he reassured himself. Chapter 198. Not Realizing Your Strengths. After disseminating the new monitoring policies throughout the gates, we were able to confirm that our initial projections were based on incomplete datasets. We weren't able to ascertain what caused the inaccurate reporting, but based on the Thought Hub registration numbers, we now know the number of immigrants reported by the guards was off by at least 11%, declared Lord Mott. If one didn't know her, they would think City Lord Cosgrove was paying close attention to every word the man was saying. Her eyes were locked on him, as if he were delivering the most important news she'd ever heard. However, in reality, it took every bit of her impressive self-control to not simply order the man to get to the point. She'd been listening to Lord Mott and his attendants for almost an hour, and he still hadn't addressed the topic of their meeting. She'd asked him to sit down with her and go over the current status of the plans to deal with evacuation out of the outlying towns and villages. There were questions that she needed answered. She needed to know how long it would be until the city was at capacity. How were Dorchester's food supplies doing now that the closest waypoints had been closed down? What progress had been made in converting the city's internal forests into farmland? Were the reports that his team hadn't even started accurate? How has the density shift affected travel times for the refugees? Has the current war with the kobolds affected the projected schedule? However, knowing Lord Mott as she did, she knew it was pointless to rush him. She'd known him for decades, and he had always been the prototypical center-point graduate. He was simply incapable of presenting an opinion or conclusion without first having explained in detail how he'd come to it. It was a common trait ingrained into everyone who'd studied there. As a center-point graduate herself, she knew how hard it was to break the habit. If it weren't for her mother's constant mockery of the lecturing tone she used to use, she'd probably still be doing it. Regardless, she understood why it was taught. The precise, logical thought process to produce a reasonable conclusion required methodical and rigorous factual backing. Presenting conclusions without sufficient evidence at center point was grounds for harsh punishments, even demerits. Yet, it was times like these that she recalled her mother's wisdom. In the classroom, your reasoning comes first because that was the point of the lesson. But here in the keep, it's the answer that matters. Present your findings first, and only produce your reasoning when your conclusions are challenged. It will give people a sense that you always know what you're talking about, and leave a lasting impression when you are asked to prove it. Not to mention that it will also save everyone a great deal of time.
she had said. So, as you can see, we can expect approximately 30% of our needed food to come from the converted farmlands. Also, the correlative trend should continue as we increase our population while performing the transition from gardens and forests into more productive landscapes, like herding ranges and farms. We've confirmed irrefutably that we'll require the underground farms to feed the city within 4 months, said Lord Mott proudly. Gesturing to the advisor on his right, Lord Mott continued, "Now, to present our modified citizenry influx models, I'll present Mr. Templeton. You might remember him as the 6th heir of House Templeton."
He personally developed the new model we'll be presenting, and I have to say that it should be markedly more accurate than what we showed you last week. Right as Mr. Templeton stepped forward to begin his report, City Lord Cosgrove held up her hand to stop him. Her tone failed to hide her annoyance when she said, "One moment, Mr. Templeton. I'm sure what you have for me will be nothing short of riveting, but I still haven't heard from Lord Mott as to what's actually been accomplished. We have thousands of square units of forest that are scheduled to be cleared and converted into farmlands. That's what the council agreed to. And while we've talked a great deal about what we're planning and why we're planning it, I haven't seen any evidence of your committee actually doing anything. Have you started the hiring process for woodcutters and farmhands? Have the plots themselves even been assigned? I need a progress report." Lord Mott and the advisors all looked at her in confusion.
My lord, when you presented this assignment to me, I was under the impression that it was an exploratory committee to determine the best way to handle the impending immigration crises. I was unaware that we'd also be handling the implementation of our findings during our initial fact-finding. With how quickly things are changing, our time has been taken up by adapting our models to current immigration and supply usage statistics. It will take some time before accurate long-term models can be developed, and we can schedule a feasible implementation plan," he declared, seemingly offended at the idea he was supposed to have done something. Completely out of patience, the city lord leaned back in her chair and began rubbing her temples. "Lord Mott, I understand you want to wait for the numbers to become predictable. However, we don't have time for that. We need to start dealing with the problem before it becomes one. Those farms need to be up and running as soon as possible. As the density shift continues to alter the local essence, we'll have more and more people sheltering within our walls. Without those farms, we'll still be relying on what little food the refugees are bringing with them. Already caravans coming into the city are down 26%. By the time we have accurate reports of which villages and towns have emptied, their people will already be here. Yes, it will be useful to know what we can expect, but all the projection models in the world won't save us from having to deal with what's directly in front of us. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" Before Lord Mott could answer, the door to her office opened. She looked over to see her trusted aide approaching with a poorly hidden smirk on her face. Glancing back at Lord Mott, the city lord said, "A moment, please, Lord Mott." Ignoring the man's nod of acceptance, she took her aide's handwritten note. "It is confirmed."
All three agreed, offering their own options for replacements if you're interested. Forcing herself to not visibly react, she looked up at her aide and formed a private connection, one which was outside the monitoring ability of the Thought Hub. To be clear, all three agreed to the terms? They will support my voiding of the consort agreements? And while they are offering proposals for replacements, they are not demanding anything? The aide failed to contain her smile. That's correct. For them, simply removing the influence from their competitors is enough. The current political climate is favorable, as everyone is more concentrated on the war and density shift. Ridding their enemies of their advantage is enough for them. They're even willing to formalize it in writing to see it done. No one wants a noble war, even a limited one. As you're perfectly in your rights, they are happy to take advantage of the situation without pushing for more.
Feeling victorious, she turned to Lord Mott and his attendants. "I apologize for the interruption,
but we'll have to continue this later. You can return to your modeling, as I'm sure it will prove useful. However, the funds that have been set aside for future implementation of your plans are to be returned in full. I'll be assigning someone else to handle the farmland project. I'll also need you to provide whatever data you've collected to whomever I put in charge of monitoring the situation with the refugees. You are obviously focused on the future, and while helpful, essential even, it is not what Dorchester needs at the moment. Thank you for your time, she said imperiously, enjoying the look of impotent rage on the man's face. Without another word, Lord Mott and his retinue bowed and left the room. Finally safe from prying eyes, she let the smile she had been hiding come out. Things were looking up. She would be able to leverage new committee positions to solidify her position.
And for the first time since her ascension to the city seat, her house would be completely free of the commitments she'd used to buy her victory over her siblings. He'd thought the fighting would have started much sooner after the spells began raining down on them, but it turned out the kobolds had entrenched themselves inside some kind of weird-looking tower. If it weren't for the mountain's incline, the height of their defensive position, and the fact that all the trees in the area had already been leveled, he wouldn't have been aware of it until he was right underneath it. Nobody ever mentioned the importance of height when it comes to knowing what's happening on the battlefield. There has got to be a spell or something that can allow me to look at things outside my essence field, he complained. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he realized that what he had described was the entire purpose of scrying. Even the definition through the translation magic told him that scrying meant magically observing things at a distance. Groaning in annoyance while stumbling up the terrain, he decided that the last thing he needed right now was another experiment with magic that he was barely familiar with. After the fiasco with the shield and his probable misinterpretation of the nature of combat magics, he needed to focus on what he already knew how to do. He was pretty good at causing damage. Lots of damage. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, he needed to accept that the entirety of his spell repertoire at the moment consisted of stolen and mismatched combat magics, along with a few basic elemental spells. Well, that and a few utility spells that were less than useless for the current situation he was in. But there was no point in complaining about it. He'd just have to wait until he was closer to be of any use. Gritting his teeth, he focused on what he could see with his essence field. Already the front of their formation was engaging the outer defenses of the kobold position. He could see the lizards hiding behind what looked like poor imitations of the mud walls Dorchester's army had been using. They were placed haphazardly and were much shabbier than what the human mages had made. He could also see that the kobolds were still relying on their mages for their overhead shields, so they obviously didn't have anything like the shield generators he'd seen the human army using. But they did still have numbers on their side. From what he could see, the little buggers were packed in like sardines, and the larger kobolds were struggling to keep them under control. Surprisingly, the melee fighters at the front were having trouble coordinating their movements with how chaotic the fighting was getting. Despite how poorly the mud walls were made, they were doing their job and hindering the taller humans' efforts to move forward. Looking over at one of the casters maintaining the shield over his head, Nero shouted loud enough for the man to hear him. "Hey! Do you mind if I borrow your arm for a minute? I need to concentrate on something, so just make sure I don't get trampled by not paying attention." Seeing the confused look on the caster's face, Nero didn't elaborate, and instead just grabbed the man's elbow and let him lead him as if he were blind. Closing his eyes, he put most of his concentration into his essence field. Reaching out, he focused on the kobold's mud walls. He tried to see how they were put together, and how much of them was actually dirt, rather than just concentrated and shaped essence constructs. He hadn't gotten a close look at what the human mages had done, but he knew that it was closer to enchanting rather than casting. He could see that while the mud walls looked like they were made out of dirt, that was only on a superficial level. The essence was shaped and given an identity, but it was much, much more solid than a simple spell construct. He could only assume that however they did it, the process must have been really center-intensive, and probably explained why it took groups of human mages working together to make them. He had to wonder how many kobolds it took to make a mud wall. Reaching out, he ran his mental projection over the wall the melee fighters were currently trying to overcome, attempting to get a closer look. He then compared it to the actual ground. There was an obvious difference between the two. It was like comparing a hollow metal casting to the original solid object it was copying. He could see how the mud walls looked metaphysically light when compared to the heavy feeling the real world gave off. It was interesting, and more importantly, exploitable. Tracing the strands of essence within one of the walls, he located the weakest part of the construct and wedged his mental fingers into it. With a flex of his will, he demanded the essence to unravel, and to stop pretending to be a wall anymore. He felt like he was pitting his will against the local reality, but it wasn't all that hard, as the reality, in this case, was defined by the will of whoever had created the wall. In other words, little bitch lizards. He felt the construct snap, then watched the entire wall begin to break apart. It looked pretty similar to when monster corpses melted back into the ether. Instead of vanishing, the mud wall simply broke apart into flakes and disappeared. The looks on the kobolds' faces were priceless. Barely caught off guard for a moment, the humans descended on the kobolds like blitzing linebackers. Without the ability to hide behind their walls, the kobolds were slaughtered. Nero was a little surprised at how well his idea had worked out. It had been significantly easier to dispel or interfere with something that wasn't actively being maintained. It also seemed like the interference in the ether from all the conflicting essence fields had absolutely no effect on what he had done. "Okay, that was much easier than casting," he remarked to himself. Unfortunately, their formation's forward progress was hindered by what he assumed were walls outside his perception range. So, ultimately, his efforts amounted to very little in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't like they could charge forward, leaving everyone else behind. That would be suicidal. But he wasn't discouraged. That was just step one in his grand plan to decimate the kobold hordes. Now, he just needed to figure out step two. Seeing as how the lizards were still bunched up, he decided to try and do a little casting. He quickly carved an acid barrage spell, mentally gauging how high he'd have to aim it to avoid the shields above him and the friendlies in front of him. After infusing it with some center, he paid close attention to how the essence in the ether reacted. Like he thought it would be, it was more than a little sluggish. In fact, he could see the strands practically ignoring his spell inputs. From what he could see, it was like every single bit of essence was being held in place by hundreds of little fingers currently poking at them. However, since there were so many, it amounted to the strands being completely held in place, totally out of his control. Although he was frowning, he was surprisingly happy to have his hypothesis confirmed. Now, he just had to figure out a good way to control the essence around him without disrupting the casters that were currently maintaining the shield over his head. Because that would be bad, he reminded himself. Maintaining the spell form was easy, as it was completely made of his center, and he could take advantage of the potential from all the death in the ether, but that seemed like cheating. Directly giving the essence purpose wasn't what he wanted. Yes, it would probably work. And yes, it would allow him to basically overpower everyone else's control. However, he wanted to figure out how to convince the essence to ignore everyone else and just listen to him. He could use his mental presence to just grab the essence, but that would cost center, as he would be responsible for giving it a new purpose.
which of course explained how wasteful he was of his center when he was first casting. So that was out. He could overpower his spell with his center, increasing the pull on the surrounding essence. He could even copy what he did with the soul scraps, but use his own center instead to directly infuse the essence strands with his own directed purpose. But whatever he did would most likely affect the casters around him, unless he was really careful, which just screamed bad idea in his head. So, how had he cast spells while under the shield generators? He hadn't affected them with his casting, had he? Thinking back, he was almost positive that he hadn't.
Oh, right. They were running off essence crystals, which are essentially crystallized potential.
Crap, he realized. Mentally poking at the essence streams, he tried to physically nudge them without actually imparting any of his center into them. He watched as they bent and deformed, but refused to flow. He felt himself stumble over a kobold corpse and opened his eyes to see that the formation had made it to the remains of the mud wall he'd removed. Reaching out, he saw that the melee fighters were already at the next wall. Dismissing his spell form, he recollected his center and felt around for the weak spot in the mud wall's construct. Finding it quickly, he casually shattered it before returning to his experiments. He knew there had to be a way to cast without affecting anyone else. Otherwise, this reality would just be stupid. Despite knowing that his logic was less than sound, he wholeheartedly embraced that belief and tried again.
Casting a fresh spell form, he watched as the essence once again refused to power it. He felt like he was standing in front of a car with the hood up, staring blankly at an engine he had no idea how to fix. Like an asshole, he just stood there looking at it, hoping that his inherent manhood would somehow impart the knowledge of how to get it running. Fed up and out of ideas, he looked closer at one of the essence streams for water that was struggling to connect with his spell form. He could see it wanted to power his spell, but it was currently unsure if it should. There was a sense that it was like a dog being called by multiple people, each of which was offering it a treat. Is there really no other way to do it than just throwing center at the problem? He wondered. Then, from out of nowhere, he recalled a memory from his childhood. One of his friend's fathers had gotten fed up with his dog refusing to fetch.
The mutt was more than happy to go grab whatever was thrown, but it would refuse to hand it over after it collected it. Instead of fetching, it would just return to the man and show him that it had succeeded in collecting the ball. Giving up on trying to entice the stubborn animal, the man simply walked over to it and took the ball out of its mouth. Of course, the dog hadn't cared, and was instead wagging its tail, eagerly waiting for the man to throw it again. I don't have to get the essence to connect with the spell form. I can simply make the spell form on top of the essence stream I want to use, he thought with a smile. Of course, that severely limited his spellcasting options. He couldn't use a complicated spell form, as he needed to recognize whatever essence streams the spell needed to function. So, Acid Barrage was out, because he had no freaking idea how it actually worked. He'd simply futzed with parts of other spells until it had done what he wanted.
Oh, looks like they're at another mud wall,
he noticed before quickly removing it again. Now what can I cast that I totally understand and can reasonably build around essence streams that I can recognize, he wondered while ignoring the chaos going on all around him. Chapter 199. Brilliant idea. Take 2. Specialist Howard heard Sergeant Blackwood's voice over the command channel they'd set up for their unit. Are you sure you can combat cast in these conditions? Mentally scoffing, Specialist Howard replied, It shouldn't be a problem, Sergeant. Lower kobolds don't exactly have a strong ethereal presence. Even with their numbers, their harmonic force is practically non-existent. I shouldn't have a problem isolating what I need. Even over the command line, Specialist Howard could feel Sergeant Blackwood rolling his eyes at his exaggeration. If you say so, Feel free to join the fight when you feel like it, then. Don't mind if I do, Sergeant, replied the specialist.
He was looking forward to getting back to what he was good at. Recent events had become overly complicated for his tastes, and he needed something familiar to settle his center. He mentally chuckled at the thought of referring to recent events as complicated. More like utterly and obscenely perplexing, he remarked to himself. After they'd nearly been killed in what was, at best, a poorly handled envelopment maneuver, he and the elites had ended up being saved by Lord Walker, of all people. Somehow, the little lord had already created his own little force of personal adherents while also enlisting the aid of penal conscripts. Hells be damned, penal conscripts! Then, for some reason or another, the captain had agreed to join Lord Walker in an unsanctioned military action after filing an official complaint against command for their dishonorable conduct being unworthy of the oaths they'd sworn, or something like that.
To be honest, the entire situation made absolutely no sense to him, and if he hadn't personally seen it all happen, he wouldn't have believed it. Back, before this all happened, when the general had told him that this assignment would help him with his shortcomings, he had thought the strategic thinking he was supposed to learn would have had something to do with war. After all, he was a war mage. At the time, it had seemed like a reasonable conclusion to make, but now he wondered if he had missed the general's point entirely. Was he supposed to have been learning something from Lord Walker? Maybe Captain Angleton? Had the general been hinting at something else? Was it a warning about the attempt on his life? Someone else's life? Everyone's lives? Or did the hint he missed have something to do with the recent ascension of Lord Walker to unique? Possibly, it was something else altogether. Unanswerable questions like these were why he hated being away from the battlefield. Outside of combat, almost everything became too convoluted and chaotic for his liking. He simply wasn't suited to a life behind the walls among the schemers. But out here, on the battlefield, none of that mattered. Taking a deep breath, Specialist Howard relished the smell of war in the air. It was pretty ironic that the only time he truly felt at peace was when he was engaged with the enemy, surrounded by his fellow soldiers, united in their singular purpose to eliminate all that opposed them. Rather than worrying about Captain Angleton's politicking, or whether or not someone from command had actually tried to kill them, he was able to focus on the here and now. The assignment he'd been given this time was straightforward and uncomplicated. Stay with Sergeant Blackwood on the right flank, and kill the enemy. With a gentle flex of his will, he separated his essence field from the emotional confluence being maintained by the shield-bearers. Once his harmonic signature was isolated, he reached out to collect essence to add to his essence shield. He probably didn't need more, but he'd drilled the practice so often that it was almost a reflex at this point. Choosing to keep it simple, he decided to start off with a few flame lances and one or two sensory disruption orbs. Since the kobolds were all basically weaklings, even the big ones, he knew he didn't need to empower his spell forms all that much. After stamping the 4 spell forms above his head, he infused them with his center and latched them to his essence shield. Being careful not to disrupt the shield-bearer's control of the ether, he harmonized with the essence waves and coaxed them into his ethereally carved spell forms, making sure that whatever essence he was pulling in came from the reserves he'd collected. Next, he allowed a trickle of his center to flow through his shield and into the runic patterns, until it filled the spell-wrought constructs he was building. When they were ready, he fired his spells into the kobold horde over the heads of the melee fighters. With a grin, he watched as the flame lances blasted through the kobolds' poorly constructed earth walls. The sensory disruption orbs did their jobs, and the lizards flailed around like fish denied the comfort of their watery home. After waiting for the melee fighters to finish off the kobolds, he fired another volley. Like a carefully choreographed dance, he watched events repeat themselves.
Again and again, he fired his spells and watched the results, while occasionally refilling his essence reserves to maintain his essence shield's cohesion. The only variation from his perspective was the result of his carefully monitored center expenditures. After every volley, he adapted his spells slightly to improve their efficiency.
The simplicity of this type of combat eased his worries and acted like a balm on his soul. Even with the violence and death all around him, he felt the world beginning to make sense again. Unfortunately, that sense of peace and order didn't last long. Somewhere near the center of their formation, he felt the ether stir in a way he was surprisingly unfamiliar with. Considering how much combat experience he had, the feeling of being caught off guard by what was happening raised the hairs on his neck and drained the blood from his face. For the love of all that is good and just, what is it now? He wondered. He was completely done with being caught off guard. He was a hells-be-damned war mage. If he couldn't find a sense of normalcy out here in his element, he was well and truly screwed. Spreading out his perception field, he tried to determine, or at least locate, what had happened. He carefully studied the ether surrounding the shield-bearers all along their lines. Not finding anything out of the ordinary, he continued his sweep, analyzing the spells the kobolds were raining down on them. Narrowing his eyes in concentration, he continued his vigil, while maintaining his fire support for the melee troops in front of him. He knew he hadn't imagined whatever it was. Something had gone off like a bomb in the ether. A great deal of essence was returned to the ether, and he'd felt the shockwave. Spells, constructs, and even rituals usually bled into the ether when they dissipated. They did not do whatever the hells that was. "There!" he mentally shouted, before his mind stumbled hard enough to almost lose control of his spell forms. He had no words to describe what he'd just seen. Somehow, that little unique Lord Walker had disrupted a constructed enchantment. At a distance. On his own. He didn't disenchant it, or even dispel it. He shattered it. All that potential unraveled and returned to the ether, alongside the essence it had infused. He could only assume it was another example of whatever weird ability the young lord had to directly manipulate essence flows. Calling it unique was right, and now that he'd seen the process happen with his own senses, he suddenly felt like he understood why so many random people were following him. If he keeps doing impossible shit like that, even I might want to stick around just to see what he'll do next, he thought to himself. Frowning in annoyance, Nero used his mental projection in his essence field to examine the strands of various essences filling the ether. He had figured it would be easy. The flows weren't exactly hiding, and he'd had no trouble finding what he'd needed before. However, in retrospect, he should have known it wouldn't be that simple. When he cast a spell or took hold of what he needed, he usually didn't have a problem grabbing whatever essence stream caught his fancy. It was a simple matter of reaching out and taking hold of what he wanted. But now that he was reversing the process, trying to put a spell form on top of the essence stream he wanted to use, he realized how impractical his idea actually was. There was simply too much essence in the ether. It was like the difference between using a needle to pull out a single stitch from a sweater and trying to actually stop a car on top of a dime. Every single cubic inch of the ether had hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of strands of ether that he was only now noticing. The closer he looked, the more he found, and the less he recognized. "This isn't working," he told himself with a sigh. He was thoroughly disheartened at having his totally brilliant revelation proven wrong, and once again confirming that he had very little idea how anything around here actually worked. No matter how close he put the spell form he was building, the essence refused to join with his spell inputs. There were so many strands of what he needed all over the place. It practically didn't matter where he put his spell form. It was always both right next to what he needed and far enough away that the essence refused to cooperate without him. The only option he could see was forcing it to with his own essence, otherwise known as his center. It's got to have something to do with my mind. It's the only thing that makes sense, he decided. He was relatively sure that his soul was what gave him the ability to see and take hold of what he wanted in the ether. And while it was only conjecture, he thought his mind might be what controlled his actual presence in the ether. If he were able to carefully control how strong a hold he had on the essence streams, he might be able to convince the essence to flow while not ripping it out of the control of everyone around him. He'd done it in duels with Specialist Howie and in the fight with the mage that had tried to assassinate him. Even when he was around Nick in the wilds, they'd been able to cast when they'd been right on top of each other. Now that he was in the middle of so many people vying for control of the ether, the only difference was a matter of scale. Probably. I just have to look at the problem correctly, he told himself, refusing to admit defeat. Swallowing the mouth sweats that resulted from his decision to experiment and possibly disrupt the shield over his head. Nero, for once, thought about the consequences of his actions. No, it's not like we're losing or even taking losses. I can experiment and figure this out when I'm not in danger of killing anybody, he muttered. Pulling back on his senses, he decided to hunker down and concentrate on bringing down the mud walls and looking for other ways to contribute. He didn't want his desire for relevance to get any of the dumb bastards who decided to follow him killed. Mentally returning to the battle, he saw that the melee fighters were, in fact, already at another mud wall. Reaching out, he did his thing and watched as the wall vanished into the ether. Not having anything else to do, he thought about what he could practice without screwing up the good thing they had going on. After mentally running through his options, the only thing he could come up with was practicing his mage armor. As far as he knew, that didn't require ripping the control of essence away from anyone. All it required was for him to spread out his senses and scoop up whatever essence wasn't being used at the moment. The only time his control came into it was at the edges, and even then, it wouldn't affect anything. It wasn't like the essence inside his bubble disappeared. The flows were still there, still under the control of whoever had a grip on them. They weren't even replaced immediately. They were permanent fixtures in the ether. It was like he was just using a net to pull in whatever wasn't currently in use. Worst case scenario, he got nothing, and all he did was waste a little brain power. Deciding to try it, he threw open his essence field and slowly grabbed hold of the edges. His touch started off so light that he wondered if he was actually holding anything. Watching carefully, he slowly increased his mental grip while paying close attention to see if what he was doing might start affecting the casters maintaining the shield. Unsurprisingly, he didn't see a single caster doing anything other than holding the shield together. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it, he consoled himself. After getting a solid grip on whatever he could, he took a moment to confirm that he wasn't affecting anyone else. With a sigh, he mentally prayed to whatever gods they had here. Maybe that chick goddess Celine Dion or whomever. Please don't fuck up. Please don't fuck up, he muttered to himself, over and over again. With a slight flex of his will, he started pulling in his shield. With a smile, he watched as the essence he stripped completely bypassed whatever flows were being controlled by the casters all around him. It really was like a net, or maybe a big bubble that was shrinking in the water. As fast as he pulled it in, the essence behind it filled up what he took. What he was doing affected nothing, and the casters were none the wiser. Chuckling merrily at his theory being successfully proven, he compressed the essence into a film around his body. Now that it wouldn't affect anyone, he took hold of it and exerted his authority over it. Next, he had to fill it with his center,
so that he could give it purpose and create his mage armor. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, realizing what he was about to do. He was basically about to cast a spell, just without a spell form. So why couldn't he use the essence he'd collected to cast a spell?
Resuming his glacial advancement alongside the rest of the troops, he angrily muttered, "I'm such a fucking idiot."
He suddenly recalled how Specialist Howie had his spell forms floating alongside him. It all became so simple now that he thought about it. If the essence he was using to cast was attached to him, then the spell form he created from it would follow along. It was almost too easy to carve his simplified fireball spell and attach it to his shoulder. He didn't even bother making the mage armor he had planned. He just relied on the essence field he had collected to power the spell. He didn't even have trouble funneling his essence through his field and attaching it to the spell form. It was so disgustingly simple that he almost felt like screaming. The last time he'd missed something this obvious was when he realized the division symbol was literally a symbolic representation of a fraction. The 2 dots were just the places where the numbers were supposed to go.
It was not a proud collegiate moment for him. Without any further ado, he launched his spell, only to then scream, "Fuck-de fuck, fuck!" Like an idiot, he'd anchored the spell right next to his head. The fireball he launched completely charred the side of his face with the resulting heat. Luckily, it fired fast enough to maintain the aim he'd set up, so no one other than him was hurt. Of course, the pain was enough to cause him to lose control of the spell form, and the resulting pain from the miscast spiked into his brain as if he'd just walked in on his grandparents doing it. Now, with a headache to go with the ruined half of his face, Nero stomped around like he was throwing a tantrum, all the while screaming obscenities loud enough to cause everyone around him to flinch. Luckily, he was still in the middle of an active war zone, so his voice didn't carry nearly far enough to pull that much attention to his plight. No one who actually heard him dared interrupt his tirade until he was done. After a bit, he managed to calm himself down enough to cast a healing spell or 2, but it took more than a few to rebuild his cartilage, his inner ear, muscles, and skin. The only thing he didn't know how to fix was his hair. "Are you all right, my lord?" asked the caster he'd been using as a walking assistant. Looking up at them with a glare, he replied, "Just peachy. I'm just figuring some stuff out. Mind your business." Seeing the poor guy flinch and pretend to ignore him, Nero sighed. This world was filled with people that made him feel like he was kicking puppies. He didn't even know why he felt bad. These idiots would kill each other in arenas and execute people who broke the law when they weren't enslaving them with magitech. Not to mention base their entire society around combat and archaic nobility systems. Yet give them some sass and a little gentle ribbing, and they folded like a blanket. Running his hand through what was left of his hair, he said, "Look, sorry about that. I didn't mean anything by it. It's like this. I was experimenting with a spell and, well, you saw what happened. You're doing great, so just keep up the good work. Don't mind me." The wacko smiled at Nero like he'd just been offered a yearly bonus for exceptional service. "Thank you, my lord. Combat casting in conditions like this isn't easy. I never got the hang of it myself. But if you need anything, just let me know. We're almost at the Kobold's defensive tower. You may want to prepare yourself." Nero looked up at what he could see, and, sure enough, the tower they'd been approaching now loomed over them like a city block-sized apartment building. The earthen walls looked compressed enough to be called rock, and the almost black structure was filled with open platforms filled with snarling kobold casters, raining hell down on the shields over his head. Looking back at the wacko caster walking next to him, he couldn't stop himself from grimacing at the man's smile. How in the hell is his head not pounding after holding a shield through all that spellfire? He wondered. With a sigh,
He patted the man on his arm and returned to what he was doing. I really do have a lot further to go before I can consider myself a competent mage, don't I? He complained miserably. Setting aside his proclivity to accept his shortcomings and instead pull out a snack, Nero firmed his will and began gathering more essence so he could try again. By the time they made it inside that monstrosity, he needed to be able to cast his spells without nearly killing himself. Oh, the melee fighters are stuck at another mud wall. And done, he said to himself happily before resuming his experiments. Chapter 200. How to Play a Mage. It had taken some careful maneuvering, but King Oliver Oglevark's entire day was free. What meetings he couldn't reschedule, he'd arranged to be cancelled by the party he would have been meeting. Simple plots, all of them, but amusing nonetheless. Lately, all too often, events hadn't quite progressed in the manner he thought they would. So it was nice to play some simple games that played out as expected. He was currently on the highest floor of his tower, spending some time in meditation. As usual, he sat hovering above the floor, cross-legged with his eyes closed, utterly and completely still. If it weren't for his clothes billowing in the harsh wind, one would think he was a statue. He was the very picture of serenity. Yet, despite how he appeared, his mind and soul were anything but tranquil. His presence stretched itself out through the ether across the horizon. His incredibly high level, along with his observation pillar, allowed him to watch over his entire kingdom. All it took was a little effort, and some time away from distractions. One of the situations he was checking in on was the recent upheaval going on in the Kuchali kingdom. Or, more accurately, how his cities were dealing with it. From what he could tell, the increased raiding along the coast was a result of an internal civil war between the kingdom's islands. It was disappointing that, despite all the trade going on, his cities still hadn't figured out what was happening. Hopefully, the situation would resolve itself without him having to step in. He was also swiftly addressing the paperwork he was constantly being inundated with. Through his direct connection to several THO hubs, he was able to bypass privacy protections, process vast amounts of data, and maintain the all-knowing mystique he'd become known for. While he could pay attention to almost everything in the city, abusing the systems he had in place was much easier. Several other parts of his mind were updating him on other situations he needed to be aware of. One was checking in on the Centaur situation. Others were updating him on the various noble wars going on in Blaskentor, Iatornis, Lannis, and Resterbach. One was even watching his wife and their consorts so he could take their help into consideration when furthering his plans with the Tower of Fate. He, along with almost everyone else, knew that they were the ones actually running the kingdom. But he still found it annoying how they constantly took over his personal projects. Where he would have preferred subtlety and guile, they tended to be very direct. He wasn't surprised, as his queen was their leader, and she was anything but subtle. A trait that was obvious when he looked at their progress with his plans to dismantle the Tower of Fate. In many ways, it was annoying how good they were at what they did. Already, his statistical model concerning the gradual weakening of the tower influence was months ahead of schedule. And if the current trend continued, his clever manipulations in Dorchester would end up being completely pointless. But, considering there was nothing he could do about it, he simply watched it happen and tried his best to adapt. They really did take all the fun out of his games. While all that was happening in the back of his mind, the central portion of his consciousness was watching the conflict between the exiled mountain lord of Nemoria and the city's current hero, Jancy O'Brien. This one he wanted to watch in real time rather than look into the ethereal streams to learn what happened. Observing things currently happening felt infinitely more real than when he just absorbed the information from the ether. As for this particular moment in time,
He'd been looking forward to it for a while, and he was excited to see the situation resolve itself. The story between them was a good one, and he wanted to see how it would end.
Unfortunately, right as Jancio Breen and her party kicked in the Mountain Lord's throne room door, his consciousness was distracted by someone coming up the stairs in his tower. He could sense that they were hiding themselves under a powerful illusion, bypassing the checkpoints and hurrying up the stairs. Frowning in annoyance, he switched out his main perspective for one of his mental sub-processes. Although his iron will was enough to stop him from audibly cursing, he still felt like chastising whoever it was that was trying and failing to sneak up on him. Of course, that feeling only lasted about a moment, as he immediately broke through their illusionary protections and recognized who was coming. Sighing in acceptance that he wouldn't get to enjoy seeing his efforts to subvert another prophecy come to fruition, he braced himself for what he expected to be another conversation about him keeping unnecessary secrets. Why can't my wife and my, hells be damned, harem just let me plot in peace? He complained to himself in frustration. The floor opened and his consort, Lydia, shimmered into reality as she let go of the illusion she had been projecting. He watched as she waved her hand to stabilize the wind before fixing her hair with another practiced gesture. Before he could greet her, she pointedly asked, "How do you want me to handle the Dwarven Embassy's request?" The king kept his face blank of any emotion, while internally scrambling to determine what she was talking about. He swiftly went through the records of the recent meeting between the dwarves and his representatives before finding what he was looking for in the pre-approved treaty they had surprisingly already submitted. Slightly widening his eyes in shock, he quickly read through what they had decided on. His emotional control nearly slipped when he saw that they had accepted the agreement with minimal changes, none of which he be reasonably contested. Not only that, they had already chosen the companion city they'd be building near. Out of the list of 38 cities he'd offered, each with mountainous regions nearby and various levels of development, it was both alarming and expected that they had indeed chosen Dorchester. However, the problem was that the city wasn't nearly ready yet. The density shift had barely begun, and it was currently still at war with the kobolds. None of his projections had predicted the dwarves would make their choice this quickly. He'd carefully planned how the negotiations would go, and this was skipping too many steps for his liking. Why, or better yet, how did this happen, he wondered. When he'd first charted this plan, the dwarves would have chosen Dorchester only after it had been abandoned. The density shift should have cleared the citizenry with beast wave after beast wave, which would have flattened everything and allowed him to rebuild the city for its new purpose. The dwarves would then have a prime high-essence density surface to trade with, and when the kobolds were discovered, the dwarves' choice would be practically forced by circumstance. They were a culture that reveled in fighting, after all. Furthermore, by having them join in the battles with the returning citizens coming back after the evacuation, the bonds they built would redefine the region. Dorchester massive mountain mines would be taken over by the dwarves, and cooperative trade would be built into the foundations of the political landscape during Dorchester's reconstruction. Yet, the plan had been altered considerably, not to mention expanded. First, he had moved up the timetable considerably, as the predicted density shift had started earlier than expected. The populators' enthusiastic destruction of the traitorous house Dorchen had seen to that. Also, due to the expected noble war becoming exposed, along with the aggressor's crimes becoming public knowledge, he'd had to compensate for the city's ruling family not being replaced. Since the city's army hadn't suffered the losses he'd expected, he had to take into account that the city's nobility would choose to ride out the density shift. But again, he'd compensated for that. He'd even compensated for the kobolds being discovered earlier than expected. It was a simple, logical deduction to assume they'd evacuate their citizens into the ancient mountain city they'd abandoned, thereby finding the kobolds and preemptively starting the predicted war.
All of that was already taken into account and incorporated into his projection models. So, why did the dwarves not wait the expected 2 years before making their decision? Unless, he thought to himself with some trepidation.
Hurriedly going back through the paperwork, he felt like groaning when he found the cause of the expected deviation from the plan. Someone had updated the profile packets to link with real-time data from the cities being offered for the Dwarven Embassy's consideration. The carefully determined profiles he had prepared for the dwarves to see had been replaced with references to the City Records Authority. While it made for more efficient and elegant paperwork, it was not what he had intended for them to see. As he was so focused on the plan to destabilize the Tower of Fate with the survival of Dorchester, he'd forgotten the part it played in his plans with the dwarves. He'd mistakenly forgotten to take into account the first principle of predicted analysis. Every reaction results from an initial action. Internally groaning, he quickly updated the models he had been using on the private thought hub he had hidden away at the bottom of his personal tower. Barely stopping himself from frowning at the results, he realized he was out of time. After 5 seconds of silence, he couldn't stall for any longer without making it obvious. It was inconceivable to him to allow his consort's faith in him to be shaken. The words of the great philosopher Merrick Bellamy came to mind. While a person's identity is the result of self-determination, how a person is perceived by the world around them is determined by their actions. Or, as his father put it, you can be whoever you want, a scholar, a warrior, a merchant, even a priest. But if you want to be king, then the first thing you have to do is start acting like one. Instead of directly answering Lydia's question, he replied, "The decision tree I developed for the negotiations still applies. You need to simply skip ahead to section 289, subsection 12. It's the protocol for if the kobolds had initiated the war earlier than expected. The only alteration would be that you're to coordinate with Dorchester's leadership council while they are still in their city. I'll take care of everything else." Nodding in relief, Lydia's eyes darted around as she accessed her link. While looking through her personal notes, she replied, "Right, of course. Good. Now that I'm looking at it, I see what you mean." Without another word, she turned around and walked off to go deal with the unforeseen situation. Over her shoulder, she said, "Enjoy the rest of your day off, dear." The king watched her walk away, struggling to maintain his composure. When she finally closed off the entrance behind her, he couldn't stop himself from audibly harumphing. Turning away, he looked out over the city. He closed off several sections of his mind that were reporting to him on what was happening in his kingdom. As his core consciousness grew, he let himself get lost in his thoughts. He was both annoyed and amused at the situation he found himself in. He couldn't remember the last time a game had given him such trouble. The feeling of being continually caught off guard was both aggravating and more than a little exciting. Relaxing his self-control, he felt a wide smile stretch across his face. "I haven't felt this alive in centuries," he thought to himself, having completely forgotten about the various events he'd been watching. Nero was grinning like a madman as he continued firing his spells into the air. It had taken some time, but he now had his spell form hovering over his head like a crown. "No more shooting myself in the face," he thought to himself with a grin. While successful, his experiments had resulted in a few mistakes. All right, more than a few, but that was all behind him now. His turret was in place, and there was a solid stream of essence connecting it to his essence field. Luckily, he managed to keep himself from laughing in joy at his achievement. The last he needed was to be labeled a lunatic by his ironically named wackos. With the kobold corpses underfoot and the sounds of combat going on all around him, he knew this wasn't the right place for levity. Glancing over to the wacko he'd been fighting alongside, he couldn't help but feel proud when he noticed the impressed look on the man's face. Trying to remember, he thought to himself, I think his name is Glenn. Or maybe Bill. Pausing the influx of essence to his fireball spell form, Nero reached out through his essence field and destroyed another mud wall. It was tricky, but he managed to hold on to the condensed essence he'd collected, the spell form, and the mental probe he was using, all while keeping enough of his mind clear to pay attention to what his body was doing. There wasn't much to see with his eyes while inside the formation, but he still needed to keep his feet under him to avoid being trampled. As the seconds stretched into minutes, the battle progressed, and Nero watched as the melee fighters pushed closer and closer to the kobold's tower. The fighting got more and more chaotic, and he could see some of the frontline fighters beginning to take injuries. Glancing blows, half-dead kobolds clawing at their heels after being put down, and an increased number of the larger kobolds made it obvious to him that it was only a matter of time until someone ended up dying. So it didn't come as much of a surprise when he noticed a pair of wackos stumbling through the lines, looking to meet up with the healers in the back. The grin Nero didn't know he was still wearing faded as he watched a woman prop up a man with his arm over her shoulder. He could see a vicious wound on her leg bleeding heavily, while the man was trying and failing to stop his guts from spilling out. Nero recognized both of them from the interviews he'd held. The woman was named Nora something, and the guy was Oscar something or another. Both of them had caught his eye due to their histories. Nora was a mother whose kids had already left home. Fed up with her life, she was looking to try and earn a few levels to stave off the age creep she felt breathing down her neck. He remembered noticing the regret in her voice when she talked about her wasted life and the subtle sense of hope she had when speaking about the future. If he recalled correctly, she was over 70 despite looking in her late 30s. But looking over 30 was proof enough that she was failing to level fast enough to stay young. Oscar, on the other hand, reminded Nero of himself a bit. He was in his late 20s and had been kicked out of school or something. No, it was a preparatory academy for the military, maybe? Either way, the guy had a problem with authority, and Nero could respect that. To Nero, hearing the guy's story was like listening to any number of college dropouts he'd interviewed for sales positions at the store he used to work at. The wounded sense of pride he had was obvious to Nero. Moving carefully to avoid interfering with the casters maintaining the shield, Nero made his way over to where the two wounded wackos would appear. Through his essence field, he kept track of them, marveling at their strength of will while they tried to make it to the healers before collapsing. Damn, these sons of bitches are all heart. Rudy would be proud, he thought to himself with respect. Slipping through the formation, he got to them just in time to catch Oscar as Nora collapsed. Despite how gruesome Oscar's wound was, Nora's leg wound had caused her to bleed out. Just try and keep it together for a second. I got you, man, Nero said to Oscar encouragingly, while helping him to his knees. Noting Oscar's nod, Nero awkwardly left the pale-faced man and approached Nora's body. She had fallen face first into a kobold body. Grabbing her shoulder, he flipped her over as the surrounding troops moved on, while doing their best to give him space. Having forgotten to recover the center he'd injected into the fireball spell he'd dismissed, Nero grimaced at the fact his reserves were below 70%. Taking a moment to collect himself, Nero closed his eyes and said to himself, "Focus, asshole. Staying centered is more than a state of mind in this world." Opening his eyes, he placed his hands on Nora's stomach and cast the resuscitation spell. He felt the spell form snap together, but the spell seemed to be fighting him. The essence was moving in response to his needs, but it was too slow for his liking. It was like it wanted to help, but was too busy at the moment. Growling in annoyance, he remembered that he was currently fighting the entirety of the army's combined essence field for control of the ether.
He quickly tried to locate the input nodes of the spell so he could connect to his personal reservoir of essence he'd collected. The seconds stretched as he found more and more inputs requiring essence streams he didn't recognize. This isn't working, he thought grimly. He either needed to get far enough away from the battle, or he needed to use more center in his spell. But neither option was practical at the moment. Fuck it, he said to himself, before reaching out to the free-floating potential in the air. Firming up his spell form with the soul remnants in the ether, Nero felt the spell form start sucking in the surrounding essence like a fat kid hoovering a milkshake. The moment the spell was completed, he felt his access to Nora's inner world open.
Just like before, there was an empty void with an invisible tether leading off into the distance. He'd gotten to her quickly, and he could see the tether was still thick enough to be called a cable. With his access to the potential in the ether, he didn't hold back and flooded the tether with his presence. He felt like he was converting the soul stuff directly into his personal brand of essence, his center. He felt her soul snap back into her body. For just a moment, his presence lingered. Considering how much Nero-infused essence he'd used, he felt like he dwarfed her despite it being her body. Smiling down at her, he was happy to see her filling out her soul space while looking up at him in thanks. Retreating back into his own mind, he left her after giving her a gentle pat on the back. It all happened so quickly that he was barely aware of what he'd done. The moment he opened his eyes, he watched her gasp awake.
Like someone coming out of a nightmare, she shot up and grabbed him in a hug.
Awkwardly patting her back, he said, "It's all right now. You're safe. Let's get you up and back into the fight. You've got some more kobolds to kill if you want. Otherwise, just head to the back and get yourself together, Nora." Nero felt her let go enough to look him in the eye while still gripping his shoulders in a death grip. She looked him directly in the eyes with tears streaming down her face and said, "I saw you, my lord. You brought me back from the void. I've been resuscitated 3 times in my life, but I've never felt anything like that. Your presence shines in the ether like a beacon. Thank you. Thank you." As she collapsed into him, he again patted her back. "Okay, that's enough now. I've got to go heal Oscar. Let's see if we can hold off on him having to see my soul beacon," he said, trying to cheer her up with some humor.
"Of course, my lord,"
she said, while shoving him away like he'd burned her. Chuckling, he turned around and started healing the man clinging to life beside him. Not even bothering to try and connect his spell forms to his collected essence, Nero just flooded the spell form with the soul stuff from the ether. It wasn't like there was a shortage of dead kobolds, so he figured it wouldn't be a problem. The abnormally powerful spells healed Oscar up startlingly fast, and in no time at all, Oscar was back on his feet. Weirdly, Nero noticed that his center was back to full. Rather than contemplate the implications, he did what he did best and ignored it. Standing up, Nero grinned at the 2 wackos he'd saved. "Like I told Nora here, if you don't feel up to it, feel free to head to the back. You can leave your revenge to me if you want. I plan on paying the kobolds back for what they did to you. After all this started because they invaded." "Moral superiority for the win, am I right?" he said jovially. Nora and Oscar stared down at him in astonishment, not knowing what to say. Feeling a little awkward with the silence, Nero looked around to emotionally distance himself from the situation. He immediately noticed the troops moving past them had slowed down. Looking back at them, he said, "Okay, well, like I said, do what you like. I'm off to storm the castle. Stay safe." Turning away, he slipped through the troops, his small frame allowing him to brush past people before they even noticed him. Now I understand why kids are always described as amazing pickpockets, he thought to himself with a smile. It was amazing how being almost a foot shorter than most people made him almost invisible in the crowd. Well, maybe not a foot, but most of the men were over 6 feet, and the women were probably 5 feet 10 inches on average, so it was close enough. The heights were simply weird here. There was Kathleen, who was at best 5 feet 6 inches, while Captain Angelton was like 6 feet 6 inches. Everyone was relatively good-looking, and he'd yet to see a good old fat guy. It probably had something to do with a person's belief informing their reality. Where the hell did that thought come from, he wondered. Regardless, he was soon back with the casters. Moving down the line, he slipped back into his spot in the formation and saw that the melee fighters were trying to force their way into a 10-foot-wide open hallway at the base of the kobold's tower. Looking up at the monstrosity, he felt he should call it a building rather than a tower. Now that he was close enough, he could see that despite how it looked from a distance, it was more like a really tall apartment building than a tower. More and more melee fighters were retreating to the back for healing, and the troops seemed to be cycling faster than usual. However, he didn't see anyone in danger of dying before they got there, so he held off on tracking them down and healing them himself. Instead, he reached out and tried to figure out how the kobolds had built something this large so quickly. Running his mental probe over the surface of the black rock, he saw exactly what he'd expected to see. The entire thing was an essence construct, just like the mud walls, but he had absolutely no idea how they'd actually built it. The idea that something this big came from a spell just seemed ludicrous to him. But seeing was believing. Using his essence field to take a good look at the towering construct, he noted that despite the obvious spell-formed uniformity, it looked almost like real rock. From what he could tell, it was both obviously not real and also more real than anything else he could see. While he could destroy reality with a spell, he doubted he could do anything to the construct. The contradicting nature of the building in front of him was making his head hurt just by looking at it. No matter how carefully he inspected it, he couldn't find a weak spot. It was like one solid spell construct whose essence was so tightly packed he couldn't find a way in. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. They must have built this like they did the portal, by exploiting their dead. With all the soul stuff floating around, they'd built the damn thing with kobold sacrifices. Even though he knew for a fact that they weren't actually using souls, it was still creepy as hell, not to mention gruesome to the point of being disgusting. Yeah, no wonder I've been seeing these bastards in my nightmares, he thought to himself. After shivering slightly at the memory of the kobold culture, he firmed his shoulders and put his mind toward trying to figure out how to end the bastards. Chapter 201. Going with the Flow. Archmage Jennings tapped his chin with his finger, looking both curious and impressed at what he was seeing. Are you serious? You think he's absorbing soul remnants? That's a rather outrageous conclusion to make without evidence, Maid Adept Newgate said reproachfully. Shrugging, the Archmage replied, Well, we know he's capable of isolating and utilizing the soul stream. You and I both saw him do it during that portal fiasco. You can't have forgotten about that spell he used near the end. Gesturing at the large, scrying hologram in front of him, he added, Just look at him. He's been healing and resuscitating people for hours, and he looks as fresh as was when he stepped out onto the field. It's the only explanation that fits with the facts. Shaking her head, she replied, I disagree. We know he's capable of observing the ethereal plane in a way we don't fully understand. However, there is a massive difference between isolating and manipulating essence flows directly and interacting with the veil of passing without a ritual or spell to aid him. Waving his hand dismissively, the Archmage replied, Bah! Essence flows and the soul stream aren't all that different.
referring to the separation between ethereal planar harmonies as the veil of passing, is beneath a mage of your standing. Religion has a time and place, and neither of them is here or now. Not in this tower. None of that interpretative science is welcome within these walls. Leave the general explanations and terms for people who aren't interested in learning the greater mysteries. Our job is to advance our understanding of the universe, not limit ourselves to the explanations we use to impart understanding to the general citizenry. Mage Adept Newbanks scoffed before replying, I'm well aware of the science.
Of the 7 identified harmonic layers within the ether, the one dealing with the soul is the 3rd. The term veil of passing refers to the impossibility for anything connected to our realm to physically or spiritually interact with the other side of the veil. Granted, it is a colloquial term, but at least it's descriptive. That aside, the point I was trying to make is that rituals and spells have been known to be able to coax souls back from the other side by calling out to them or demanding their presence. But what you're positing is that Lord Walker can reach out and pluck soul remnants from the veil as if he were plucking fruit from a tree. That is a statement without scientific backing. After taking a moment to think about it, Archmage Jennings had to reluctantly agree with her. Point taken. But I still say he's performing directed soul manipulation somehow. Just look at what he's doing. I'm sure you recognize the spells he's using. They don't have a single component that could explain what's happening. And if you factor in how much center is required to make those spells perform like that, you are watching him perform a logical impossibility. But if we accept that he is siphoning soul remnants to buffer his reserves, then we have to accept that he's doing it without the aid of a spell or ritual, he said decisively. Before she could reply, the communication orb linked with the Hennings Tower of Magic activated. Realizing that Archmage Jennings must have been contacted by someone on the Council of Mages, she resigned herself to resuming the argument sometime in the future. Mentally making a note, she ensured she would not forget. "What is it, Mathers?" asked Archmage Jennings, sounding rather annoyed at the interruption. Frowning at the abrupt greeting he'd received, Archmage Mathers replied, "I just thought you should know. It seems the dwarves have requested to build a city near Dorchester for that initiative the king has been working on." Blinking in confusion, Archmage Jennings replied, "Dwarves? Wait, you mean that treaty about opening up the passes into their territory for expansion? I thought that wasn't supposed to happen for years. And why the hell are they choosing Dorchester of all places? Weren't we supporting either Carsgill or Manderley for that project?" Archmage Mathers looked rather pleased to see his fellow Archmage's confusion matching his own. "I honestly have no idea how it happened. All we've been able to find out so far is that the king's recent foray into expanding Oglavark's influence has resulted in the dwarves petitioning to found a companion city to Dorchester somewhere in the surrounding mountains. I'm guessing they'll probably take over one of the mining projects. They are large enough to house thousands of dwarves and would easily work as a base of operations for their city's construction. But, to be honest, I'm as surprised as you are. I was hoping you had some insight as to how this happened. But I can see that you're as clueless as I am." Mage Adept Newbanks asked, "Are they going to arrive in time for the fighting?" The moment she asked the question, Archmage Jennings shot up as if he'd just been poked in the arse. Mumbling loud enough for everyone to hear what he was thinking, he said, "Yes, that makes sense. Dwarves love a good fight. With the recent density shift going on, the region will be experiencing beast tides and incursions by the dozens. While they build their new city, they'll be able to partake of all the fighting they could want, and still stay safe in their new mountain. But it can't be a coincidence, can it?" Slamming his hand down on the desk, Archmage began laughing his arse off. "He played us. The son of a bitch played us." Looking up into the air, he continued, "Oliver, you clever bastard. I'll give you this one. But I expect you to continue this game until the end. The Tower of Fate needs to be brought down, and you can bet your crown that I'll be finding out how you knew Lord Walker was coming." Pausing, he lifted his hand to begin rubbing his chin roughly in thought. Unless he didn't know. He's always been one for modifying his schemes during a match. That would explain why he chose this city for the start of his new game. The Dwarven embassy was probably put into play before the anomaly even arrived. Oh, that's clever. But I bet he's kicking himself for letting the situation get so far out of his control. Turning to Mage Adept Newbanks, he added, "I'm guessing that's why you're here. Makes sense, I guess. The heavens above know that I can relate." Shocked to her core, Mage Adept Newbanks asked in a whisper, "You knew?" Scoffing loudly as if he were insulted, "I have been working alongside you since you got here. It wasn't all that difficult to figure out. I just didn't understand why an agent of the Crown was bothering to come here. It didn't make any sense for you to be here for me. I haven't done anything other than watch over the anomaly. And aside from a few harmless games that maneuvered my charge into interesting situations, you've mainly been focusing on the local nobility. You seemed to be working toward the city's survival, and my anomaly is just one piece in the game for that to happen. Honestly, I didn't see the point of confronting you about your purpose, as I figured it probably had nothing to do with me." For a few seconds, no one said anything. Then, Archmage Mathers shouted, "Would one of you please explain what the hell you two are talking about?" Nero had known since he was a kid that assaulting a fortified location was supposed to be difficult. Between stories, TV shows, games, and documentaries, he had thought he had a solid understanding of the subject. Castles, walls, boiling oil, archers firing from above. He knew all about it. But seeing it in person was something else altogether. The Kobold's tower was strong enough to resist spellfire, and apparently the army forgot to bring their cannons. So, like idiots, they were relying on the troops to fight their way in. All in all, it turned out to be a viable plan, as the tight spaces forced the kobolds to fight the humans without mob tactics coming into play. That wasn't to say that the humans weren't taking casualties. Without anything else to do at the moment, Nero healed who he could. Occasionally, he even resuscitated whomever was being rushed back to the healers. With the soul stuff in the ether, he didn't have to worry about stressing his center, so he barely paid attention to what he was doing. Before long, injured troops were being diverted to his position so they didn't have to head all the way to the back of the formation. One after another, troops were put in front of him. Men and women with slashes, bites, stabs, burns, some with one or two missing limbs. There really wasn't much an overpowered healing spell couldn't handle. While the casters around him kept up the shield, the troops who saw him doing his healing decided to set up a small area for him. Maybe it was the sense of camaraderie in the air, but he quickly forgot that everyone around him was most likely a criminal. Since the few healing spell forms he knew focused on different things, namely internal organs versus muscle and tissue damage, Nero got very good, very quickly, at the few spells he knew. Every time he cast one, his mind was inundated with information about the injury and what needed to be done to fix it. The more he cast the spells, the faster he was able to interpret how the injured body wanted to be fixed. As time went on, he felt like he was participating in the process less and less. He felt like a conduit, funneling essence at the direction of the patient's identity. It knew better than him how the body was supposed to look. His little slice of the battlefield wasn't all that nice, but at least it was peaceful. The area they set up for him consisted of a foldable table that someone pulled out from their personal space, along with some bloody rags that were acting as a makeshift mattress. Nobody seemed to care about hygiene because, well, magic. His little 10-foot square area of open space was ringed with troops waiting for their turn to head into the tunnel of death. Like the last stop for gas before entering the tower, he stood out. So, while Nero could feel them all watching him work,
He assumed they were just bored, and he was the only entertainment they had available. Of course, that didn't stop him from getting tired of the monotony. While all these thoughts were bouncing around in his head, he leaned over and put his hands on the chest of the dead guy in front of him. Quickly carving out the resuscitation spell form, he dove into the guy's soul space and yanked him back from the great beyond. Like usual, his presence was being bolstered by the soul stuff in the air, so he stuck around long enough to offer the guy's soul a pat on the back and a smile before returning to his own body. As usual, the guy gasped and started crying out his thanks as if Nero had just saved his life. Which he technically had, so it was understandable, albeit kind of annoying. Gently pushing the sobbing man off him, he pat him on the back and tried to offer the poor man a supportive smile. After spending the afternoon healing people in the middle of an active combat zone, the blood and guts are barely noticeable anymore. I guess you really can get used to anything.
Although, I could really use a bathroom break, he thought to himself as he watched some soldiers lead the no longer dead guy away.
The next customer hopped up on the table and offered Nero his left arm, or, in this case, stump. Sighing, Nero started with the basic healing spell that would connect him to the guy's body. He knew for a fact there were better spells he could be using, but he had no idea what they were. Part of his mind filled up with a picture of the guy's various cuts and bruises, and Nero flooded the spell with soul stuff filtered through his center. One by one, he watched as the trouble areas vanished from his perception until only the stump remained. As he worked on the guy, he thought about how weird it was that the soul stuff was so easy to grab out of the ether once he looked for it. It was like everyone else's essence fields just weren't capable of interacting with it.
He knew it was part of the ether like the rest of the essence flows.
But unlike everything else, it was flowing freely, without any connection to anyone else around him. Well, there was a slight direction to the soul stuff's flow. He could see that it was slowly wafting toward the kobold's tower. It was like there was a magnet in the middle of the tower that was exerting a weak pull on the soul stuff. It's probably another one of those stone ritual tablet things, he guessed. As he wasn't sure exactly how the limb replacement spell form was supposed to look, he went with what he was familiar with. First, he overpowered a bone healing spell meant for internal breaks. The result was the stump quickly growing a new bone hand and causing the guy to stare down at his limb in panic. Nero, who was now all too familiar with the response, didn't bother to reassure the guy and instead just moved on to step 2.
He switched over to a tissue-fixing spell he never bothered to learn the name of, as he had simply copied it from the healers who'd constantly healed during his training with Kathleen.
The guy just held up his bone hand in confusion as more and more flesh crawled up the new appendage and became a fleshy, skinless hand. Nero had already mentally been preparing for the last step, which was a basic healing spell for trauma. Fatty tissue appeared before the layers of skin and other connective tissue filled out and redistributed the flesh he'd made. Nero even took the time to grow the guy some new nails and arm hair. He was pretty proud of himself for figuring out how to do that. Letting go of the guy's shoulder he was using as a focus point for his spells, he said, "You're all set. Break's over, soldier. Thank you for coming. Hope you don't need to come back."
Happy lizard killing.
Leaning around the guy to see his next patient, he shouted, "Next!" On and on it went until finally he noticed that the back of the formation had caught up with him. He frowned at the realization that most of the wackos had left him behind to go and storm the proverbial castle. All around him, healers were taking over his waiting patients, and he felt the essence in the air begin to want to help him with his spells. It was another piece of the puzzle, and it helped him understand that the communal sense of healing was influencing the ether. It was like he'd changed units in a game and was now able to cast group-appropriate spells. Of course, that immediately led him to wonder what a dedicated group of war casters would look like.
And if they all worked together to cast some big-ass team spells that could decimate enemies from range, maybe those unit designations unlock after the town levels up, he thought to himself with a smirk.
This world is so freaking crazy. It's like the only way it makes sense is when it's treated like a game. But the rules of reality make it just plausible enough to forget how totally stupid that is. Rather than stay with the healers, Nero decided to go and find the rest of his wackos. After all, the only ones still outside the tower were the ones helping maintain the shield. Looking over at Greg, or maybe Bruce, he said, "Hey man, I'm going to go head in. Thanks for keeping the shield up and keeping an eye out." The wacko who'd been next to Nero for most of the battle smiled and replied, "Of course, my lord. We'll be right behind you after we establish a forward position inside the base. I have to say, what you did was incredible. I've never heard of someone so young being capable of both war casting and healing like that. It's truly an honor to follow you." Nero blinked a few times, trying to keep his face from showing his confusion.
Mentally reminding himself to ask Nick to interpret what the guy was talking about, Nero used his manager's voice to reply, "The honor is mine. You and the others are just as responsible for keeping us all safe. We're all in this together. No man is an island, and all that. I'll be sure to talk to you later. Peace. I mean, war." After his awkward goodbye, Nero slipped between the troops and made his way into the tunnel they'd cleared. If recent history is anything to go by, I probably did something weird again that will end up complicating my life in new and exciting ways, he mentally complained. Once inside the tower, Nero ducked and dodged in between the troops who were slowly moving forward, trying to guess which direction he should go to find the wackos. He found the interior just as plain as the exterior, except for the fact that there were some kind of hovering globes of fire along the ceiling for light. The tunnels themselves were made of the same black spellstone, but were rounded and rough, like a cave. There weren't exactly twists and turns, so he was able to figure out the general layout without much difficulty. As he walked through one of the areas that opened up into what could charitably called a room, he saw troops collecting quick meals with ration bars while waiting in line for something. Ducking his head into the room, he saw men and women using what looked like a trench to do their business. Sighing, he joined the small line and psyched himself up for a public display of his unavoidable bodily functions. Of course, kobolds adopted the stadium design for public bathrooms. They're really going out of their way to alleviate any guilt I felt for wiping them out, he thought sourly, while nibbling on a ration bar of his own. After handling his business, he was back on the hunt. The tower was like a big cylinder, an irregularly shaped big cylinder, but a cylinder nonetheless. Inside there were layers of circles, with random slopes leading off toward the upper levels. The uniform tunnels bled together and made the place feel like a maze. But luckily, there were plenty of human troops around who were pushing ever closer toward the center. However, he still ended up having no idea where the rest of his wackos were, let alone Captain Angleton, Kathleen, Nick, or anyone else he might recognize. He'd tried using his link to contact them, but apparently the spellstone was interfering with the battle hub. Or possibly they were out of range? Maybe the battle hub itself was left with the rest of the army. As usual, his unfamiliarity with the local technology made his theories pointless. It didn't really matter. The point was, he was lost. Interrupting a group of soldiers making their way forward, Nero asked, "Hey, you guys know where you're going?" The woman next to the man he'd asked stepped forward. "We're heading back to rejoin our unit."
What division are you with? Did you get separated from your team? He wasn't sure, but he thought the woman sounded a little suspicious of him for some reason. Nero activated his bullshit ability and replied,
I was misplaced after a rough resuscitation. I'm unable to contact my superior over my link. Do you have access to the battle hub? The woman frowned and replied, Our assault forces left our battle hubs behind. Who's your superior officer? Nero didn't hesitate to respond. Captain Angleton. I've been training and serving with the elites. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Well, that explains your age, I guess. From what I understand, the elites are the soldiers most likely to advance regardless of time served. But I'm not sure who Captain Angleton is. This section is under the command of Captain Nellis.
If you'd like, you can tag along with us, and I'm sure the captain will have an idea of what you should do next. Nero looked up and down the uniform tunnel, the dark stone barely being lit up by the hovering flames along the ceiling. As far as he could tell, one way was as good as another. That sounds good, I guess. Lead away, ma'am, he said while gesturing toward where they were headed, before he stopped them. As per the socially freakish culture, she didn't bother to say anything before resuming the quick march forward. Shaking his head in amusement, Nero joined up near the back of the 20 or 30 troop group and followed along. And after a few turns, he said to himself, Well, at least it looks like she knows where she's going. As he watched a cart filled with kobold corpses go by, he turned to the woman walking alongside him and asked, So, come here often? Life had once again provided him with a bunch of questions, and he might as well get a few answers before things went to hell again. Chapter 202. The Grunt Life. Kathleen Averitt felt the rush of battle subside as she took a deep drink from her canteen. She ran her eyes over the troops, subtly judging them on how well they were holding up. They're not as weak as I thought they'd be, she thought to herself. Although she would never admit it, she owed the little lord a thank you. Fighting a war, as a battle leader no less, had been a dream of hers since she was a little girl. Her brothers and sisters are currently serving across Dorchester, several on the front lines of the war with Islingers, but she knew herself well enough to know she'd hate being a soldier on the line like them. But here, now, she was the one in charge. And it was glorious. She'd known for a while that Nero Walker was someone special, and her family had agreed to let her mentor him. They hoped that she'd do her duty and ensure that Lord Walker was joined to their family. That was why she was in Dorchester, after all. The Averitts hadn't become one of the premier families in the kingdom without scouting the best prospects. But she didn't need to think about that now. There would be plenty of time in the future to introduce the little lord to eligible family members, all the while helping him become the war god he was meant to be. Looking toward the current battle line, she felt herself crack a small smile at the sight of kobold bodies being dragged away. Even with the occasional casualty, her forces were performing exceptionally well. She'd worried that her unproven troops would have issues once they forced their way into the kobolds' fortifications. Luckily, they had adapted quickly. After some hard fighting, they'd managed to clear out several hallways and were now spreading through the building like poison, killing anything and everything in their way. Soon, they'd meet up with the other human forces and make the final push into the center. In the corner of her senses, she felt Academian Quincy release the essence-cloaking technique he'd been using. Turning her head slowly, she looked up at him and asked, "Where is Lord Walker?" Academian Quincy shook his head in amusement at her lack of reaction. He should have known that a woman of her background wouldn't have trouble seeing through his cloak. Maybe Lord Walker was actually blessed by the gods to have found a woman like Kathleen Averitt. "He's just outside the entrance. Don't worry, we're keeping an eye on him. Not that he needs it," he replied. Cocking her head to the side, she said nothing while making it clear that he'd better elaborate. Holding up his hands in mock surrender, he continued, "You know the young man. He is incapable of doing nothing. When the forward progress of the formations slowed down and he no longer had anything to test his spells on, he started acting as a war healer. Raising a singular eyebrow in surprise, she asked, "Really? I wasn't aware that he'd been trained to cast under those conditions." Chuckling, Academian Quincy said, "I don't think he was. To be honest, we're not really sure how he's doing it. The prevailing theory is that he's somehow repurposing soul remnants into his center. He is—" Interrupting him, Kathleen's harsh voice demanded, "And you haven't stopped him? Are you mad?" "I was under the impression that you were here to help guide him, not just sit by and report the particulars of how he killed himself." Stepping in front of her to stop her from storming off, Academian Quincy quickly said, "Calm down and listen. He's fine. In fact, he's better than fine. We've been watching closely. He's showing no signs of identity decay. His center is his own and seems stronger than ever. There are no signs of undeath or possession. His mind is completely unaffected. Like I said, we're not sure how he's doing what he's doing. If you think about it, it's actually rather fascinating." Rather than pushing past him, Kathleen paused for a moment to look up at the man skeptically. "That seems unlikely." Outright laughing at her statement, Academian Quincy replied, "You think that's unlikely?" We were able to watch as he, on his own, destabilized fortified essence constructs that the kobolds had prepared. Taking a step back in surprise, Kathleen asked in a surprised voice, "That was him? I thought the constructs were just poorly made." Smiling widely, he replied, "Not as far as we could tell. Idrius is good at ether monitoring, and she swears that she watched Lord Walker's perception focus on the walls before they failed. Once could be a coincidence, but she saw it happen multiple times. There is no doubt he was responsible." Choosing not to focus on the impossibility of what she was hearing, she changed the subject. "Well, we're about ready to push forward. We need to bring him and whoever is still outside into the halls. Go out there and tell him to hurry it up." Shaking his head, he said, "He doesn't know we're there. And besides, you don't necessarily need him with you. I'd like to see how long he can keep up the healing. Hopefully, we can determine how he's actively casting when the ether is so chaotic. Although we've seen him discovering how to actively warcast, for some reason he isn't using the technique anymore. By our count, he's already resuscitated 36 people and healed over 200 more without showing any signs of straining his center. It's nothing short of remarkable." Kathleen stood there in stunned confusion. She knew for a fact that Lord Walker wasn't even level 20. What the Academian was saying simply wasn't possible. Rubbing his chin in thought, Academian Quincy ignored the look on Kathleen's face and continued, "I'm going to see how long he keeps it up. Besides, he's using Tier 1 healing spells to regrow limbs, and I want to figure out how he's doing it. You go on and enjoy the war. We'll keep an eye on him." Not knowing what to say, Kathleen nodded numbly before turning around and walking away. There was no point worrying about the little lord. He could take care of himself. And it wasn't like the evaluators would let anything happen to their science experiment anyway. Nero was surprised to find how positively chatty the soldiers could be. The moment he joined the small column, he'd asked a few simple questions to curb their curiosity about where he'd come from. In response, he'd learned more over the past 10 minutes than he'd had in all the conversations he'd had with Nick since he'd arrived. "These simple folk are my people," he thought to himself. The woman walking alongside him had responded to his simple question concerning the battle hub with actual, useful information. She'd said, "The battle hub? Oh, they aren't brought into forward combat zones. Leadership is supposed to handle their own communications when we're on the attack." A few more questions had Nero learning about all kinds of things he'd been wondering about. First, there was the battle hub, which turned out to be nothing more than the fantasy equivalent of a mobile cell network. It was a massive crystal contraption
that was mounted on a giant wagon. It worked like a private military network, so commanders could coordinate their defenses and aid in the organization of supplies. When on the offensive, it wasn't practical to drag them along. Which, of course, led to the explanation for what the leadership used instead. Without the battle hub, the people in charge had to keep relatively close to each other so that they could communicate through private connections, like the ones Nick had shown him. That, in and of itself, explained why units were kept relatively small. That then led to a basic explanation of the military's command structure. At the top was the city's general, which was an elected position in Dorchester. As all officers were knights, a bunch of people up at the Knights' Fortress were responsible for choosing who'd represent them. To Nero, it sounded like a bunch of warrior monks crossed with Knights Templar. Below the general, there was the command staff. They were creatively called commanders. Apparently, there were tons of them, and were more or less the bureaucratic arm of the military. They didn't fight, and were instead responsible for strategy and organization. The woman explained how there were many types of commanders, and they all had their own titles. Gate blah blah blah, supply commander, training coordination commander, field commander, etc. All of whom were referred to as commanders, while the automated translation magic took care of the details. It worked the same with the next rung of the hierarchical ladder, the captains. They were the lowest rank of the knights and the entry into the ranks of leadership. The woman made it clear that not all captains were the same, and there was a strict command structure that needed to be adhered to. However, as a grunt like her, he didn't need to worry about it. Then came the sergeants, which was the highest rank a common soldier to rise to, unless they were willing to train to be a knight. They served under captains and were the ones who actually interacted with the common soldiers. According to her, it was the most respected position, as they had to balance politics with good sense, which was something knights had beaten out of them during their training. Nero enjoyed listening to her babbling, and found her comrades continually correcting her hilarious. There was no history lesson or greater meaning in what she was saying. It was simply a factual breakdown of things he was only roughly familiar with. She even gave a really quick breakdown of how to refer to groupings. In general, units could mean anything from a 5-man team to an entire platoon or division. It boiled down to unit being a term for deployment. For example, take your unit and go attack that hill over there, meant that whoever was in charge should take whoever was under them and go. When someone asked, "What unit are you with?" they were asking who you were deployed under, not your immediate superior. Like everything in this world, it was both super simple and super complicated. They really do take the translation magic for granted here. Subtext is simply part of their language, he thought to himself. It shouldn't have surprised him that the command structure relied on translation magic to cover the details. It saved time and kept things from getting too confusing. Of course, without the relevant information to understand it, all he'd been hearing was the basic designations for someone's rank and various synonyms regarding troop deployment. Not that he'd been listening all that closely to hear the subtle distinctions anyway. But that was neither here nor there. All of that information took only a few minutes to explain, and Nero couldn't help but mentally curse Nick for his overly wordy lecturing style. Right as he was about to learn more about service terms and how people signed up for the military, they unfortunately got to their destination. Everyone quieted down as they made their way into a large room filled with soldiers going about their various tasks. Some were distributing food and supplies. Others were taking a seat and having a breather. He noticed that a bunch of them were stacking dead kobolds onto carts using telekinetic abilities. Interspersed throughout the room were healers going around trying to help who they could. From what he could tell, the healers seemed to be struggling to stabilize people before the injured were led back through the halls so they could get to the actual field hospital. Rather than jump in himself,
he decided to hold back and see what else he might get up to.
They look like they have it handled. More or less, he reassured himself.
Staying with the group, he followed along until the sergeant he'd talked to reported to the resident captain. Saluting with a fist to her chest, she said, "Captain Nellis, we're back to full strength and ready to be redeployed. But before that, we ran across a lost elite." Gesturing toward Nero, she waved him over. Stepping up, Nero looked up at the man and said, "Captain, sorry to trouble you, but I seem to have misplaced my unit. I need to find Captain Angleton, if that helps narrow it down for you." Captain Nellis didn't seem all that interested in helping, and instead of answering the implied question, said, "For now, just stay with Sergeant Borgen's team. We'll probably meet up with your unit when we breach the inner defenses. You can rejoin them then." Without another word, the man turned to the woman who'd allowed him to tag along.
"Sergeant Borgen, you're to take over the push into the hallway on the right. The moment you find a hallway leading to the left, I want you to hold it and request reinforcements. We should be getting close, and we don't want them breaking out."
"Understood, sir. Consider it done," she said, before turning around and addressing her 20-troop team. Well, 21, including Nero. While the loose column of troops came to attention, Sergeant Borgen shouted, "You heard the captain? I want a 5-wide formation heading into the hallway. Make sure to leave room on the sides to let whoever we're relieving get past. Keep your heads down and shields ready. Call out any ranged attacks the moment you see them, and don't get the people behind you killed. Let's move it, people!" Nero took his place in the back, excited to get back into the battle. Healing was fun and all, but getting in on the action was what he'd come out here for in the first place.
Being an adventurer was about putting himself out there and staring death in the face while laughing. Reaching into his personal space, he pulled out a buckler and readied the sword on his hip. Looking up at the ceiling, he lamented the fact that there wasn't going to be a shield protecting him this time. As they made their way through the wide hallways, he watched as injured troops and dead kobolds were dragged back to the room they'd just left. Up ahead, he could already hear the fighting. Between the hisses and screeching kobolds, he could hear humans shouting orders and the sound of clashing metal. His heart began to speed up, and his palms began to sweat. "I'm never going to get tired of this feeling," he told himself, as his face involuntarily began grinning. Spreading out his senses, he felt around the essence flows to get an idea of what he had to work with. Like before, he could feel the ambient essence beginning to become more chaotic and unusable the closer they got to the fighting. It was already difficult to work with, but now it was becoming impossible. He didn't want to rely on the combat casting he was doing before if he was going to be in melee, so he decided to form his mage armor. Spreading out his senses, he felt the walls trying to disrupt his grip. He couldn't even see what was happening outside of the hallway he was in, but he could tell that the essence out there was still there for the taking. Copying what he had done before, he grabbed what he could and collapsed it into his essence shield. Letting his center percolate through the collected essence, he imbued the edge with a film dedicated to his protection. He felt the spell snap into place, and a section of his mind dedicated itself to its upkeep. All the practice he'd done came together in a symphony of skills that made the process painless. At worst, it felt like he'd picked up something heavy and was dedicating part of his attention to making sure he didn't trip. By the time he was done, they had arrived. The front line took over from whoever was there, and they spread out to 2 rows of 10, filling the hallway. The troops they'd replaced took a breather behind them. All in all, there must have been more than 50 or 60 humans crowding the hallway. In front of him, his essence field showed him the kobold forces. Stretching down the hallway, there were hundreds of the little buggers, with some of the taller ones interspersed throughout the horde. He didn't see any shamans, but he assumed they were there and just too difficult to make out. The essence in the ether felt stretched and under tension. There was a distinct feeling of wanting to kill
pressing down on him, and it was setting his teeth on edge.
Slipping into the front of the formation, Nero took over one of the melee positions and began crossing swords with the kobolds directly. He used his buckler to blunt attacks before countering, easily cutting down whoever was in front of him. Block, slash, step, lean, counter, step, etc. On and on it went. Every step forward left kobolds under his feet as he and the rest of his new party pushed forward. While his body went through the motions, his mind concentrated on staying focused. Yet intrusive thoughts continued to try and distract him. I should have asked for their names, he thought to himself, as he went over the conversation he had with the chatty soldier and her friends. But as the battle progressed, he was able to keep it together. While the soldiers around him continued to cycle out after taking some small injuries, his mage armor protected him.
Every once in a while, he'd knock back the kobold in front of him to gain a few seconds, so he could replenish his essence reserves. As his center began to deplete, he didn't even think before replenishing it with the soul potential floating all around him. The battle became a haze of blood and gore, and his focus became more and more precise as the seconds turned into minutes, and then possibly into hours. Time became a hazy concept. He felt his muscles began to burn while his movements slowly became more labored. Suddenly, he felt himself being yanked back by his armor. The last thing he saw before being swung around was another soldier taking his place. Panting heavily, his eyes struggled to focus on Sergeant Borgin staring down at him. "Snap out of it, soldier! Take a rest and focus on recentering yourself." He let himself be led away from the fighting before being propped up against a wall. Letting his arms hang down at his sides, his grip on his sword began to weaken, almost as if he'd done it 1,000 times before. He resheathed his weapon without even thinking about it. Another quick mental gesture had his beaten and battered shield back in his personal space. Looking around, he realized the hallway they were in was distinctly different than the one he'd begun fighting in. The fires along the ceiling were closer together, and the black spellstone walls now looked more like cave walls than castle walls. Had they made it into the tunnels, and he hadn't noticed? Using his field, he took a closer look at the wall he was leaning against. He ran his hand over the rough stone to aid his mental focus. While it looked like a cave wall, he could tell that it was all part of the same spell construction that made up the rest of the tower. We must be much closer to the center, he concluded. From what he could sense, it was like whatever was creating the construct was slowly pushing updates throughout the tower. If enough time passed, and with enough deaths, the entire tower would end up looking like this. They really are a fucked up species, aren't they? How could they use their own dead as construction materials? He wondered in disgust. You doing all right there, little man? A voice asked from his right, breaking him out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw the chatty woman he'd spoken with before. For some reason, he felt glad that she wasn't dead. I'm good. You look like you could use a shower and a break yourself, he said with a smile. Returning his smile, she gave his shoulder a friendly squeeze before replying, Yeah, for a simple-minded invasive species like the kobolds, they do put up quite the fight. But hey, from what I hear, we're almost at the tunnel entrance. Depending on what we find, I'm guessing we'll either blow it or temporarily seal it so we can use it as another ingress point. Nodding along, he watched as she used a wet cloth to wipe the blood off her face. As difficult as it was to judge ages in this world, he couldn't help but wonder how old she was. Before he could broach the subject, the chatty woman said, All right, I'm going to meditate for a bit and calm down my center. You should too if you can. Who knows when we'll have another chance? Nero stopped himself from interrupting her and watched helplessly as she walked off and took a seat along the wall. Shaking his head at the awkward thoughts in his head, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the cold stone wall. Taking a deep breath, he was about to sink into himself when he felt the briefest brush of a request for a connection.
Frowning in confusion, he tried to see who was trying to contact him. The mental probe was so faint that he couldn't figure out who it was. With a shrug, he reached out and stabilized the connection.
As he wasn't sure what would happen if the connection was an attack, he cautiously held the connection with the metaphorical tips of his mental fingers, ready and waiting to drop it if it turned out to be a threat. But the moment the connection stabilized, he recognized Nick's mental presence. Grabbing onto the connection firmly, he reached out and solidified it. The moment he did, he heard Nick shout, "Where are you? Are you all right? Kathleen said that you were with the healers. What are you doing in the tower?" Nero felt some of the tension in his muscles release as he heard his nerdy friend ranting. He could practically picture the man standing there with his hands on his hips and a furious scowl on his face. "I'm fine, Nick. Calm down. I couldn't find you guys, so I went with whoever was heading toward the action. It's no big deal. Besides, I'm sure you have been having your own fun. Where are you, by the way? How are you contacting me through the walls?" he asked.
Nero felt Nick sigh through the connection. "Nero, spell constructs are only difficult to directly penetrate. Alter your perception field to ignore them, and you can see through them pretty easily. It's just a matter of essence filtration and interference mitigation. Considering your natural talents in essence identification and general ethereal perception, you shouldn't have any issues figuring it out." Nero dropped his head in defeat. Although he wouldn't trade his friendship with Nick for anything, it was impossible to get used to the man's lecturing tone and incomprehensible gibberish. "Just tell me where you are so I can come over there and smack you," he demanded. Nero felt Nick's amusement over the connection. "Head back away from the fighting, then take the first 2 lefts, then an immediate right. Go past 3 doors on your left, then take the next left. That's where we are. By the way, how did you get lost?"
We registered with the sergeant at the end of the first hallway, under the unit designation Walker's Wackos.
"What designation did you try to use?" he asked. Nero heard the word sergeant, but understood that he meant coordination sergeant. In awe of the nuance of the magic, he wondered if one day he could somehow use it to directly learn stuff from Nick's lectures. For example, could Nick say, "Create the spell form," and Nero would get an idea of how the spell form should be carved.
"That would be both freaky and overpowered," he thought to himself.
Shaking off the pointless line of thought, Nero replied,
"Nobody told me about a coordination sergeant, so I didn't ask. And before you say anything, don't. Just don't. I'll be along shortly, and you can rant and rave about me not reading whatever it is I should have read when I get there."
Nero felt Nick bristle a bit, then heard him reply, "Very well.
We'll be here."
Feeling the connection thin a little, Nero could tell that Nick had pushed it to the back of his mind. Copying him, Nero felt his side of the connection slip into the background noise in his head. Cool, he thought. After taking a quick glance at the cute, chatty woman who was currently in meditation, Nero walked up to Sergeant Borgin. The sergeant was coordinating replacements along the lines and pointing at various places that needed to be reinforced. Waiting for the right time to interrupt, he said, "Sergeant, I just wanted to let you know that my unit contacted me, and they're nearby, so I'm going to go reunite with them." Nodding quickly, the sergeant replied, "Understood. You were a credit to your training while you were here. It's no wonder you made it into the elites." The sergeant turned away, seemingly done with the conversation. Taking a breath, Nero interrupted her again. "Sergeant, sorry, but one last thing.
Could you let that woman over there know where I went? She was kind enough to answer a few questions for me, and I don't want her to worry."
The sergeant barely glanced at where Nero was pointing before replying, "Will do," and then returned to what she was doing. Walking away, Nero looked over his shoulder and thought about his brief time with the chatty woman and the rest of the unit.
In a way, it was like a little break from the life of a noble and all the crap that came along with it. It was nice to be one of the common folks. For a moment, he let the thought of what his life could be like if he had made different choices percolate in his mind. He could fight alongside some good-looking women, earning his daily wages and spending his weekends in the pub. Over time, he might end up having a few kids and buying a house. In his mind, he imagined a basic but good, normal life. But there was no magic, no real adventure.
Letting the daydream slip away, Nero walked down the hallway with a renewed sense of purpose. He was a mage in the making, and the walker in Walker's Wackos. He already had the life he wanted, and he'd be damned if he gave it all up to be ordinary. Stuttering to a stop, he thought, now, Nick said it was 2 lefts, then a right, then past 3 left, and then another right? No, that wasn't it. Chapter 203. Too Little, Too Late. Finally able to take a break, Mike put his hands behind his head and tried to catch his breath. Looking around, he saw that he wasn't the only one having trouble with the pace the battle leader was setting. That tiny woman is a monster, he thought with a smile. Neither he nor anyone else was complaining, though. As a group, they were making their way through the kobolds' fortification faster than the army, and there was a strong sense of accomplishment in the air. Even though they were nothing more than penal conscripts, they were outperforming seasoned veterans. It was amazing. All around him, he could see people grinning and complimenting each other. More than a few times, he'd heard people pledging their lifelong friendship toward the person fighting next to them. Everyone was supporting each other, making sure that no one was left to die. There was an overwhelming feeling of invincibility as long as they stayed together. He'd never felt anything like it in his entire life. Even when he was out hunting in the wilds with his party, he'd always had one eye open, looking for the inevitable betrayal from the rest of the party. After all, he wouldn't have trouble leaving one of them to die if it saved his life, so why wouldn't they do the same to him? But here, now, it felt like he was part of something. He was one of Lord Walker's wackos, and together, they could do anything. Watching Lord Walker recklessly throw himself into battle to save people he'd never met, defying orders to let them die, and spending his center like water to heal whoever was put in front of him, was nothing short of an inspiration. As he was lost in his thoughts, he was caught off guard when a strong voice filled the large room they were resting in. You might not realize what you've accomplished here today, but you should all be proud of yourselves, stated the larger-than-life Captain Angleton. The 50 or 60 people in the room all looked up from what they were doing and paid attention. The captain had stepped up onto a table in the center of the room so everyone could see him. It was rather unnecessary, as he was already nearly 7 feet tall, and now with the table, his head was nearly at the ceiling. If the kobolds are so short, then why the high ceilings? He wondered before remembering the few giant kobold variants he'd faced. Shaking off the random thought, he focused on what the captain was saying. Your team leaders might not have told you, but Command has asked us to slow down our progress because the other sections are having trouble keeping up. I've been serving Dorchester for decades, and I've never seen anything like it, he shouted. Looking down as if he were choosing his words carefully, he continued, Over the years, I've seen men and women hurl themselves into danger to protect the soldier standing next to them. I've seen people sacrifice themselves for the greater good, trusting that what they were doing served a greater purpose. But for the most part, I've seen people trying to survive whatever horrible situation they found themselves in. The room was silent. Everyone was listening closely to what he was saying. With a hard look on his face, The captain ran his eyes across the room, seemingly meeting the eyes of every single person in the room.
You all have spent the last few hours protecting each other with a zeal that leaves me astounded. We haven't lost a single soldier. Our lines haven't faltered. Every engagement with the enemy has been a complete and total victory. More than a few of you have died, but you didn't let that stop you. You came right back and demanded more. If I didn't know for a fact that you were all penal conscripts, I'd have thought I was fighting alongside the best Dorchester had to offer, he declared proudly. It's an honor and a privilege to fight alongside you. For now, take advantage of this time. Fill your stomachs, rehydrate, meditate. Soon Lord Walker will be joining us again, and we'll be heading back into the fray, he finished simply, before hopping off the table. One of the men called out, I thought the Lord was staying with the healers. Most of us he's already patched up once or twice, even brought a few of us back from the dead. So why is he joining the fighting now? Mike unconsciously nodded along to the question, as he was wondering the same thing. He'd personally seen Lord Walker heal several people who had been dragged away from the fighting. It was amazing to see. The captain seemed to smirk, as if the question somehow amused him. From what I understand, the little lord felt the other units were taking too long and decided to help them out. Over the command web, they are saying he personally led the charge a few hallways over and broke through the kobolds' defenses. I can't be sure, but I think he was making sure that we'd have support for when we reached the center. Now that we've stopped pushing and are waiting for the rest of the army to catch up, he's coming back to make sure we're all right. Mike nodded in agreement. To him, that made sense. From what he'd learned of Lord Walker, the crazy bastard would face down a dragon if it meant protecting someone. The man was fearless to the point of madness. Lord Walker's wackos indeed, he thought to himself proudly. Nero eventually found his way into the section being held by his forces. It did, however, take a conversation with a woman standing at a tea section with a clipboard, but he'd already forgotten about that. Making his way around a corner, he nearly stumbled when someone shouted, "Lord Walker, you're here!" Looking over at a man he vaguely recognized, he replied, "Yep, I'm here. Nick and Kathleen around?" The man was guarding a door alongside a woman who was smiling down at him like he was her favorite nephew. Gesturing into the room through the 10-foot by 10-foot rounded opening, the man replied, "Just through here, my lord. Thank you again for bringing me back. I'm your man for life." Nero paused, as if searching the man's face for something. I healed this guy? He wondered. Trying to sound like he remembered the guy, Nero patted him on the arm and said, "That's not necessary. I didn't do it so you owed me anything. We're all just doing our part to save the city. Am I right?" Walking away, Nero thought about what he said. Yeah, that sounded good, I think. Very presidential, or whatever. Making his way through the large room, he saw groups of people eating nutrient bars and refilling their canteens from barrels. The mood seemed a little too festive for an active war zone, but he had nothing to compare it to, so he didn't stress about it. However, he did find it weird how many people were staring at him. Seeing Kathleen speaking with Nick and a few other people, Nero hurried over to talk to her. Along with Captain Angleton and a few sergeants he recognized from the elites, he assumed they were discussing how the battle was going. As he walked up, they all turned to look at him. Nonchalantly waving his hand, he said, "Hey, all. How goes the war with the lizards from down under?" Kathleen was the first one to speak. "I thought you were supposed to be staying with the healers," she said accusingly. Nero shrugged and replied, "When the rest of them caught up, I didn't see a reason to stick around. I'd rather be fighting." Captain Angleton's deep voice sounded like an uncomfortably smooth rock slide. "That may be so, but I, for one, am grateful for what you did. Many people here wouldn't be alive if you hadn't done what you did. Seeing you war healing like that is something none of these men and women will ever forget."
Nero did an admirable job of hiding his confusion. "Just doing my part, sir." Turning back to Kathleen, he said, "So, what's the plan?" Standing there like an unamused school principal, Kathleen replied accusingly, "According to Lord Verena, you are capable of maintaining a thought connection. So after this after-action report is finished, you're going to join the unit connection, like you should have before we began this fight. Then, if you're able to, Captain Angleton will walk you through joining the command web.
After that, we'll coordinate with the other captains to finish this."
Nero frowned in confusion, but didn't say anything. Instead, he simply replied, "Sounds good. Let me know if you need anything." Kathleen harumphed before turning away from him and returning to the conversation she was having with Captain Angleton and the rest of the sergeants. Nero subtly caught Nick's eye and gestured with his chin away from the group. Nick, who was trying to pay attention to the conversation, returned Nero's look with a frown and a sigh. Not bothering to wait for him, Nero walked away to get some privacy. Nick walked up and said, "Nero, can't we speak a little later? I wanted to hear how the different units were handling the combination of forces we've gathered. The fact that soldiers are successfully fighting alongside caravan guards and penal conscripts is unprecedented."
Although it's not my field, I'm familiar enough with both military doctrine studies and social dynamic observational theory to recognize a unique opportunity when I see one. "Do you think that—" Nero interrupted him by whisper shouting, Yeah, I get it. Something science, nerd talk, blah, blah, blah. Forget about all that for a moment." Annoyed, Nick crossed his arms and replied, "Fine. Are you ready to explain what you were doing, running off on your own?" Nero, surprised at the change of subject, replied, "What? No, we already covered that. It was a random series of events that nobody cares about. Let's just stick to the here and now. Speaking of which, can you show me how to join the command web thing?" Sighing, Nick replied, "Random series of events, huh? I honestly don't know how you haven't gotten yourself killed by now. But no matter, I'll not press for details." Nero then listened closely, as Nick explained in absurdly over-the-top detail about how to join an active connection. After 5 minutes, Nero had mentally rearranged the lecture into the shortest explanation possible. "So that's it? I just have to reach out to the collective group I have the intention of contacting? Whoever is acting as the connection point should feel that? Why don't I just reach out to whoever is at the center of the connection? Wouldn't that work just as well?" he asked. Nick, unhappy with Nero's childish summary of the subject, replied, "Well, you could. The person acting as the mental anchor, in this case Captain Angleton, could then guide you to the connection. But that is a very lazy way to join." Nero replied quickly, cutting him off. "Got it. 1 sec." Turning away, he stared at Captain Angleton, who was still in the meeting with Kathleen and the other sergeants. Like he'd done with Nick countless times before, he reached out with his mind and offered the man a mental connection. The captain barely glanced toward Nero before turning back to the meeting. Nero felt the connection stabilize, and he heard Captain Angleton say, "Very well done. Your mental stability is stronger than I thought it would be. You might be able to maintain a connection to the command web as well." Before Nero could reply, he felt the connection slide a bit to the metaphysical left and slot itself into place. He suddenly had a sense of connection to all the sergeants, Kathleen, Nick, and several other people he didn't recognize. The connection felt like a mental handshake, and he had no trouble pointing out every person sharing the connection. He even felt a few deeper in the corridors who he sensed might be either fighting or observing a fight. Either way, he was sure they were doing something combative. Suddenly he heard a voice that he knew came from the area he was thinking about. "We could use a few more bodies to maintain this position. At least another unit if you have anyone available." Nero's attention was then caught by Kathleen's voice, saying, "Sergeant Hobbs, Mr. Euler, take your units and reinforce the line. Be sure to cycle out anyone who's injured. There's no point in them fighting through the pain right now, when we'll need everyone at full strength after we get the call to push." He still wasn't used to seeing people having secret conversations in the background. While she was talking over the mental connection, Nero could see that she hadn't paused her conversation for even a moment. After she gave her orders, Nero's attention was caught by a group of randomly dressed soldiers who he guessed might be criminals. Penal conscripts, that is. Regardless, they suddenly stood up from where they were resting. He saw a man who was assumed might be Mr.
Euler led them off into the hallway on the other side of the room. Meanwhile, one of the sergeants who had been participating in the meeting collected his 5-troop team and followed quickly behind him. The whole thing took only seconds. Before Nero could wrap his head around how creepy that was, he felt another connection trying to reach out to him. Tilting his head to the side in confusion, he tried to mentally split his attention and figure out what was happening. What the hell? This feels like Captain Angleton. Aren't I already connected to him? Awkwardly fumbling the connection, he managed to get his brain to accept the new connection. "Well done. I had a feeling your skill level was high enough to maintain multiple connections. This one will be the command web," Captain Angleton said, before sliding the connection over. Nero felt a twinge in his brain as he tried to conceptualize what was happening. Suddenly, he heard several voices talking over one another. It was like listening to several people talking all at once, but not in any way confusing. All it took was a little flex of brain power, and he could isolate a voice to listen in on. After cycling through several people talking, he got a sense of what was going on all around the Cobalt Tower. It was like he could point into the distance and know exactly where each captain and team leader was throughout the entire tower. So, this is the command web. How the hell do they pay attention to everything? It's like a mental game of telephone, he thought to himself in wonder. There was so much information pumping into his brain that he stood there like a stroke patient. Had Nick not shaken his shoulder and snapped him out of it, he probably would have started drooling. Pushing the connections to the back of his mind, he turned to Nick and asked, "Huh? What is it?" Nick grinned down at Nero and said, "Having trouble monitoring everything? Don't worry, you'll get used to it." Honestly, you shouldn't even be able to hold on to one connection, let alone 2 at your level. So, you're handling it better than I thought you would. Nero managed to smirk, despite his head feeling like a boat in the middle of a storm. "It's not any more difficult than maintaining a conversation while on my phone with the TV on." Nick didn't bother to ask. He'd long since resigned himself to only roughly understanding what Nero was trying to say. Not knowing how much time he had, Nero tried to move the conversation along. "Now that that's all taken care of, can you explain to me what war healing is?" That sounded important. Nick visibly paused as his brain tried to keep up with Nero's subject change. Right. War healing, or more to the point, war casting in general. When you were taking classes with Specialist Howard, we never really covered that because we didn't expect it to come up just yet. But you remember that Specialist Howard is a war mage? Nero nodded, then gestured for Nick to go on. Well, war casting is a difficult technique. It requires a caster to be able to anchor his spell forms to a personal essence supply. As I'm sure you've noticed, when a large number of people or sentient combatants, usually more than 10, are involved in a battle, the ether becomes very difficult to connect with. By using a personal supply of essence, their center isn't overly taxed, and war mages can cast spells while in the middle of a war. War healing is similar, as it is healing while in the middle of a war zone. Without the aid of other people working toward a common goal, heightened emotions make essence manipulation very difficult. That's why, for the most part,
casters stay away from the battle and stay at a distance, he said, trying to keep it as simple as possible for his young friend. Nero nodded along, having already figured most of that out.
Yeah, that was as pointless as I feared it would be.
I already know all this, he thought to himself.
Yeah, I figured out that much. So this war casting, it's considered a big deal? He asked. His face blank, Nick replied, Yes, Nero. It's not an easy thing to do. You see, emotional fields are created when… Nero interrupted him again. Yeah, like I said, I figured that out. Too many cooks in the ethereal kitchen, I got it. From what I could tell, you could also just overcharge the hell out of your spell with center to overcome the overlapping essence fields, right? Nick went from being annoyed at Nero's interruption to surprised at Nero's insight. Overlapping essence fields? That's a really good way to look at it. But yes, if you were to just imbue sufficient center into the spell form, the effect it had on the local essence would be strong enough to overcome the control issue. Rubbing his chin in thought, Nero said, That all makes a weird amount of sense.
How come we haven't talked about this before?
Sighing, Nick replied, Nero, you've had one class in actual spellcraft, one which you never even finished. You were covering simple Tier 1 spell forms, and even those were more advanced than what you should have been learning. You barely managed to understand the concept of center maintenance and identity control. You weren't ready for anything else. Scoffing, Nero replied, Well, that's obviously a load of bull. Jennings showed me how to collapse my essence before we even started training. You could have shown me how to connect my spell forms to my essence shield. Do you have any idea how annoying it was to figure out how to do that on my own? Nick stood there looking at Nero like he was a puzzle with half the pieces missing. You know what? I'm done talking to you for now. If you say anything else, I might just have to do something unfortunate to you. Go get yourself ready for the final push into the tunnel. From what I can tell, we'll be there soon. And considering that we haven't been following the orders of command, who knows what Kathleen will end up deciding to do. With you as an influence, we'll probably end up storming the underground city ourselves, he said sarcastically. Nero, however, took a moment to think about it, and wondered if that wasn't such a bad idea after all. We'll have to go down there eventually anyway, and it's not like the fighting has been all that hard. We've got healers, we've got supplies, we're motivated. Might as well do this thing, he thought to himself, with a smile. Chapter 204. Check Yourself. This type of fighting wasn't within Rose's skill set. Walking in formation and hiding behind shields while confronting the enemy directly was practically the direct opposite of her preferred method of combat. Suffice it to say, she was not a soldier. Attacking from concealment, striking the enemy when their attention was elsewhere, that was what she was good at. She was a hunter. Yet here she was, fighting the good fight for the sake of glory and valence. Or, more accurately, she was next to the people doing that, while trying not to draw attention to herself. Currently, she was sitting quietly among the shadows, watching Lord Walker's growing forces fawn over him from a distance. It was impressive how the young lord was able to convince so many people to follow him through the reflection of their own core values. He makes it seem so effortless, she thought to herself. Across the room they were resting in, she saw Lord Nicholas Salvatore Verena speaking with the current battle leader, Kathleen Averett. Reading their lips, as she wasn't nearly skilled enough to interpret sonic fluctuations at this distance, she listened in on their conversation. Lord Verena had sensed Lord Walker's essence signature and was currently in contact with him. That explains why Battle Leader Averett called a halt to our blitz, she concluded. While Lord Verena thought of Lord Walker as some kind of budding magical scientist, Ms. Averett had made it clear that she saw the young lord as a future warrior of legend. It was amazing to see them working together to support the lord, while maintaining two completely contradictory opinions about him. But it wasn't just them. Looking around, she couldn't stop herself from frowning at the penal conscripts that had recently fallen under the young lord's spell.
Each and every one of them was under the impression that Lord Walker was some kind of social champion whose primary goal was the protection and development of humanity. She'd been unlucky enough to listen in on one of the penal conscript's leader's recruitment speeches, and she still wasn't over it. The delusional criminal believed with every fiber of his being that Lord Walker had rallied them to his cause with the express purpose of redeeming their honor and humanity. He'd gone into great detail interpreting the young lord's exploits in the most ridiculous manner possible. To him and the other penal conscripts, Lord Walker had been chosen by fate to remind the citizens of Dorchester what it truly meant to be noble. She wasn't exactly sure what Lord Walker's actual reasoning was, but she was positive that they were wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. That wasn't to say that she wasn't amazed at how quickly the obviously false narrative had spread. Between the men and women that their little alliance had saved, their numbers had been growing faster than she had thought possible. This room alone probably had over 60 people in it, and she knew for a fact that there were at least 3 more rooms just as large, each one filled to the brim with people extorting the virtues of the great and honorable smiling Lord of Dorchester. Idiots. Delusional idiots, the lot of them, she thought to herself. And even worse, it wasn't just the penal conscripts who were likely to sign their lives and futures over to the little lord. Glancing to her right, she remembered Captain Angleton standing there in all his glory, his sergeants surrounding him like his own faction of supporters. Barely holding back a snort of amusement, she listened in on his proselytizing. The man had somehow come to the conclusion that Lord Walker was some kind of honorable young man, whose personal ethics compelled him to act for the betterment of humanity. Whatever personal beliefs the man held, he had for some reason attributed every one of them to Lord Walker. He spoke of the young lord's brash and confrontational demeanor as evidence of his disdain for politics and games. Incomprehensibly, he had become a true believer in the myth of Lord Walker's unshakable integrity. While she'd signed up as an adherent, she'd done it knowing full well what kind of man the little lord actually was. He was a survivor just like her. He adapted to whatever terrain he found himself in like a true predator, hiding his true self behind whatever cover seemed most appropriate at the time. Yet these fools are actively deluding themselves into believing whatever stories they want. She had to give the little lord credit. He truly was a genius. Wait a minute. Has he fooled me too? Am I being blinded to his true nature by the narrative I've constructed off what he's shown me? Would that make my interpretation of him more likely or less? She wondered, before visibly shaking her head to forcibly banish the circular argument she was falling into. Either way, she would continue to watch, wait, and listen. Eventually, she'd solve the mystery of the little lord. After all, the most important factor in any hunt is patience. The relatively newly titled unique, Lord Nero Walker, was struggling to keep his smile from fading. He'd never in his life felt so much like a politician on the campaign trail than he did right now. Instead of being able to take a breather so that he could reflect on all that had happened, he'd been immediately surrounded by people who wanted nothing more than to talk to him and tell him their story. He'd barely taken a seat when the first group of 3 had brazenly walked up, handed him a ration bar, and began professing their undying loyalty to his cause. It had taken every bit of his arguably high willpower to stop himself from asking just what cause they were talking about. Over the next hour or two, he must have heard from over a dozen people, each and every one of them having given him their heartfelt promise to follow him on his personal quest to defend humanity from the perils of the wilds and the machinations of the uncaring nobles. Only after expressing their regret for whatever heinous act had gotten them in trouble, of course. One guy had nearly fallen into tears as he eloquently described his surrender into temptation, which had led him to illegally trade unlicensed goods for an obscene profit.
He'd gone on to explain that he had always blamed the poorly balanced system for his incarceration, believing that it was inherently unfair to commoners like him. But now, thanks to Nero, he was able to see that it was the personal responsibility of every citizen to uphold the values behind the law. After all this time, he was able to recognize that he should have immediately turned in the people that had approached him and helped root out the evil, power-hungry nobles behind them. Nero still wasn't exactly sure how he was responsible for the man coming to that idiotic conclusion, but he still smiled and thanked him for his support. It had only gotten worse from there.
He'd mistakenly thought that the people in this room were the only ones who wanted to join him as adherents, or whatever the equivalent for penal conscripts who wanted to dedicate their social debt to him was. But he had been oh so very wrong. Based on how many people were cycling in and out of the room, he couldn't begin to guess how many there actually were. Not for the first time, he thought to himself, "What the fuck is happening right now?" Now, when the overly thankful lady who'd been grasping his hands in a death grip finally let go, he replied, "That's really not necessary. Seriously, I mean it. From what you said, you've only got like 2 years left on your sentence. I'm sure you'll never again use your ability to hurl potted plants at your neighbor. Please, calm down. You don't have to convince me that you never meant to injure her. Besides, I'm sure the nosy woman had it coming. Please don't think you owe me or anyone else anything at all. Live your life however you want."
We all make mistakes. There's really no need to offer me your life oath or whatever it was you just said. I'm good, honestly. You take care now, and keep your shield up." As the now weeping woman was led away, Nero looked around at all these lunatics and wondered how it had come to this. "This was not what I signed up for," he said to himself, although he had to admit it felt pretty good to be treated as some kind of righteous example of humanity or something. It was a heady feeling that was both exhilarating and embarrassing. After the 10th or 11th person called him an inspiration, he realized he'd have to be careful not to let it go to his head. No wonder celebrities and cult leaders end up going mental, he thought to himself. Luckily, right as the next person stepped forward for their 5 minutes of FaceTime, he heard Kathleen's voice echo throughout the room. 5-minute warning! Get your gear packed and your weapons ready, and don't forget your courage. You'll be needing all 3. The rest of the army has finally caught up with us, and now it's time to end this battle. Like a bomb going off, everyone scattered. Blinking in surprise, Nero calmly stood up from the stool he'd been using, only to nearly jump in surprise when someone on his left immediately stored it in their personal space. The man gave Nero a submissive nod, along with a smile, before going back to collect the rest of his gear. Had I been stealing that dude's chair this entire time? He wondered, with no small amount of confusion displayed on his face. Before he could offer the poor guy an apology, he felt one of the mental connections he'd been ignoring flare up. He wasn't sure why, but he knew it was someone trying to speak to him directly. With a flex of his concentration, he recognized Nick's essence signature and pulled the connection forward in his mind. Hey man, this is a private connection, right? Did I forget to close this one?
It doesn't feel like one of the group ones, asked Nero.
He could feel Nick's amusement over the connection. Unless I'm mistaken, you probably have all 3 somewhere in your mental space. All you need to do is focus on that part of your mind, and you should be able to tell them apart. If not, don't worry about it. You'll get used to it. But that's beside the point. You need to get over here. Kathleen wants to talk to you, he said. Between a vague sense of direction from the connection and his essence field, Nero was quickly able to locate where he needed to go. Without even saying goodbye to his adoring public, he ducked his head and slipped through the crowd. The moment he walked up, Kathleen immediately started talking. You and Nick will be staying near the center of the formation.
I don't want you running off this time.
We don't know exactly what we'll be facing, but if you've been paying attention to the command web, you'd know that scouts have determined the central chamber to be large enough to allow ranged spell fire from entrenched positions. So, you're not to go anywhere near the front lines until we can get far enough inside to pull up our spell shields. Our healers will try and stay close enough to matter, but I doubt they'll be able to. So I don't want you dying to something so easily avoidable. Am I understood? Nero blinked a few times at the barrage of information before replying,
Yeah. Stay in the middle. Don't get myself killed.
Without another word, Kathleen turned and walked away while barking orders to whoever caught her eye. Turning to Nick, he said,
What does she mean the healers probably won't matter?
Nick, who was busy checking the straps on his gear, didn't bother to look up when he replied,
Well, as I'm sure you've noticed, healers have to stay far enough away from the front lines for the sake of their essence control. In tight spaces leading to open areas, that usually means healers are a fair bit away from the action. So, unless the people in reserve are really quick with moving the injured and dead, most bodies won't make it to the healers in time to save them. It's one of the reasons charging a fortified position without shields is so dangerous. You need to maintain a balance between shield bearers and fighters over open ground, but fighters at the start should expect heavy casualties.
Nero furrowed his brow in defiance of Nick's casual acceptance of the inevitable casualties. This was a world of magic, and they couldn't come up with a better plan than sacrifice a few nobodies to buy some time for the shields to go up. On the other hand, what the hell did he know about magical warfare?
He'd barely learned how to be useful in this kind of fight, so he shouldn't get up on his soapbox just yet. I'll just have to abuse the hell out of the soul stuff in the ether and save whoever I can, he decided.
While everyone was starting to group up and get into formation, Nero let himself be guided by Nick to where he was supposed to go. As Kathleen requested, he ended up right in the middle of the pack, surrounded by soldiers taller than him. Groaning in annoyance, he spread out his essence field and actively started looking around. As usual, the first thing he did was get a read on how the essence in the ether was looking. And, as expected, it was already starting to firm up under the growing emotions of so many overlapping essence fields. He could almost see the sense of anticipation tightening its grip on the flows. He also noticed several odd waves or layers moving around.
Just like Nick had taught him, he tried mentally squinting or altering the way he was looking at things.
The result wasn't as drastic as being able to suddenly see through the walls, but he could tell he was on the right track. As he worked on fine-tuning his control, the formation began moving. The hallways were wide, but they weren't that wide, so they ended up moving through the Kobold Tower like a game of Snake. Although he struggled a little with his body coordination while he worked on his essence perception, he managed to get the hang of it in no time at all. The trick he found was to relax his control over his field a little. It was kind of like a magic eye thing. He just had to stop trying so hard. Once he was able to alter how he was looking at things, a lot of what he'd been missing suddenly became clear. He noticed that Nick, who was standing right next to him, was slowly collecting essence into a condensed field around his body for an essence shield of his own.
And he wasn't the only one. A lot of people were gathering essence for the shields. But what he found surprising was how slow they were going. It was like watching toddlers trying to master dribbling a basketball. Even Nick, who Nero knew for a fact was a great mage, was taking forever to pull in enough essence to matter. From what he could see, it looked like it was an issue of mental grip strength or something similar. For every little bit they pulled in, more than 3/4 of it was being left behind. Glancing to his left, Nero checked on Nick to see if he looked like he was struggling. Unsurprisingly, he looked just as calm and collected as he always did. Is this how it normally is for him? I don't know what it is, he thought to himself sympathetically. Despite how many wonderful examples of the differences between him and everyone else, this one hit him right in the feels. It was a real, tangible example of how different he was from everyone else.
Just hearing about it wasn't ever enough to really convince him. But now, he could no longer hide from the fact that he was just different. Deciding that he should probably get his own shield up and running, he reached out and began collecting essence. Unfortunately, that was about all he was able to do. With the multiple mental connections taking up space in his brain, he felt like he was already at the maximum capacity for things he could reasonably pay attention to. Frowning in annoyance, he debated whether or not it was worth it to hold on to all of them. If he was going to end up having to heal people, he'd need to at least free up enough brain power to be able to cast a spell. Regardless of whether or not he was using soul stuff to power it, he still needed to carve the spell form, and that took concentration.
Over the connection he had with Nick, he asked, "Hey Nick, how many mental connections are you holding on to right now?" Although he was standing right next to him, Nick didn't bother to turn and look at him. He simply replied over the connection, 5. I have one to the command web along with the unit connection. Then I have this one and another with Kathleen. I'm also currently having a discussion with Specialist Howard about how to improve the defensive properties of my essence shield." Sensing Nero's shock, Nick misunderstood and tried to defend himself. "What? I told you I'm not very good with shields in general. I usually only bother with essence shields for a radiant heal effect and some damage reduction. I've always had difficulty with conceptual magic. It's not like I don't understand the subject. It's just that I tend to apply things more directly. So, I'm working on it."
Not everyone can do what you can do. Nero didn't really know what to say, so he just replied, "No, I get it. I'm sure you'll figure it out. But just so I understand, you're having that conversation right now, while also paying attention to all those other connections?" Nick looked down at Nero with confusion.
"Yes. Why?"
Nero shrugged and replied, "No reason. Just curious." As they both seemed to decide the conversation was over, they went back to walking in silence. Nero carefully slipped the connection into the back of his mind, hoping to hide his emotional state. The moment he had it isolated, he immediately began to flip out.
5! All of them active!" he mentally screamed in outrage. Taking a few subtle, deep breaths to calm down, he said to himself, "Yeah, who's the unique one now? I need to make sure that I don't start believing my own hype. Pride cometh before the ass-kicking. I ought to remember that." Chapter 205. Perceived slights and deserved revenge. General Branson struggled to stop himself from rubbing his temples to alleviate his headache. Now, more than ever, he needed to project an image of control and indomitability. With how young many of the commanders were, few had been around long enough to be intimidated by his feats of strength in the field. He hadn't had a chance to demonstrate his power in decades, maybe even a century. After all, as a general, he couldn't go out and fight himself, and who in their right mind had the audacity to challenge him in the arena? Stifling a sigh, he looked up from the projection of the battle he was watching and asked, "Has the engineering corps come to a definitive conclusion?" The young commander on the general's right seemed to mirror his mood quite well. With a furrowed brow and no small amount of anger in his voice, he replied, "No, sir. All they'll say at this time is that the Cobalt fortification is both impressive and most likely the result of a ritual."
There is no doubt that it is a spell creation, however. They have no idea whether or not the effect can be stabilized. From what they tell me, it comes down to whether or not the ritualized constructed material can be enchanted with a permanent identity without the ritual itself being affected. According to them, until they get a chance to run some on-site tests, there is no way they can make an accurate determination. Not wanting to hear any more, he merely grunted in understanding before changing the subject.
And what about our preparations at the mountain gate? Has there been any progress with the spell cannon and shield generator modifications Tactical requested? This time it was another commander who answered. As if he thought too highly of himself, he stood up from his seat to address the entire table. On that front, we've had some luck. Both the spell cannon adjustments to their spell crystals and the shield generator modifications have been approved by the Tower of Magic.
The Archmage himself agreed that our mages had successfully developed both underlying magics and then personally approved access to the relevant technologies. As it happened, the Archmage had the required construction diagrams we needed in his personal knowledge repository, so we didn't need to wait for them to be delivered. Clenching his teeth in anger, the general nodded. I'm sure that he did. Please pass on our thanks for his aid in our time of need, he said sarcastically. Another commander spoke up, the tone of his voice demonstrating his repressed rage. And what does illustrious Archmage have to say about the modifications to our Tower of Magic's scrying apparatus? Have our mages made enough progress to merit his aid? As everyone was staring at him with anger in their eyes, the commander who'd stood up to deliver his good news couldn't help but shrink under their combined hostility. Unfortunately, the Archmage made it very clear that until our own mages made some actual progress in their efforts to pierce the kobold's illusionary defenses, there was nothing he could do to help us. However, I did manage to get a little more information from his assistant, specifically the one who is currently serving as our court mage. I believe she was trying to offer a hint when she apologized on the Archmage's behalf. She said that she was sorry, but distance delving is a spell technique we'll have to figure out on our own. Rest assured, I passed her words on verbatim to the mages working on the problem. Politics and games. That's what it always comes down to. More people have died to those two monsters than any threat found in the wilds, the general thought sourly. Walking up to the table, a nervous aide interrupted them. Apologies, sir, but the investigators from the Citadel are asking for you again. Growling in frustration, he slammed his knuckles into the table.
Don't they know there is a war going on? He muttered uselessly.
Looking around the table at the commanders, he ordered, Carry on. I expect options for a coordinated assault as soon as possible. Turning around, he glared at the aide who'd delivered the message. All right, let's get this over with, he grumbled. The aide nodded quickly before stepping aside and bowing. Right this way, sir. When I find whoever violated the code so brazenly, I'm going to shove my sword so far up their arse they'll be eating their own intestines as a kebab, he swore to himself in fury. Nero kept pace with the formation while experimenting with his newfound ability to alter his perception. While what he was seeing didn't exactly change, it was kind of like looking at one of those hologram cards that moved when you tipped them. It didn't take him long to get the hang of it, and every layer he saw was more interesting than the one before it.
With just a little effort, he was able to figure out the trick Nick was using to see through the walls.
He could see the humans and kobolds in a large bubble all around him. Both sides were spread through the tower like a virus, fighting against the tower's antibodies. Although he couldn't see even a fraction of the whole tower, what he did see was enough to give him a general idea as to how the fight was going on a macro scale. The humans had cut off the kobolds' support to the upper floors and were now blockading the kobolds in the center of the tower. He was barely able to see the edges of the large central chamber they were headed toward, but could tell that the kobolds looked ready for them. On the floor above him, he could see human soldiers rushing toward the conflict. From what he could tell, they'd be arriving at the same time his unit would. Already regretting what he was about to do, he pulled the connection he had to the command net forward in his mind.
And just as he'd feared, the multiple conversations immediately started to stress his already overburdened mind.
To help lighten the load, he released the essence shield he was holding, figuring that he could make a new one quickly enough that it didn't matter. Unfortunately, it didn't help as much as he hoped it would. The more conversations he tried to pay attention to, the more his head throbbed. When it was only one or two, he was all right, but any more was enough to make his eyes water in pain. It took a minute or two, but he was able to confirm some guesses he'd had. The humans had, in fact, cleared out the tower, and the kobolds were waiting for them. The outer rooms of the tower had been taken over by the healers and support staff. All the kobold bodies and their poorly made furniture had been piled up outside, and Dorchester's engineers were debating on whether or not they could take over the tower.
He couldn't understand everything they were saying, as some things went over his head.
How do they expect to turn this entire construct into an actual real building? Is that even possible? He wondered as he listened to the section of the command web holding the debate. Of course, he then remembered the one brief lesson he'd had with the Archmage on enchanting, and realized that it probably was. With enough people injecting their center into something, they could probably trick the world into thinking it actually existed. Shaking his head in amazement at what magic was capable of, he returned to perusing the rest of the conversations. He knew he only had a few minutes before the battle started, and he wanted to get an idea of how they were going to overcome the kobolds' defenses. Between all the seasoned personnel and captains, someone must have a better idea than throwing bodies at the problem. Or at least, that's what he hoped. Alas, it wasn't meant to be. When the front of the formation finally pushed the kobolds back far enough to begin entering the central chamber, Nero got a first-hand look at what human ingenuity was capable of. And, unfortunately, it was decidedly unimpressive. The front lines rushed through the large opening like they were coming out of a tunnel at the beginning of a football game. The moment they did, spells began to rain down on them like meteors from heaven. Explosive balls of fire, along with exploding hunks of rock, decimated the soldiers in a shocking display of magic and might. He was too far away to see what was happening at the doors to the left and right of his formation, but he was able to get a good look at how poorly the soldiers were faring above him, and, unfortunately, they didn't seem to be any better than the soldiers on the ground floor. From what little he could see of the chamber, it looked like a 3-story, open-concept stadium.
Based on the curvature of the upper tiers, he guessed that it could probably hold multiple football fields without issue.
The upper tier was wide enough for 50 or 60 people to walk side by side and still have enough room for people to pass in between them. As he was pushed forward by the tide of humanity all around him, he could see the upper tier looked out over the central chamber like an indoor running track in a massive gymnasium. He also noticed that it was held up by massive pillars, which were being used as defensive positions by the kobolds on the ground floor. Already he could see humans beginning to throw up shields to cut down on the spell fire they were receiving. The entire maneuver had only lasted a minute or two, but there were mangled bodies all over the place. It was brutal, and exactly what he'd feared actual war would look like. How in the hell do they convince anyone to go first if that was what was waiting for them? He wondered. Up until now, he'd seen the fantastically magical side of warfare, with violent, bloodthirsty enemies that didn't elicit an ounce of guilt when killed, and constant victories by the good guys. He hadn't been confronted with the reality of what could actually happen. Sure, conceptually, he understood that the war had already probably killed a ton of people, but he hadn't watched it happen. The world had magic that could bring back the dead and real-life knights in shining armor. He'd even planned on personally bringing back anyone who died to this predictably stupid plan. But now that he was here, watching it happen in real time, he could tell that he'd been wildly optimistic about his chances of making a difference. Through his essence field, he could see the front lines charging through the exploded body parts of the first ones through the entrance. Granted, there were still many people still alive, but there were also a lot of dead people.
Gulping in revulsion, he muttered,
"Well, that just happened." It was shocking how quickly so many people died, only to have the battle completely shift back to what he'd grown used to. The soldiers were now once again under shields, and the front lines were back in melee with the kobolds.
all was once again right with the world. Through his essence field, he watched the injured people and some of the more intact bodies being ferried back through the lines. The moment the first one arrived on the way to the healers, he immediately felt the urge to do something. Slipping the crowd, after assuring Nick he wouldn't go far, he took advantage of his essence field's perception to intercept who he could. Reaching out like a pickpocket, he began healing anyone and everyone. He didn't even bother saying anything. He just started healing. With all the soul stuff in the air, not to mention all the recent practice he'd had, closing wounds and bringing people back was easy.
The only difficult part was pushing through the crowd. However, for once, his height and build were an advantage. He was positive that once or twice people hadn't even noticed who'd been healing them. Although he didn't have time to do more than stabilize people so they could make it to the healers, he was able to bring a few people back and heal up the worst of their wounds. While he didn't know how many people he'd saved, he figured it had to be more than 10 or 15 before the formation moved forward enough to push through the entrance. The moment the ceiling disappeared and he stepped out into the chamber, he felt his feet trample what was left of those who hadn't made it. It was both sobering and disgusting. There was something profoundly disturbing about seeing so much actual death and destruction. He'd come to rely on his subconscious belief that anything and everything could be healed. Unfortunately, reality had decided to introduce the concept of consequences to his carefree worldview. Now, Nero being Nero, reacted how he always did. He got pissed and lashed out like a child. Having no idea where Nick was, and not feeling like tracking him down, Nero clenched his hands and decided to kill some kobolds to make himself feel better. Raising himself up on his trusty pillar, he only had enough room to get a head or two above the rest of the soldiers. The shield this time was much lower, and he could already feel the hair on top of his head stiffening as if he were nearing an electrical tower. But it was enough room for him to do what he needed to do. Nero didn't remember to disconnect from the mental connections he had, or even bother to prepare an essence shield. Instead, his entire focus was on carving his chosen spell form. While the soldiers around him continued forward, he felt more than one bump into him and stumble over his 2-foot-tall little mud stool. Nonetheless, he persevered, and his concentration remained unbroken. Reaching out into the ether, he used his center to create the spell form for the turret he used back at the portal. It was just as basic and poorly constructed as the last time, but he didn't care now, any more than he did back then. It was the most powerful spell he knew, and he wanted to spread as much misery as he could among the kobold horde. He felt like there was some karmic justice in the fact that so many human soul remnants were floating around. It took less effort than he remembered to guide them into his spell form. He wasn't sure, but he thought they actually seemed eager to help him get their revenge. As the soldiers continued to force their way into the massive chamber, he stretched his essence field out as far as possible so that he could determine where he would be able to do the most damage. He could see that the kobolds had set up tall walls of earth along with their own versions of shields. But he knew it wouldn't matter. He just had to keep his firing arc shallow enough to slip under their defenses. As if he could see the firing angles in his mind, he raised his hands above his fellow humans and tweaked his spell form. It took some tilting and finagling, but he managed to get the arc exactly how he wanted it. As it charged, it looked like a mini sun at the end of a shimmering barrel in his hands. He felt the ether tremble with the essence fields of various mages noticing what he was doing. With all the attention, he really wanted to hand someone his canteen and say, "Here, hold my beer and watch this shit." It took every bit of his concentration to inject enough essence into the spell form to change it from a slow-moving blob of energy into a rail gun. He needed his spell to hit exactly where he wanted it to,
as anywhere else would be a fuck-up on par with when NASA lost a $125 million orbiter due to an engineer not understanding the difference between metric and English units. The entire world seemed to pause as the spell form materialized his shell. Then, like a supercharged paintball, it shot out over the heads of everyone in front of him. Grinning like a madman, he watched in fascination as it continued forward until it collided with one of the kobold spell shields. Taking advantage of the angles, he had been careful to make sure it hit from the bottom. The result was everything he'd hoped for and more. It exploded like a ball of plasma and chaos. With his improved perception field, he watched as the ether in the area warped and bent unnaturally. Kobolds were thrown into the air like shrapnel, while the constructs they were hiding behind lost any semblance of cohesion. Since this time his shell hit much closer to the fighting, he watched as the front lines stumbled under the resulting shockwave of blood and guts. Aside from the minuscule bit of center he'd lost from the spellform's creation, the massive spell had cost him next to nothing. Even better, the spell had disrupted the kobold's shield like a drunk guy playing Jenga. All over the place, he could see holes appearing over the kobolds' heads. Above him, the shields that were protecting him began flaring as more and more enemy spells started pelting the area. But, unlike the kobolds, he didn't need to fire at such an extreme angle. He was much, much closer to his targets. The only thing he had to worry about was the pillars holding up the second-story tier. The last thing he wanted was to accidentally bring the entire roof down on their heads. So, he had to be careful. Precise. To stop himself from being jostled by his fellow troops, he raised another pillar behind him. It was much thinner, but considering how much soul stuff he used to make it, he figured it was solid enough that it wouldn't matter. Then, he got to work. Although it was annoying how close the shield over his head was. If it were just a foot or two higher, he'd have a much easier time targeting his spell. As it was right now, he felt like he was tempting fate with how small a window he had to fire his shell. But, as long as he was careful, it should be fine. Probably. Deciding to trust in his luck, he proceeded to fire shell after shell into the kobold's defenses. He targeted whatever barriers he could, whether it was earthen wall constructs or the weird-looking mud huts that were probably supposed to be defensive positions. Due to the limitations of his firing arc, he wasn't able to fire too far into the distance. And since the front lines no longer had anything to stop them from pushing further into the chamber, he soon had to stop his one-man artillery barrage. Yet he'd done what he could. He'd at least taken out the kobold's first line of defenses and hopefully instilled the fear of God into them. However, it still didn't feel like enough. When he dismissed his pillar constructs, he found himself back on the ground, his feet surrounded by the bloody remains of the soldiers who'd sacrificed themselves to buy time for the shields he was now under. No, it wasn't nearly enough. Rejoining the formation's forward progress, he used his essence field to track Nick down. Nero had only been gone for 10 or 20 minutes, so he wasn't too surprised to find him quite close to where he'd left him. Although it looked like Nick had gotten roped into helping maintain the overhead shield. Slipping through the formation, he reached out and healed anyone he saw being helped back toward the healers. It didn't look like any more people were dying, but it was now too chaotic for him to know for sure. Since the soldiers had come out of the chamber entrance, they had spread out and expanded the front line. While it had allowed Nero the opportunity to fire his spells, the aftermath resulted in an ever-widening half-circle or conflict. The only thing keeping the soldiers from spreading out further was the limited number of mages they had to maintain the shield. Wherever the kobolds were firing their artillery spells from, it was out of his perception range. All he could see were the spells rising in the distance and growing larger before they fell down on top of the formation. He once again found himself marveling at the strength of will they were displaying to maintain the shields, and he didn't envy the monstrous headaches they were undoubtedly suffering.
Finally arriving back at Nick's side, Nero patted the man's arm to let him know he was there. Nick looked over with a frown and asked, "Nero, you really need to stop using soul magic. As helpful as you think you're being, it's just not worth it if you end up corrupting your identity."
Nero rolled his eyes and replied, "I told you before, and I'll tell you again. Whatever you think about soul magic, you're wrong. Or at least the way I'm doing it is different enough that I'm the exception. I can tell you for a fact that I'm not in any danger." Nick still didn't seem convinced, but didn't know how to argue his point in the face of Nero obviously being fine.
"All right, like I said, I can't stop you from doing it. You'll just have to learn your lessons after experiencing the consequences of your actions."
Nero frowned in annoyance at the implication that he was doing something stupid. "Look, Nick, I get it. But this isn't me ignoring you out of some childish need to prove you wrong.
I'm telling you, I'm not doing anything with souls. I'm just using the leftover potential after they've already passed on."
Nick obviously didn't accept that, replying, "I believe that you believe that. I'm just having trouble conceiving of a spellcasting technique that borrows the power of death while not actually dealing with the dead. But I'm neither all-knowing nor your master, so I'll just remind you to be careful and leave it at that. I'd also recommend you work on your story, as I'm sure every caster with an ounce of essence perception just saw what you did, and there is no doubt in my mind that every one of them thinks it was soul magic. So good luck with that. You should plan accordingly." Nero offered Nick a hateful glare as the man smirked at him.
"Bite me. You're just jealous. And for the record, if anybody puts me on trial or tries to burn me at the stake, I'm telling them that you're the one who taught me everything I know."
Nick's smirk withered into a glare of his own.
"You would too, wouldn't you? Sometimes I forget how spiteful you can be." Nero smiled at the compliment and patted his friend on his arm.
"Don't worry, you'll get there someday.
You just have to remember that it's not about winning. It's about not losing. It's impossible to go through life without taking it in the teeth, but all you can do is make sure that whoever is giving it to you doesn't come out any better than you did. Now let's focus on paying these damned dirty lizards back for every good and righteous human soul they've sent on to their great reward." By the time Nero finished his little speech, Nick was grinning ear to ear. "That sounds like a wonderful life motto, and a very good idea. I've got 1 or 2 spells I've never had a chance to try out on a live specimen, and I might as well embrace the opportunity this invasion has given me." Nero nodded. "When life gives you lemons, squirt them in its eyes and demand something better." Nick frowned in confusion. "Huh? I'm not exactly sure what you meant by that." Nero sighed in defeat.
"I guess there are actual limits to translation magic after all. No matter. I'll come up with something better and get back to you. For now, don't worry about it."
Chapter 206. Having nothing to do but watch. Feeling that someone was approaching, Ambassador Ironwick cracked one eye open to see who stones to barge into his room and interrupt his sleep. Instead of seeing the unnecessarily large room he'd been assigned, he saw broken tables and chairs, numerous passed-out dwarves, and even a few humans. Oh, right. Dustbeard brought out the molten ale. Makes sense, I guess, he said to himself as flashes of last night's drunken shenanigans came back to him. While the ambassador was waking up, the dwarven messenger approached carefully. Walking through the bar, the dwarf winced every time he felt the bottom of his shoes sticking to the floor. After living with the humans for over 300 years, he'd forgotten how vulgar and disgusting his brethren could be. That being said, he knew better than to say anything. Instead, he just continued to hold his fanciful robe as far off the floor as he could, and did his best not to touch anything.
Ambassador Ironwick's singular open eye narrowed on the poncy, well-dressed dwarf in front of him. "Ambassador, I apologize for interrupting your rest. However, you're needed at the embassy as soon as possible," said the messenger. Not bothering with the niceties the human-loving dwarf probably expected, Ambassador Ironwick rolled off the floor to his feet and cleared his nose by thumbing one side at a time and huffing. By the time his snot hit the floor, he'd already picked up a half-filled pitcher of room-temperature ale and took a few large gulps. Finishing with a loud gargle and a spit toward the corner, he locked eyes with the disgusted messenger and demanded, "For what?" Wrinkling his nose in disgust, the messenger replied, "I was not informed, Ambassador. I was merely instructed to bring you back as soon as possible. The code word I was given was Golden Calling, if that means anything to you." Incensed, the ambassador stomped past the pathetic excuse for a dwarf, nearly knocking him to the floor. "Why didn't you say that in the first place?" he shouted, before grumbling and cursing under his breath. "We need to stop sending every useless, unwanted reject nobody wants around to man our embassies. Hells be damned wastes of space are ruining our reputation and making us look like idiots," he thought to himself angrily. The moment he kicked open the door to the bar, he flinched at the bright sun bearing down on him. After taking a moment to figure out where he was, he set off toward the embassy like a rock rolling downhill. Whether it was the look in his eyes, his general demeanor, or his smell, everyone in the crowd hurried to get out of his way. Since the bar he and his clanmates had chosen was the closest one to the embassy, he made it back in less than 5 minutes. The frown on his face morphed into a grimace the moment he saw the embassy. Although it was a respectable attempt at copying a typical clan meeting hall, seeing one above ground pissed him off for some reason. Barreling through the unnecessarily tall doors, he strode past the greeting desk and the various information givers. The ambassador ignored most of the dwarfs who offered their polite greetings. He did, however, take the time to smile and exchange a few words with several armor-clad dwarves who he respected, although, even then, he didn't break his stride. Hurrying through the hallways, he made his way to the basement. Then, after looking around to make sure there was no one nearby, he put his hand on the wall and activated the hidden doorway. The flat stone wall erupted with a shining rune script before folding in on itself. After a few seconds, a rounded arch with intricate carvings appeared. Offering the arch a gentle pat of appreciation, he stomped forward into the corridor beyond. While walking, he felt the torches along the walls light up after sensing his arrival. He made his way through the winding maze without issue, easily remembering the way. Any dwarf worth his beard would remember a path he'd been shown, even if it was only once or twice. The moment he arrived in front of the door he wanted, he took a moment to find the right runestone on his belt and activate it. He felt the magic rush across his body, into his mouth and nose, and even over his lustrous beard. After it faded, he smelled his armpit and ran his tongue over his teeth. Finding everything acceptable, he ran a hand over his beard to get rid of the frizzies and pushed open the door. The moment he walked in, he felt the world around him shift. He wasn't surprised to see the connection already established. Looking around, he saw that he was being projected into one of the royal meeting halls. Well, this ought to be good, he thought with a grin. Making his way around a 20-foot-wide pillar, he expected to see King Shattershield and a few of the other clan heads waiting to rip him a new one for his recent actions. If this doesn't get me sent back to the mountain, I don't know what will, he said to himself. Unfortunately, what he found was not what he'd expected. Instead of the king and a few clan heads, he walked in on a meeting between King Shattershield and the other 6 dwarven kings. Each of them was sitting on their throne, with their aides and advisors standing beside them. They were all arranged in a circle and currently shouting at each other. Any thought of maintaining his arrogant and slightly hostile attitude faltered in the face of the overwhelming might he was seeing.
He might get away with being an asshole to the king he'd served for a millennium. But the others, they'd tan his ass in a minute if he started mouthing off. Straightening his back, he approached the meeting from the singular open path set aside for petitioners. The moment he was noticed, the entire hallway shifted into a half circle, so all the kings were facing him. Even the aides slid across the floor smoothly as the hallway altered itself to the whims of the meeting room's host. He'd assumed it was King Shattershield, but now he wasn't so sure. Not letting his nerves show, he bent slightly forward and saluted with a fist to his chest.
"General Ironwick reporting as ordered, my king." One of the kings off to the side, King Umbrasteel, chuckled and said,
"Don't you mean Ambassador Ironwick?"
The kings, King Shattershield included, all laughed in good humor before being silenced by King Shattershield shouting, "All right, that's enough. We've got serious business to discuss and there isn't time to put up with any shit." All the kings exchanged nods and straightened up in the thrones. Leaning forward, King Shattershield narrowed his eyes at Ambassador Ironwick and demanded, "Now, you're going to tell me why in the Forge God's name you decided to pick Dorchester, of all places, for our first official city in the humans' lands. How do you expect us to launch our invasion into the human lands from there? Choose your words carefully, because your actions have thrown 1,000 years of preparation into the scrap pile." Gulping, Ambassador Ironwick muttered unconsciously, "Plans?
What invasion plans?" Hopping off his throne, King Shattershield turned around and belted one of his advisors in the face with his armor-encased fist. In a tone filled with righteous vindication, "You see? You see? I told you idiots he wouldn't read the fucking information packet. That's 300 barrels from you, and don't forget Rory, you owe him too." All around the room, the various kings broke out into fits of raucous laughter, pounding their fists on their chairs and holding their bellies. His mouth gaping in confusion, Ambassador Ironwick watched numbly as the various kings exchanged pouches of gold with their advisors. After a few minutes, the room finally settled down, and King Shattershield returned to his seat. "Now, all jokes aside, I do actually need you to answer the question. Why did you take it upon yourself to choose a city without consulting me or any other clan head who'd been in talks with the humans? We have been growing our ties with the recent king, and his initiatives to bring peace between the various kingdoms of the land have earned him our consideration. However, your actions were too hasty, and we demand to know what you were thinking." Caught off guard by the entire spectacle, and upset at being the subject of what sounded like a rather expensive bet, Ambassador Ironwick felt his anger at the situation bubbling up. Glaring at the kings, he declared, "You want to know why I chose whatever city it was that I chose? Well, 2 reasons. One, it was the only city on the list that required dwarven axes to take it. And the other, fuck you! That's why." Once again, the entire room erupted into guffaws and laughter. Even King Shattershield couldn't stop himself from laughing along with the rest of them. Nero kept his eyes open for a way to contribute to the battle, but couldn't come up with anything. Aside from occasionally slipping away to heal a few people, there really wasn't much for him to do. Step by agonizingly slow step, the human formations pushed further into the chamber, and the kobolds' losses continued to mount. Nero didn't even bother to use his trick to dismiss their constructs, because he didn't want to affect the speed at which their section was moving forward when compared to the rest of them. As he and the formation emerged from under the tier over their heads, Nero at least got to see much more of the chamber. Instead of there being just 1 tier overhead, it turned out there were actually 2. The chamber's ceiling was massive, and the rings overhead were filled with flashes of light and falling kobolds.
More than once, he got to see groups of kobolds being pushed over the edges to fall onto the human shields below them. He was, however, a little surprised to see how easily the human casters dealt with the issue.
After the kobolds crashed into them, the shield simply altered phase, or something, and then let the bodies through. It was like watching bugs smacking into a windshield only to then melt through the glass. The entire time, the kobolds in the center of the chamber didn't let up on their magical barrage, so the humans couldn't drop their shields. It made for a very repetitive and boring fight. Without anything better to do, Nero focused on looking around. He even started abusing the soul stuff in the air to create very temporary earthen pillars that acted like little stilts so he could see over the soldiers in front of him. How pissed would these lizards be if they knew I was using their dead for a height advantage, he thought to himself with a smile. The improved angle gave him a pretty solid view of what was going on, though, so he didn't feel too bad about it.
He was finally able to see the center of the chamber, which had a singular, massive black stone pillar going all the way up to the ceiling. From what he could tell, the kobolds were treating it as their Alamo, as all their defenses seemed to radiate from it. On one side of the chamber, he saw the tunnel that the humans had come to close, or, at the very least, take over. It looked like that entire side of the building was actually the mountain, and the tunnel had been excavated into a half-circle leading directly into the mountain. Near the top of the tunnel, he could see hanging fire pits of dark red flames that were obviously magical. As it was on the other side of the chamber, he was way too far away to examine them with his essence field, but he could still tell that much. With his newfound height advantage, he was also able to see that the humans were having no issues cutting down the kobolds by the thousands. If it weren't for the enemy's overwhelming numbers disparity, along with their blatantly bloodthirsty and warlike tendencies, he would have found the situation rather depressing. This is barely a war. It's more like a massive vermin infestation that needed to be dealt with. I bet I'd make a killing developing Kobold Begone, he thought to himself. He even had the opportunity to practice his scrying. And unlike the last time, he found it much easier to follow the essence flows toward what he wanted, which, in this case, was the central pillar in the chamber. Luckily, he was able to keep a loose control over his body, which was more than enough to continue stumbling forward along with the rest of the formation, while part of his mind flew across the chamber toward his target. However, the multiple simultaneous perspectives took more than a little getting used to, but he eventually did get the hang of it. At the base of the pillar, he was able to see a ring of stone plinths filled with glowing rune carvings. Without totally understanding what he was seeing, all he could say was that it reminded him of the ritual carvings that spawned the portal he'd closed. This must be what they used to grow the tower, he concluded. Nero also had a chance to play with the new ability he'd learned from Nick, specifically the alteration of his perception through mental fuckery. He wasn't sure if Nick had ever mentioned what it was called, so he went with essence squinting. At this point, he'd feel like an idiot asking, so he figured it was better to just wait for it to come up in conversation organically. Until then, calling it mental squinting worked fine. Regardless, what his mental squinting showed him was enough to keep him occupied for a good long while. With it, he was able to get a better look at the essence flows without being caught up in their individual paths. He also got a better idea of how essence fields interacted, which he found particularly enlightening. All around him, he was able to see the layers of emotional essence interacting and feeding off each other. If he looked at it in just the right way, it was like a bunch of colored gas balls overlapping throughout the ether. But, most importantly, he could see that they reinforced each other, thereby proving his previous hypothesis. It was like real physical proof that if you put a group of people in a room, they'd end up all agreeing with each other, or end up breaking into groups so they could fight it out. Physicologists back home would love this,
he said to himself in wonder. Yet, the most interesting thing he saw was the communal essence field being generated by the casters maintaining the shield. It looked like a solid haze of emotion dedicated to a singular purpose: defense. There was no other concept or emotion included within it. No sense of identity or individualism. Compared to the varied essence fields he saw all around him, it was so uniform that it was a little creepy when he realized what was happening. To put it in perspective, it was like every caster maintaining the shield had separated part of their mind to think of nothing other than maintaining the shield. It was like self-hypnosis or something. He couldn't help but think about the possible implications of that kind of groupthink. One of us, one of us, one of us, he mentally chanted sarcastically. Reeling back his senses, he turned to Nick and asked, "Hey Nick, did you have to take a class or something to learn how to join the shield without injecting your personal identity?" Nick, who looked oddly calm despite being in the middle of a war zone, replied, "Of course. It's the easiest way to teach emotional linking. After all, the concept of self-preservation is a core belief found in everyone's identity. Once properly isolated, it is easy to use as a base for communal casting." Nodding at the surprisingly comprehensible answer, Nero went for broke and asked, "So, you're doing it on purpose? You're actively separating part of your mind and making it think of nothing other than defense?" Nick nodded, happy to have a subject to lecture about. Essentially, yes. Just like mental partitioning, emotional partitioning works by finding and isolating part of your subconscious mind and linking it to the respective part of your soul. By creating the internal link, you can then use it to empower your spells with a particular concept rather than your identity. You see, by joining it with other spells cast from a similar concept, everyone's spells can work in harmony. There are many benefits, including increased mental resilience and construct stability. When you... Nero asked quickly. "Wait, you said increased mental resilience, right? Is that why you guys are able to keep the shield up without getting a headache like I always do? Can I do the same thing with my shields on my own?" Nick shook his head. No. It's not the same thing at all. If you were to use your own emotions in your spells, it wouldn't work out nearly as well. Think of it as a communal pool of mental energy. Together, with enough people, the resulting spell has enough power and stability to stand up to any singular spell. When you do it on your own, you're pitting one small part of your emotional strength against the entire will of whatever is attacking you. To counter a spell shield like the one we're using, an enemy would have to have communal warcasters, and I very much doubt kobolds are capable of that kind of coordinated spellcasting. Nero thought about what he'd learned of the kobolds and couldn't bring himself to disagree. Everything he'd seen had him believing they were nothing but angry toddlers throwing temper tantrums and demanding new lands to take over and shit upon. It took big war leaders and shamans just to get them charging in a singular direction. He very much doubted the casters were capable of working together for anything. Team players, they were not. Nero looked up at the shield over his head and watched as various colors splashed across the golden glass-like structure. Now that he better understood what was happening, he could understand how the shield was holding up. It was like an army of ants trying to take down a self-repairing wall of solid rock. It was both impossible and kind of stupid for them to keep trying. Nero felt like he was onto something. "Hey, Nick, why don't the kobolds try something else then? Why do they keep doing the same thing over and over again without learning anything from it?" Nick replied, "Because they're kobolds, Nero. They're barely sentient. If you took 100 kobolds and looked at them under an identity spectroessence analyzer, you'd find 100 identical identities. They're not capable of doing anything other than what they know." Nero thought about it for a minute before exclaiming, "They're freaking clones! Like built from a pattern?" Nick frowned at the unfamiliar term before nodding. "Yes, that's an accurate way of looking at them.
Somewhere in their original plane, there is a society that these kobolds are based off of. Whoever is in charge of this invasion has obviously requested backup, and these forces are what they've been given. When we actually reach the interior of their mountain, we may find a more diverse identity pool, but I doubt it. Nero found himself reeling at the implications. Considering that this is a fantasy world, were these kobolds like enchanted golems based on a pattern rather than biological beings? Would there be any real difference if they were? Could a spell construct be advanced enough to create a semblance of life like this? Were all species like this? Could humans have come from a singular pattern that diverged over time? Nero cursed. "Son of a bitch, Nick! Do you know what this means?" Nick didn't respond, merely looking over at Nero in confusion. Grinning madly, Nero shouted, "One day, I might end up being able to create a character creation platform and design my own body mod." Nick's mind took a few seconds to work through the translation he was hearing before paling in fear. Whispering harshly, he said, "Nero, that is not a type of magic that you should be thinking about. Flesh crafting of that kind is morally reprehensible and has been the cause of many a house's downfall. The human species has already been perfected, and any attempt to improve it has resulted in disaster. So don't even joke about that." Nero frowned, but decided not to argue. One day, he'd get his superhuman body, with multiple redundant organs and an adamantium skeleton. Probably. If he got around to it. Distracted by his thoughts, he stopped paying attention to the battle and continued walking forward along with the rest of the formation. Being sent to the back of the battle sucks. What I wouldn't give for a little action, he complained to nobody in particular. As if his silent prayer had been heard by one of the gods of war, a ridiculously loud roar shook the entire chamber. Immediately raising himself up on some earthen stilts, Nero gaped at the sight of a siege worm forcing itself out of the tunnel. He couldn't believe it. It was both the most threatening thing he'd ever seen, while also the dumbest possible tactical decision the kobolds could have ever made. Unable to help himself, Nero gave voice to the question in his head. What in the seven-layered dip of hell do they think that monstrosity is going to accomplish? Nick, having heard Nero's question, and thinking it wasn't rhetorical, answered, "I just told you, Nero. The kobolds are working off a very limited mental framework. Simply put, they noticed there were a lot of enemies, so they brought out a siege worm. I don't think they thought any further than that. However, this is bad. If that thing brings down the building, well, I'm sure you can guess how bad that'll be." Whether it was his good fortune or not, Nero and the rest of the formation he was in were probably too far away to do anything about it anyway. He could only hope one of the closer units realized the danger and acted accordingly. "Yeah, I'm not betting my beautiful pale ass on these idiots being smarter than the geniuses who developed our chamber attack plan. Morons will probably just throw bodies at the problem and hope for the best," he mentally grumbled. "Nick, I'm going out for a bit. Don't wait up and don't tell Kathleen," he said before slipping away and ignoring whatever nonsense Nick began shouting about. He'll get over it. Besides, I'm sure he'll thank me later," he reassured himself. Unleashing the Beast. Academian Quincy and the other evaluators had been on many missions where they were forced to do nothing but observe. As members of the Royal Academy, their central purpose was the collection, protection, and verification of all Oglevakian knowledge. And while none of them were all that dedicated to that particular cause, they still abided by it. However, sometimes it was difficult to set aside their humanity and watch these weaker cities struggle against such preventable disasters. But how else would they learn and grow? Simply providing them with the requisite knowledge would hinder their leveling and weaken the kingdom as a whole.
Yet it still weighed on them to stand by and watch them pointlessly waste lives. I thought they'd progressed enough to have trained war mages. Why didn't they just use curved shields? Asked Scholar Yarborough. Academian Quincy didn't bother replying. The last thing he wanted to do was get into an argument about politics. Instead, Scholar Idrius took the bait and answered Scholar Yarborough's question. While they do have several trained war mages, they aren't very high level or particularly skilled. Most of the wars they've faced are local noble wars and some bandit eliminations. You have to keep in mind that before the density shift started, there weren't even any local essence anomalies of note. At best, the local threats could be handled by a squad or two of soldiers.
Don't let their city's age fool you. Due to their rebellion, their progress has been practically reset, she explained in a lecturing tone. Scholar Vaxus muttered, "It still seems like someone should have thought of curving their shields when barreling into a fire zone." Academian Quincy tuned them out, not wanting to listen to their debate. After all, their opinions didn't matter. The end was already predestined. As the war progressed, the military would learn and adapt. It was inevitable. Besides, the city's evolving tactical doctrine wasn't what they were here to evaluate. His entire focus remained on Lord Walker. Even now, hidden behind a wall of soldiers and with nothing to do, the young man was still experimenting and learning. What kind of inner strength and indomitable will must he have to continue pushing himself like this, he wondered. Considering how much kobold spellfire was raining down on the humans, he and the other evaluators had been forced to hide near the ceiling on the back wall. They were standing on constructed platforms, anchored into the wall and hidden with essence diffusion techniques. He doubted that anyone could see them, even if they bothered to turn around and look up at them. As a result, due to their distance, he was forced to use a vision-enhancing spell to monitor the young lord. Although he could have used a scrying technique, it wasn't worth the center, considering how chaotic the ether was at the moment. While his fellow evaluators argued over what techniques and tactics Dorchester's army should be using, of course, taking into account their city's development level, Academian Quincy was focused entirely on the new movement technique Lord Walker was displaying. Narrowing his eyes and increasing the power he was feeding into his spell form, his vision zoomed in on the area around Lord Walker. With how close the soldiers were packed, it was difficult to see exactly what was happening, but luckily he was able to see enough to formulate a hypothesis or two. Fed up with the argument being directly transmitted into his brain, he shouted, "Would you all please stop talking? I'm trying to think here. If you want to continue your argument, one of you can manage a separate communication web. This one will be reserved for our actual observations concerning the unique we're supposed to be evaluating. Am I clear?" Sufficiently chastened, the conversation ended. Whether or not they did, in fact, construct another communication web, he honestly couldn't care less. Scholar Idris asked, "Is he walking on tiny earthen walls?" Smirking, Academian Quincy replied, Yes, he is. If you look closely, you'll see the spell forms stamping into existence near his feet. He isn't even bothering to use his hands as a medium anymore. He's running his center through his legs and projecting the spell form above where he's stepping. I'm guessing he's using his ability to restrict or alter the spell to get the effect he wants. The moment he takes his weight off his back foot, the pillar underneath dissipates, and a new one appears in front of him. Scholar Idrius, obviously impressed, replied, "That's a surprising demonstration of spell mastery for someone of his level. Do you think he's altering the spell form, or is he just manipulating the essence directly to get the intended result?" Academian Quincy's eyes remained locked on the young lord, making sure not to miss a thing. "I have no idea. As best I can tell, the spell form looks like a standard earthen wall, but I can't be sure without having him perform it under an essence monitor. Either way, it's an incredible leap forward for him. I also think he's directly imbuing the spell forms with the ambient soul remnants to power them. Either that, or his speed at recapturing his center has made a similar level of advancement. Chiming in, Scholar Yarborough replied, "I honestly don't know which would be more impressive." At that, the hidden evaluators all went silent, each contemplating the implications of what they were witnessing. Academian Quincy was the first to notice the approaching siege worm. He could feel it coming up the tunnel, and for the first time in a while, he turned away from his target. After sending out a scry to see what the kobolds were up to, he couldn't help but smile while ordering, "Everyone pay attention. This should prove interesting." No longer able to keep up his pillar stilts with how fast he was moving, Nero's height returned to normal. As expected, his small size once again served as an advantage, allowing him to duck and dodge his way through the crowd of soldiers without issue. Unfortunately, the chamber was massive, and he quickly found himself needing to pop his head up every once in a while to reorient himself. On the plus side, it gave him the opportunity to keep track of how the fight was progressing with the siege worm. Every time he looked, he was able to see a snapshot of the situation, and it was becoming increasingly maddening. The brilliant tactical minds of Dorchester's elite captains had responded to the worm's appearance by waiting patiently for it to reach the front lines. For Nero, it was like watching a car crash happen in slow motion. He didn't see a single unit doing anything to prepare for what was coming. There were no defenses being set up, or massive ritual magics being prepared. Even being as far away as he was, he continued to hope to see something to be done. But every time he looked, there was simply nothing. As he rushed through the soldiers, he did his best not to allow his growing sense of unease to distract him, but the further he ran, the worse it got. He tried focusing on whatever idle thoughts he could to serve as a distraction. For example, when he got far enough away from his unit, he noticed his mental connections to Nick and the unit snapping, while the connection to the command web remained perfectly fine. He also couldn't help but notice the uniforms of the soldiers all around him changing as he passed through the various units. But nothing seemed to hold his attention long enough to matter. He felt like he was working himself up to a panic attack, and he couldn't understand why. Faster and faster he ran, doing everything he could to avoid colliding with anyone. He flew past groups of injured soldiers being led off the field, along with the corpses of kobolds being stacked against the back wall. But he couldn't bring himself to stop, even when he knew he was passing dead soldiers that he should be saving. It wasn't until he approached a particularly scared group of young soldiers that he realized what was happening. The combined essence fields of what he assumed to be fresh recruits were like a beacon in the ether, radiating fear and concern. The sense of discontinuity between what he was feeling and what they were feeling was enough to snap him out of his growing panic. Nero felt his racing heart calm down as his pace slowed to something less reckless. Holy crap! It's like the combined emotions work together to form a morale buff, or, in this case, debuff, he thought to himself. It made sense after a second or two of consideration. He'd already determined that people's emotions could influence each other, and it wasn't surprising that the closer he got to the siege worm, there would be more and more people panicking. Unfortunately, nothing came to mind when he thought about what, if anything, he could do about it, other than simply being aware of the phenomenon and refusing to let it influence him, that is. What they need are commissars or something to psych up the troops and encourage their zealotry, he decided. All he could do was continue his rush toward the fight, while focusing on keeping his own emotions stable. After a minute or two, he was like a bubble of confidence and determination floating through a sea of despair. Yet, throughout it all, he continued to pop his head up to check on the siege worm's progress. Until finally, when the situation changed. He raised himself up with a couple of pillars under his feet and saw a second siege worm pushing its head out of the tunnel while the first one reached the closest battle lines it could find. Even though he was much closer,
he was still far enough away to see everything from an outsider's perspective. Instead of dropping back down and continuing his rush, he took a moment to see what would happen and get a better idea of the situation.
He watched as the humans began throwing spears with chains attached to them over the sides of the beast. Near its stubby legs, he saw groups of soldiers hacking away at its legs. The shield over the units' heads flared bright gold as the siege worm's massive maw tried to bite down on them. As the siege worm pushed forward, he watched as humans were being crushed under its feet and the shields began to fail. Holding back the beast's attacks was one thing, but the shields simply weren't strong enough to stand up to the multi-ton beast's physical presence. Every time the beast stomped down on a group of soldiers, he couldn't stop himself from wincing. Although it was impossible, he could swear he heard the screams and sounds of breaking bones, despite how far away he was from the fight. He did see a few people casting spells that splashed uselessly against the siege worm's flanks.
He wasn't able to tell if it was a matter of spell resistance or the inherent density of the beast's essence field, but he could tell that what they were doing wasn't working. At the rate the battle was progressing, by the time he got over there, it might already be too late for him to do anything. More and more chains made their way around the beast's neck until its forward progress ground to a halt. Yet Nero could tell it wasn't over just yet. He wasn't sure why, but he just knew that something bad was about to happen. And, as if the great god Murphy was listening to his thoughts, he watched in horror as the beast started thrashing in panic. Nero could do nothing but watch with impotent rage as the siege worm toppled over and rolled itself into one of the massive pillars holding up the tier over the soldiers' heads.
The greater fight happening throughout the entire chamber seemed to pause as everyone turned to watch the thrashing beast try to use the pillar to scrape off the restricting chains holding it down. Despite how loud its roars were, they were overshadowed by the sound of cracking stone. Chunks of pillar began breaking off and falling down onto the soldiers nearby. Nero couldn't help but wonder if the beast's own perception of the spellstone was contributing to the effect. Could something that big passively convince a construct that it was real? How long would the chunks of broken stone remain before they broke apart and returned to the ether? Was the overall pattern even affected by the localized disruption? Hundreds of questions about how spell constructs could be affected by the people around them, not to mention the world itself, rushed through Nero's head as he stood paralyzed, futilely watching the disaster happen, without being able to do anything.
As he feared, the pillar finally gave out, and the entire tier above them came crashing down. Not just the one above the fighting, but even the one above that, as they were both connected to the same support pillar. Thousands of humans and kobolds rained down along with the rubble onto the soldiers below, shattering the shields and burying the troops under the rubble. It was, in a word, horrifying. Even worse, it didn't seem to be enough to stop the siege worm. The resulting chaos from the collapsing tiers had disrupted the groups of soldiers holding it down, and now it was free. Like a wingless dragon emerging from the earth, it forced its way out of the rubble and stood tall over the destruction. It raised its bloody maw and roared in victory, shaking the entire chamber with its furious declaration of victory. Despite how injured it looked, Nero could tell it wasn't nearly done. In fact, it was just getting started.
All around him, he could feel the soldiers' essence fields broadcasting their fear and hopelessness. Even though underneath that sense of despair there was a sense of determination and willingness to fight until the end, Nero could tell that their spirits were broken. Something about the entire situation seemed to just piss him off. All of these lifelong soldiers, who'd fought against who knows how many bandits and monsters, were scared of a stupid lizard. Granted, it was a big-ass stupid lizard,
but it was still just a stupid lizard. So what? They tried fighting it with the same tactics they'd used in an open field and failed miserably. Now they're just going to give up? Or, more likely, try the same dumbass plan again, hoping and praying that his time would turn out differently, he asked himself sarcastically. With his fist clenched in rage, he shouted, "No! Not only no, but hell no!
I'm gonna mount that damn thing's head on my wall and turn whatever's left into a pair of pimped-out leather boots." He could feel the soldiers all around him reeling back in shock at his outburst. Deciding that he was done fucking around, he altered his course and headed directly toward the siege rim. Knowing that he'd have to cut through the front lines and then through a good portion of the kobolds' defenses, he reached out and collected as much essence as he could to form some solid fucking mage armor. As he knew he'd need the brain power, he let go of the connection to the command web he'd been holding on to and focused on imbuing the mage armor with the concept of absolute defense. He felt his center reserves drop like a rock and instinctively reached out to refill them from the soul stuff permeating the ether. With a grin, he kept pumping more and more center into the armor, feeling it practically vibrate over his skin. It reached a point where there was more center in the mage armor than he was capable of producing. Somehow, it became easier and easier to maintain, as if it were becoming self-propagating and actively sucking his center on its own. The resulting film over his body felt more like an enchantment than an actual spell technique. As he pushed through the soldiers in front of him, he approached the kobold lines at a run. Rather than deal with trying to explain what he was doing, he stamped his trusty pillar spell into the ether and watched as the ground erupted in front of him. The fighting line was pushed open by a 10-foot-tall, 4-foot-wide earthen pillar composed of essence charged with his center, along with a generous portion of soul stuff and no small amount of his hate. Stumbling off the sides, the soldiers, along with the kobolds, stepped back, unsure of what was happening. Figuring he'd take advantage of his distraction, he drew his sword, along with another from his personal space, and rushed forward. And like Johnny coming through the door with an axe, Nero exploded through the pillar the moment he dismissed it, his twin swords glowing with imbued essence. Shouting like a madman, he screamed, "Come on, you fucks! You think a clone army of midget lizards is gonna stop me?" With his heart pumping loudly enough to be felt in his ears, Nero hopped over the kobold's wall and rushed directly into their forces. Although he felt numerous weapons raking against his mage armor, his continuous feeding of center into his defenses made him practically invincible to their pathetically weak attacks. Hacking and slashing, he didn't allow himself to be slowed down. Further and further into the lines he pushed, eventually running into surprised kobolds who weren't expecting to be fighting anyone just yet. That, of course, worked out just fine for Nero, as he was able to swipe at them with his swords as he ran by, leaving nothing but confusion and bleeding kobolds in his wake. He barreled through the lines like a battering ram. He could tell that he was using the same type of telekinesis he did back when he'd fought the archer assassin in the forest. In front of him, there was an almost hazy outline of force, pushing aside anything that stood in his way. Inside his center, he felt like there was a storm, a towering twister sucking down soul stuff and pumping out glorious, prime, grade A Nero from his center out into the ether. He was converting whatever leftover soul potential there was floating around in the ether and infusing it with his singular desire to get to where he wanted to go. Considering how poorly organized the kobolds were, it wasn't surprising that they struggled to come up with an appropriate response to his suicidal charge. He knew for a fact that if he stopped moving forward, the kobolds he'd alerted to his presence would swarm and eventually bring him down. So, he just didn't stop moving forward. While he ran, he continued to slash throats and hilt punch whatever kobold managed to look at him in fear as he ran by.
Those few who did manage to strike out at him were held back by his mage armor, charged with who knows how much center dedicated solely to his defense. He was an unstoppable force of nature, as long as he didn't stop. On and on he pushed, rushing through the kobold lines like a bullet, leaving nothing but confusion and death in his wake. As the kobolds were shorter than he was, he kept his head low, but made sure to unerringly head toward the siege worm he was committed to killing. His progress was fast, almost too fast. He leaped over the short walls and avoided whatever groups he could that had the larger kobolds among them, all the while laughing in excitement at what he was about to do.
Occasionally, he was even able to surprise a shaman or caster who hadn't been paying attention. He didn't stop or slow down for anything until he eventually got close enough to sense the siege worm with his essence field. In his mind, it was like running into a wall of disruption throughout the ether. Compared to any other beast he'd seen, the damn thing's essence field was like the density of molasses. No wonder the spells they were throwing around didn't do shit to it, he said to himself. But it didn't matter. He wasn't planning on killing it just yet anyway. He had a better idea. Seeing one of the mud huts the kobolds were using as a fortification, Nero used an earthen pillar spell to launch himself up onto the roof. And, as expected, the moment he poked his head above the masses, he felt multiple spells heading his way. Dropping one of his swords, he pulled out his trusty shield, the Wall 2.0, so he could hide behind it. As he ducked underneath it, he began imbuing it with so much center that the damn thing began to actually glow. After making sure his arms and legs were completely underneath the large tower shield, he figured it should hold out long enough for what he wanted to do. Rather than waiting to see if his preparations were sufficient, he instead focused on casting his trusty artillery spell. With how much soul stuff from the dead humans there was in the ether, there was more than enough to overpower the hell out of it. Not bothering to aim it all that well, he relied on just pointing it at the siege worm's essence bubble. Grinning like a lunatic, Nero muttered under his breath, "Hey, big fella, why don't you come over here and pick on someone your own size?" Like an angry, red, glowing paintball, the spell shell launched toward the beast over the heads of the kobolds. Taking advantage of his current elevation, he completely bypassed their defenses. While hiding under his shield, he began charging another round, while watching the shell fly toward its target, its reflection lighting up the kobold spell shields underneath it. Just as he'd hoped, the spell shell exploded beautifully, slamming directly into the siege worm's side and grabbing its attention. Although it didn't do nearly enough damage to actually injure it, he still laughed victoriously. Seeing the worm's hateful gaze looking his way, he fired another shot. Just as he did, he felt the kobold's spells land all around him, shattering the roof of the building he was using and sending him tumbling into the room below. Unsurprisingly, he found himself surrounded by now injured kobolds, struggling to understand what was happening. With his mage armor still up and running, he was completely unhurt. In fact, he felt great. Hearing the roar of the angered worm, he muttered, "Well, that's phase 1 of the plan complete." At the edge of his essence field, he could sense the giant blob of disrupted flows heading toward him, indicating that the siege worm was heading his way. Shaking off the rubble, Nero hacked and slashed his way out of the room, killing several injured kobolds along the way. Figuring he needed to keep the damn thing's attention, he launched another spell shell at the approaching beast, barely bothering to charge it. Like he'd hoped, the furious worm ran over the kobolds' lines, killing them by the dozens and wrecking what little defense they had, not caring in the least about how much damage he was doing along the way. With a grin, Nero put away his shield and pulled out another one of the spare swords he'd stored in his personal space. "Time for a merry chase, you big dumb bastard," he said happily, before running off toward the other siege worm. All around him, the kobolds looked on in confusion, unsure of what they should be paying attention to. Which was the bigger threat? The crazy-ass smooth skin that wanted to die, or the rampaging siege worm which was currently decimating their forces against its orders? Charging through the lines, Nero muttered happily, "Stupid-ass lizard clones." Chapter 208. Nero Unleashed. Kathleen was moving up and down the lines, maintaining a distance between 10 and 15 paces from the fighting. Her well-trained perception field allowed her to keep track of the battle and update her orders as needed. And, while part of her would have preferred to be crossing spears with her enemy, being the battle leader didn't afford her that luxury. "Collins, switch out your team with Hendricks and get your people healed. This battle won't end anytime soon, so there's no reason to risk it," she ordered tersely. After watching carefully, she nodded to herself in appreciation of how well her troops were performing. Despite the majority of them being penal conscripts, she hadn't had any trouble with them. In fact, their morale was overall quite high, and their dedication to the cause was nothing short of absolute. Although very few were all that strong, they worked well together and looked out for each other. Thinking of the penal conscript's de facto leader, she used her perception field to track down the former assassin. Unsurprisingly, she saw him in the thick of the fighting, shouting out encouragement to everyone around him. Through her field, she could sense his conviction as he loudly declared, "For Lord Walker!" before decimating another group of kobolds with his ability. Shaking her head in amusement, she mentally turned away from the incomprehensible sight to check on the rest of the battle. Her senses were suddenly distracted by a large shield erupting in front of a group of her troops. She watched as another surprising convert to Lord Walker's cause lashed out at the kobolds' defenses, shattering an earthen wall with his shield ability. She had to admit that Captain Angleton's skill at wielding such a defensive ability offensively was incredibly impressive. Sweeping her perception field over the battle, she watched carefully as her troops pushed forward. While she knew the sergeants she'd appropriated from Captain Angleton's forces were well-disciplined and capable, she refused to leave anything up to chance. "Sergeant Blackwood, reinforce the left flank and take out that group of leaders," she barked over the unit connection. Watching the sergeant carry out her orders, she recalled how well he'd handled the breaching maneuver into the chamber. At first, she'd thought they would have had trouble finding volunteers, but she'd been pleasantly surprised at how the sergeant had handled it. He'd wasted no time in finding willing penal conscripts who were willing to brave the suicidal duty for the sake of having their sentences reduced. When it was all said and done, the sergeant had collected the names and identification records of everyone involved while organizing the entire maneuver. She'd barely been involved at all. Between the sergeant and the former assassin, they'd worked the penal conscripts up into a frenzy, resulting in a surplus of volunteers. As a result, casualties had been quite low, considering how dangerous their breach into the chamber had been. Looking back on it, she believed they'd performed better than even a seasoned assault group would have in a similar situation. Yes, all in all, she would say her experience so far as a battle leader had been a success. Her self-congratulatory thoughts stumbled to a halt when she heard the unmistakable sound of a siege worm emerging from the kobold tunnel on the other side of the chamber. To see what was happening, she planted her spear and used it as a lever to hold herself up. Just as she thought, there was indeed a siege worm being deployed. Sighing, she couldn't stop herself from cursing at the kobold's stupidity. Releasing such a monster into a confined space, even one as large as the chamber they were fighting in, was tantamount to madness. While she listened in on the command web to hear how the army planned to handle it, she received a personal connection request from Lord Verena. Opening the connection and immediately sensing Lord Verena's panic, she asked, "What is it?" "Nero took off to go fight the siege worm. He slipped through the crowd before I could do anything to stop him. Should I go after him?" he asked quickly, while his entire psyche was radiating worry. Shocked, she unconsciously looked around at the troops who'd gathered under Lord Walker's banner. "No. Let him do what he feels he needs to."
I'm sure he's smart enough to get himself out of whatever trouble he ends up in. Besides, I'm sure the evaluators are watching over him from wherever they are. They'll be sure to keep him safe, or at least make sure he survives to learn whatever lesson they decide to teach him. Although Lord Verana didn't bother responding, she was able to feel his acceptance over the connection before he closed it. Returning her attention to the battle, she continued to wield her unit connection like a maestro using their baton to skillfully conduct an orchestra. As the battle leader, she had a job to do, and to do it, she would need to keep her mind on the here and now. Meanwhile, the little lord would just have to take care of himself. Nero's heart was pumping so fast he felt like his blood had turned into battery acid. This was exactly the type of feeling of adventure he'd been chasing since he'd arrived in this crazy world.
Surviving on a knife's edge,
Fighting hordes of monsters while running from certain death. He simply couldn't stop himself from laughing like a madman and embracing the insanity. As he ran through the confused cobalt, he could see groups of the larger lizards coming together to try and surround him. Apparently, having exposed himself by attacking the siege worm, he'd called too much attention to himself. Perhaps due to his incredibly low opinion of kobold intelligence, he found himself surprised at how quickly they had adapted to his particular brand of warfare. Despite not staying in one place for more than a second or two, he could tell that the stupid kobolds were finally catching on to his game. While he was occasionally able to pelt the chasing siege worm in the face with one of his spell shells, most of his concentration was busy dealing with the slimy lizards cutting off his escape routes. "Even dumbass lizards are capable of learning."
"Who knew?"
he remarked to himself with a smile.
While he hadn't technically fleshed out this part of the plan, he was nothing if not adaptable. Besides, the middle bits of any plan were always a little tricky, but he didn't let it get him down. All he had to do was think about what resources he had available and come up with a counter-strategy that would see him out of his current predicament. Easy, right? To buy himself some time, he rushed through the doors of one of the larger mud buildings the kobolds had put up. He ignored the surprised kobolds on the first floor and rushed up the stairs. Not knowing what the second-floor kobolds were doing and not really caring, he didn't waste any time before swiftly cutting them down without mercy. Left with several kobold bodies spread out over what looked like an armory, Nero quickly tipped over a large table so he could use it to block the stairs. As a result, weapons and armor spilled out all over the floor.
Not having any better ideas, he tipped the table over and used it to block the door.
Feeling the entire building shake as the siege worm let out another roar, Nero felt the hairs on the back of his head stand up. Something was telling him that he was really running out of time. He was behind enemy lines, surrounded by murderous kobolds, and an overgrown, mutated Komodo dragon with a hate-on for him and him alone. He knew he probably deserved it. After all, the spell shells he'd shot at the siege worm had done a bit of damage, so it was understandable that the beast was hell-bent on getting its revenge. And while that had been the crux of his plan, he still felt the beast was overreacting. In fact, it brought to mind the time he'd been caught smoking weed at a girlfriend's family reunion. It wasn't like he didn't understand what she had been angry about, but the level of anger she had displayed seemed a little unnecessary. Honestly, it wasn't like he'd slept with her sister or something.
Panting hard to catch his breath, he felt the table beginning to buckle as the kobolds tried to force their way in. Leaning his back against the table to hold it in place, he closed his eyes and tried to think. He figured he had at most 2 minutes before the building was brought down on top of him, whether due to the siege worm arriving or kobold casters tracking him down. Checking on his mage armor, he was happy to see it sucking in essence from the ether,
in addition to the essence he'd corralled into his compression field. Considering how much soul stuff he'd crammed into its identity, he wasn't all that surprised to see it basically maintaining itself. The small section of his mind that was dedicated to managing it was barely taxed, and, as a result, he felt that he had plenty more available in the brain tank. Looking around, he saw several windows that the kobolds had probably intended to use as firing positions.
Yet for him, they would serve as a convenient, if slightly stupid, way out of this mess. Happy that he wouldn't have to blow off the roof to make his escape, Nero concentrated on coming up with a solution to the growing number of kobolds being dedicated to tracking him down. What he needed was a distraction. Or at the very least, a way to cause enough damage that they focused on that instead of him. Honestly, the fact that they were ignoring the giant siege worm wrecking its way through their defenses was more than a little flattering. He didn't think he deserved this much attention comparatively. As the table he was propping up began to fall apart under the kobold axes, Nero couldn't stop himself from grinning at the idea he'd just had. When considering what distraction he might use, he thought of a particular spell he'd accidentally created. Namely, the sticky flamethrower spell he'd made when trying to come up with alternatives to his acid ball spell.
This is perfect.
It's like all the stories back home.
I'm utilizing a seemingly random piece of knowledge that I learned while on my hero's journey to get myself out of a jam and defeat the evil monsters that have surrounded me, he said to himself happily. Quickly reaching out with his essence field, Nero refreshed his collapsed essence reserves, noting that they were already larger than he'd thought they'd be. I'll have to look into that later, he dutifully reminded himself. Setting the thought onto the metaphorical back burner, he focused on carving the sticky flamethrower spell while linking it to his essence field over his shoulder. Having learned his lesson, he made sure to place it far enough away from his face to avoid another unfortunate accident. After all, it would be rather embarrassing if the kobolds he was massacring witnessed him injuring himself with his awesomeness. Finished with his preparations, he took a few deep breaths to psych himself up.
Just then he felt the wood split right next to his head. Jumping slightly in surprise, he glanced over to see an axe head being yanked back out of the table.
Okay, time to go, he muttered to himself. Racing across the room, he leaped out of the window onto the horde of kobolds down below. Laughing madly in excitement, he cast an earthen pillar on the ground while activating the sticky flamethrower spell hovering over his left shoulder. Below him, the earthen pillar rose up to meet him while pushing aside the kobolds. Meanwhile, he raked the flames across the crowd. He felt like he was spraying concert crazies with a fire hose, and it was awesome. Unfortunately, he misjudged the pillar's speed and ended up directly colliding with it. Dropping his sword, he was forced to wrap his hands around the pillar like a koala while trying, and failing, to catch the breath he'd just knocked out of himself.
Well, that worked well enough.
Technically, he reassured himself while climbing up on the 3-foot square pillar. Mentally spinning the sticky flamethrower spell form, he watched in glee as the kobolds ran around spreading the flames. Unfortunately, he could already feel the siege worm barreling toward him on the edges of his essence field, and worse yet, another volley of spells was heading toward him from the kobold casters. They really couldn't give a shit how many of their own they end up killing in order to get me, he remarked to himself in pride. Knowing he didn't have much time, he stamped another turret spell form, which he'd become increasingly familiar with. Grimacing at the mental effort it took to maintain all the spells he was playing with, he opened his center further, suffering the sweet burn of the soul stuff in the ether being rapidly changed into pure, unadulterated Nero. Wondering if this was what it felt like to mainline adrenaline, he laughed wildly while launching his spell shell at the siege worm's snout. Not bothering to wait to see if he hit, he turned the spell form around so he could fire another shot directly into the kobold horde beneath him. As he spun around, he was treated to a kobold spear deflecting itself off his forehead, not even transferring enough kinetic energy for him to feel it. Luckily, it didn't throw off his aim too much, and his spell shell exploded into a giant fireball, spewing dust and kobold parts all over the place. Super mage armor, fueled by the souls of the dead, for the win, he mentally shouted, while uncontrollably giggling. Geronimo! He shouted, as he leaped off his pillar into the smoke-filled aftermath. Checking on his flamethrower, he noticed that despite having fueled it with soul stuff, the essence it was pulling out was quickly draining his collapsed reserves. While the soul stuff could charge and fuel a spell, the spell form itself still built the spell out of the essence in the ether. Or in this case, since it was linked to the essence he'd collected, it created the flames out of his reserves. Not knowing how he could keep the spell following him without having it linked to his reserves, he was forced to reach out and start gathering more essence through his field. Mentally, he was really starting to feel the strain. Between having to pay attention to his feet as he ran through the kobolds, aiming the sticky flamethrower, maintaining his mage armor, and now collapsing more essence while on the run, he was beginning to feel a little loopy. Okay, more than a little loopy, he admitted to himself while uncontrollably giggling at all the chaos he was spreading. In the wake of his attack, his essence field was showing him just how badly he'd hurt the kobolds.
There were fires everywhere, and that was before his former position was bombarded by the kobold casters. That'll teach them to stop lobbing their spells like they were just expecting me to patiently wait for them to arrive, he muttered while pulling out another pair of spare swords from his personal space. Idly wiping his face with his sleeve, he noticed that his nose was bleeding quite heavily. When did I get hit in the face? He wondered, before shrugging it off and continuing on his way. While he tried to stick to whatever cover he could find, it was rather pointless considering the fact he was constantly spewing fire all over the place. Luckily, he was able to still occasionally fire off a spell shell or two at the siege worm in between his bouts of essence collection, just to keep the big beastie interested. He really needn't have bothered, as the number of spell shells he'd already thrown had begun to cause some serious damage to the siege worm, and as a result, it was now quite out of its mind in rage. It was smart enough to know who was responsible for its suffering, and the entirety of its pathetic little mind was dedicated to wiping out the infuriating smooth skin with every fiber of its considerable being. Nero, however, was currently far more concerned with the fact that he was finally nearing the other siege worm. While his original strategy was to somehow goad the two beasts into fighting each other, the closer he got to that part of the plan, the less likely he thought his chances of success became. Between the number of kobolds now paying attention to the uncontrollable flames spreading all over the place, and the siege worm dedicated to ending him, Nero couldn't see how to complete the incredibly well-thought-out plan he'd come up with.
Turning a corner, he nearly stumbled into a wall when he saw a group of kobold casters standing there, waiting for him. Somehow they'd hidden themselves from his senses. He should have known something was off when the small area looked completely empty of kobolds. But he'd been paying attention to too many things, and he just hadn't had the brain power available to process the obvious warning signs. Before he could backtrack, slip away, or otherwise avoid what was coming, he watched as the 20 or 30 robed and angry kobolds launched their spells at him from point-blank range. With no better options, he instinctively ducked down into a ball while covering his head with one arm and protecting his junk with the other. Mentally, he turned his sticky flamethrower toward the kobolds and threw the rest of his attention toward his mage armor. Closing his eyes, he gritted his teeth and demanded that the mage armor hold. Not just hold, but hold.
There was a moment, just a moment, where it felt like all of reality seemed to pause. He felt the ether shake as his mage armor fundamentally changed. It was no longer just a defensive technique tied to his mind and fueled by the soul stuff around him. It was now a fixture in reality, a true shield,
that had one and only purpose: to protect its owner from any and all damage. Time started again, and he felt the spells explode. With his ethereal senses, he saw each spell alter the surroundings as its caster intended. Flames spread, acid splashed, and icicles exploded into razor-sharp shards. The sound was a cacophony of destruction that melted the very ground he stood over. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could still see it all. Seconds that felt like minutes passed before the spellfire ended. Nero, feeling confused, stood up and hesitantly opened his eyes, only to widen them in shock. To his left and right, the surrounding buildings were in shambles. Fires were everywhere. The spellstone ground had been chewed up into gravel. But in front of him, he could see the kobold casters running around in panic as the spell form hovering over his shoulder continued to spew its fiery death into their ranks. "I'm still alive," he said to himself in wonder. Barely believing his luck, he did what he did best and turned around, intending to run away. Unfortunately, the moment he did, he saw another horde of furious kobolds racing toward him, screaming and hissing to high heaven. Behind them, he saw the siege worm in all its glory, trudging forward while towering over them with its ruined snout due to his generous spellfire. Glancing around quickly, he saw that he was well and truly surrounded by destruction, both imminent and present. The fires and broken stone under his feet, the smoke-filled air, the burning kobold casters, along with the injured kobolds emerging from the rubble of the building all around him, everything came together into a tableau of war that was straight out of one of those fantasy murals he used to download for the background on his phone. Feeling his center overflowing with potential as it sucked up the soul stuff floating around in the ether, Nero reflexively refilled his reserves by collapsing his essence field. All the while, his sticky flamethrower continued to spin around, spreading its payload out over the ground like a sprinkler. Suddenly remembering something he once heard when he was a kid, possibly from his time enjoying professional wrestling, sports center, or maybe just some old movie. Either way, this moment seemed especially appropriate for the quote he had in mind. Pulling out his trusty shield, "The Wall 2.0, he screamed at the top of his lungs. "You can't stop me! You can only hope to contain me!" Before running full bore into the flaming kobold casters, laughing madly the entire way. The adrenaline was making his entire body feel like it was on fire, but he couldn't bring himself to care. There were kobolds to kill and a brilliant plan to enact. He would not be stopped. He couldn't be stopped. He was unstoppable. With his shield leading the way, he plowed through the kobolds and out of the kill box they'd hoped would be his grave. Behind him, all he left were screaming kobolds who were too busy blaming each other to notice the siege worm bearing down on them. In the distance, the kobolds could still hear the mocking laughter of the smooth skin who was quickly becoming something of a legend, one which the survivors would threaten their hatchlings with to keep them from misbehaving. Chapter 209. The Judicious Application of Cheat Codes. Hovering above the battlefield, the evaluators followed Lord Walker as he made his way through the troops. They watched as he occasionally used his clever interpretation of an earthen wall spell to raise himself up so he could adjust his course. "Why doesn't he just do a quick scry? He knows how, right?" asked Scholar Idrius. Academian Quincy snorted in amusement. "You know he does, but considering the fact that he's probably powering all his spells with the soul remnants in the ether, I don't think it occurred to him. He's probably also still too used to seeing with his eyes," he replied. Over the private connection he and the evaluators shared, Academian Quincy felt their agreement. Scholar Vaxis remarked, "It will be amusing to see him overpowering the siege worm's defenses with the raw power he's able to bring to bear." No one felt the need to argue, as they could all imagine how powerful a spell form Lord Walker should be able to manage using his weird technique. Theoretically, with enough time and available soul remnants, He should be able to bring down anything capable of existing in this type of environment. With how thin the essence was here, nothing should be able to stand against his overpowered spells. They continued to watch patiently, hidden from view, while occasionally debating Lord Walker's potential and talents. Each evaluator offered their thoughts and opinions on their young charge. Yet, one thing they all agreed on was that the young man had practically limitless potential and an inspiring drive to innovate and push boundaries. Each and every one of them was looking forward to seeing what he would become. It was reassuring to see their faith in the young man rewarded by seeing him in action. Already, they'd gained more experience in the last few days than they had in years. Almost in unison, they paused and looked over at the sight of the siege worm destroying one of the support pillars.
Bodies and rubble fell like rain as screams of terror echoed throughout the chamber. Thousands died, kobold and human alike, and despite all they'd seen in their many years of life, it was still an awe-inspiring sight. Almost in a whisper, Scholar Yarborough said, "How is that possible? Ritual-built constructs of this magnitude shouldn't be that easy to take down." Choosing to answer the rhetorical question, Academian Quincy replied, "They are called siege worms for a reason. Their essence fields are disproportionately strong, and therefore tend to ignore reinforcement enchantments. To a beast like that, the material world is what is being reinforced, not the ethereal. To it, the stone column is simply stone, nothing more." Agreeing, Scholar Idrius added, "How else do you expect the siege worms to take down Dorchester's walls? They are bred specifically for—" Cutting herself off, her tone became panicked as she shouted, "What is he doing?" The evaluators all watched as Lord Walker abandoned all reason and charged the kobold lines as if he'd lost his mind. Academian Quincy could feel the unasked question on all their minds. After taking a good 30 seconds to think it over, he ordered, "We'll stay close and recover his body if he falls. We can always bring him back. And I want to see what his plan is." Nervous agreements filled the connection while they all watched on in silence. Rushing through the kobold defenses, Nero began to get a better sense of how the kobolds had set up their encampment. He saw plenty of buildings arrayed in circular patterns, along with open areas filled with ritual casting positions for their shamans and casters. Everything was built crudely, but efficiently. Even their supplies and cooking fires were organized in recurring patterns. While he couldn't exactly see everything, he began to get a feel for how the little buggers thought. Everything was repetition, a copy of a copy of a copy. And as a result, everything began to blend together as he felt like he was continually suffering from déjà vu. Throughout the ether, he could feel the growing hatred and desire for his death growing all around him. And it was spreading further and faster the longer his chase went on. "I'm pulling one hell of an aggro train," he giggled to himself. Although the concept of an aggro train was a computer gaming term for when a player caught the attention of a massive amount of enemies, he found the idea oddly appropriate for what he was doing. With his continual spray of sticky flames and his occasional barrage of spell shells, he was leaving hilariously exaggerated levels of destruction in his wake. The only thing he regretted was how little of it he was actually able to witness. But it couldn't be helped. If he stopped to appreciate the sights, he'd end up getting swarmed. It wasn't all bad, though. He had finally been able to get close enough to the other siege worm to fire off a few volleys of spell shells and grab its attention. So he was still pretty happy with himself. The secondary siege worm had been decimating the human lines while they struggled to keep it away from the support columns holding up their side of the chamber. Even from the distance he was at, Nero could feel the fear and desperation clinging to the humans like a dense miasma. Muttering to himself, he said, "Fear not, brothers and sisters of the human faction. I,
The great Lord Walker shall lead the beast away. Yea, though I run away from the shadow of death, I shall fear no stupid lizards. Part of Nero's consciousness knew he was beginning to lose it. He could feel the neurons in his brain reaching their limit.
Considering the numerous spells and magical techniques he was maintaining, Nero was well aware that he couldn't keep this up forever. Not to mention all the running. Dear God in heaven, so much running. With his perception field, he noticed another group of kobolds attempting to hide their ambush under another damned illusion. Nope, he thought with a smile, before turning on his heel and sprinting off between two mud huts. At the edge of his essence field, he could sense the two giant blobs he'd come to associate with the siege worms stubbornly following him along. Although he had trouble seeing through their essence fields, he could tell that they were causing all kinds of havoc for the poor little kobolds under their feet. The ether was practically filled to the brim with soul stuff, just begging for him to repurpose it into something useful. Deciding that it was time to figure out his endgame, Nero racked his brain for what he could do to get himself out of the mess he was in.
He had no problem ignoring the fact that this was all his fault, and instead focused on what options he had available to him.
Suddenly, the edge of his essence field brushed against a significant disturbance. Interested, he altered his course, running past a confused group of grunts who apparently hadn't gotten the memo about his presence. Tossing them a light-hearted wave as he ran past before spraying them down with fire and death, he raced toward the disturbance as if he were being chased by, well, exactly what he was being chased by. Fiddling with his field, he was able to pierce the kobold illusion and saw what looked like a 5- or 6-story platform filled to the brim with kobolds. They were arranged in circles surrounding singular shamans. He recognized immediately what he was looking at. It was a ranged casting position for artillery spells, just on a much grander scale than anything he'd seen before. Figuring he might as well take advantage of the opportunity, he charged forward fearlessly. At the base of the ramps, he could see a few of the larger kobolds ordering the little ones around, acting all high and mighty, like the assholes they were. Emerging from the alleyway he was using, he pulled out his trusty shield and barreled past them like a battering ram. The screeches of surprise and anger he left in his wake contrasted beautifully with his mocking laughter. After spraying them down with some sticky flames, he paused his flamethrower and ducked under the ramp's awning to hopefully disappear into the chaos. The empty ramp was like one of the switchback ones he was used to seeing at professional stadiums. Both wide and empty, he had no problems running up it. Thank God the kobolds are so damn slow. And stupid. Can't forget stupid, he thought to himself in amusement, while picturing the kobolds with their little legs chasing after him. Reaching the top, he realized that his little detour had wasted more time than he'd thought. His essence field gave him just enough warning to brace himself as the siege worms caught up with him. Since they didn't need to use the ramps, they were more than capable of propping themselves up on their back legs and attempting to climb up onto the massive platform. All around him, he could see the kobold casters panicking. Like idiots, he could see many of them already shooting the siege worms with whatever spells they had available. Like he'd hoped, with all the chaos he was causing, he was practically ignored. Although, compared to a siege worm, he had to admit his presence wasn't all that attention-grabbing. Ducking behind a poorly built wagon that smelled disturbing like beef stew, Nero took a moment to catch his breath. Using his essence field to keep track of what was happening, he was delighted to see the siege worms freaking the hell out. They racked their massive claws across the platform, ripping apart kobolds by the dozens and cracking the edge of the platform. Well and truly in a rampage, they were completely uncaring about who they were killing. In response, more and more kobolds were attacking them in retaliation. Peeking over the wagon,
he was surprised to see the siege worms covered in small kobolds. All over their backs and even on top of their heads, he could see little lizards stabbing and biting at whatever they could, each one looking bound and determined to bring down the great beast below them. Unfortunately, the siege worms didn't seem to mind the kobolds' attentions all that much, aside from looking rather annoyed at the audacity their little cousins were displaying. The original siege worm he'd collected, the one who'd brought down thousands of his fellow humans, wasn't looking too good.
Now that he had the opportunity to actually look at the damn thing, he could see how badly his spell shells had damaged it. One of its eyes was a complete ruin, along with half of its face. Great chunks of its body had been blasted open, and he could see broken scales falling off the exposed muscles. The fact that it was still standing was a testament to its endurance and, frankly, ridiculous levels of might. On the other hand, the other worm looked practically fresh as a daisy. Whatever few spell shells he'd been able to lob at it didn't look to have done all that much damage. Well, that's disappointing, he thought to himself. Glancing around, he saw that none of the kobolds were paying attention to him. In fact, considering how hidden he was, along with the kobolds' apparent fixation on the siege worms, the little bastard seemed to have forgotten all about him for the moment. The edges of the platform were already being broken down under the siege worms' assault, and the kobold shamans were frantically attempting to coordinate their little spell circles into an organized counterattack. Nero realized this would be an ideal time for him to run away. The siege worms were occupied with casters that could actually hurt them, and the kobold horde was busy supporting them. But what then? What if the kobolds managed to bring them down? Or, worse yet, bring them back under their control? "Fuck it," he mumbled, before adding in an amused grumble, "I needed a distraction anyway." Dismissing the sticky flamethrower spell form which he had paused at the bottom of the ramp, he took a moment to refresh his collected essence. Checking on his mage armor, he was happy to see it still pulling in essence by the boatload and reinforcing itself. The amount of soul stuff he'd shoved into it was making the entire film practically hum against his skin. In the small section of his mind dedicated to maintaining it, he could sense the technique's purpose burning itself constantly into the material world. He probably took longer than he should have to appreciate the sight of the mage armor overpowering reality, but he couldn't tear his senses away from it. Shaking his head to dismiss the errant distraction, he firmed his will and focused on what he intended to do. He could feel his center burning with potential. His very flesh and bones were chock full of essence just begging to be let loose. Closing his eyes, he took a few deep breaths and carefully carved the spell form for an updated turret into the ether. Unlike the turret spell forms he'd done before, this one needed to be larger, more dangerous. Like a mad scientist, uncaring about his safety, he added whatever damaging essence constructs he could to the part of the spell form responsible for the shell's creation.
Acid, fire, cold, sticky, compression, ball, explode. Everything he could think of he attached. By the time he was done, the damn thing looked even more like a patchwork puzzle that he had forced together. All the while, he was continually forcing more and more soul stuff into the pattern, certain that if he didn't, it would have exploded in his face. The soul stuff was potential waiting to be used, so he figured that with enough potential, anything was possible, even stabilizing his disturbingly unbalanced spell form. With his senses, he watched as the hovering spell form struggled to maintain itself, before finally convincing reality that it wasn't worth rejecting. Letting out a sigh of relief, Nero muttered, "Okay, step 1, make the damn thing. Step 2, fire the damn thing." Carefully adjusting the spell form, he manually slid it through the ether before confirming its placement. Peeking over the cart, he made the mistake of looking down and seeing what was in it. Nearly gagging, he turned away from the tubs of chunky slop. Luckily, his concentration on the spell form hadn't wavered enough to cause a miscast.
Ignoring the sad excuse for what passed for kobold cuisine, Nero narrowed his eyes and aimed his spell. The kobold casters were currently pelting the siege worms with their artillery spells cast from their spell circles. Melee kobolds, big and small, were harassing the siege worms with their spears and blades. In response, the siege worms were clinging stubbornly to the platform and killing whatever kobold caught their eye. Nero took a deep breath and readied himself. He honestly wasn't sure what was going to happen. Glancing up at the spell form he'd created, he could see it glowing in the ether like a miniature sun. The damn thing hadn't even started gathering essence, and it already was powerful enough to disrupt the local essence flows. Maybe I used too much soul stuff? He wondered for a moment, before shrugging off his concerns. Firming his resolve, he muttered, "There is no kill like overkill. Kill them all and let God sort them out." Also, other cliché sayings that I ought to say before doing something dangerous and arguably unnecessary. One more deep breath while he pulled out his shield to add another layer between him and what was coming. A final glance at his doomsday spell form. In a whisper, he declared, "Chick, chick," while activating the spell form. The ether around him swelled. The amount of potential he'd injected into the spell form immediately overrode the essence control of the kobolds on the platform. Like a growing storm, the essence flows began to swirl strongly enough to affect the air around him. Every single kobold and siege worm paused what they were doing, unsure of what exactly was happening. With his essence field, Nero could see the spell form swelling while struggling to channel all the essence his alterations demanded. In the center of the turret mechanism, he watched as a shell of unparalleled destruction injected itself into the material plane. It wasn't just a construct. It was too solid, too real to be called a construct. It burned so bright that he couldn't look directly at it. He couldn't be sure, but he felt like reality itself was buckling under the pressure the thing was giving off. The moment the shell finished its formation, Nero felt it. Reality snapped back into focus, and he could see it hovering in the air like a kaleidoscopic monstrosity. His wide, awe-struck eyes beheld his masterpiece with pride. The grin stretched across his face as he declared, "Boom." Like a bolt of multicolored lightning, the shell shot out of his turret toward its target. He'd chosen to aim it at the healthiest siege worm's chest, figuring that he might as well do a little damage to the one he hadn't given enough attention to just yet. Then, his world exploded. He honestly had no idea what was happening anymore. Gravity disappeared as he felt his feet leave the ground. Bright white light and shadow swirled around him, along with every other color in the spectrum. There was heat and cold and conflicting feelings of distance and pressure. His essence field was a solid block of confusion, and his senses told him nothing more than his eyes did. Perhaps he blacked out, or maybe reality decided to push the reset button. Either way, the sudden reappearance of his senses nearly blue-screened his brain box. Stumbling to his feet, Nero looked around in confusion. All around him were ethereal clouds of dust dissipating into the air like the monsters he'd watched come apart. Looking down, he saw that the Wall 2.0 was nothing more than a foot-square hunk of twisted metal strapped to his arm, and it was still smoking. After a second or two of feeling regret, he sent it back into his personal space so that he could bury it later. Raising his head, he looked around in awe at what he'd accomplished. He couldn't see all that far with all the smoke, but from what he could see, the destruction was absolute. There were no kobold bodies, or even any ruins from their defenses. It was all just ash and dirt. The smoke was heavy enough to blot out the light, and he wondered for a moment if he'd been transported into the barren desert of some afterlife. His mind struggled to understand what his senses were telling him.
There was nothing in his essence field that hinted at anything living. Even the essence flows looked subdued and lethargic. Delicately reaching out, he carefully attempted to refresh his essence collection. The ether around him shook, and he backed off. Then, he realized that the essence he'd already collected was gone as well. And so was his super awesome, soul-charged, absolute defense mage armor of awesomeness. He was utterly and completely naked. In the ethereal sense, that is. Patting down his clothes, he didn't see any problems. Aside from the blood-covered armor he was wearing, the massive headache he was suffering, along with the feeling of strain that affected every inch of his body, he felt perfectly fine. Huh. So that worked. I think I'm on step 3 now. That's profit, right? He congratulated himself. All in all, things seemed to have worked out all right for him. Just as that thought occurred to him, he felt his essence field alert him of an approaching group of humans. Turning his head, he watched as they cautiously emerged from the dissipating dust, their weapons ready. He could feel their fear and reluctance. With how clear, calm, and empty his thoughts were, he couldn't understand what their problem was. Yelling loudly enough to cover the distance, he shouted, "Hey! You all can calm down now! The kobolds around here are all dead!" Before looking around and muttering, "Or at least I think they are. Probably." Emerging from the smoke, Nero's eyes locked on to the group of awe-struck humans. At first glance, they looked like they were unwilling to subject him to their presence. They all looked like they'd been through hell. Ripped and torn bits of armor hung off them in strips, while scrapes and dried bits of blood covered their faces and exposed skin. The lady in the front stepped forward awkwardly and said, "My lord, Commander Dahl, I mean, he would like to see you, if you don't mind, that is." Nero tilted his head and looked at her in confusion. Scratching his head, he replied, "Yeah, okay. Just let me find my wackos first. After the battle is over, I'll find Commander Darrell and see what he wants. You wouldn't happen to know which way Kathleen Averett or Captain Angleton is, would you?" The woman exchanged confused and nervous glances with the rest of her part before replying, My lord, the battle is over. What few kobolds were left after, they retreated back under the mountain. They sealed the tunnel behind them, sacrificing themselves by the hundreds to ensure we couldn't go after them. As for Miss Averett and Captain Angleton, I'd have to check with my superior. I'm sorry, but I don't have a connection to the command web. Snapping his fingers, Nero exclaimed, "Right! The command web!" Reaching out, Nero tried to locate the group-like connection covering the chamber. Finding it quickly, he sent out a broad request for a connection. The resulting reply felt like 1,000 heads turning toward him all at once, every one of them paying close attention to him. He felt the connection slide into place so strongly that his head snapped back in pain. On instinct, he pushed the connection to the mental equivalent of an arm's distance. Back the fuck up a second. God damn, people, intrusive much? Anyway, I didn't want to bother you all while you're busy commanding or whatever, but can anyone give me directions to my unit? I was serving with Captain Angleton and Kathleen Averett. The connection felt incredibly odd, as it was like 1,000 people all standing right next to him, paying close attention while not saying anything. He then felt one presence step forward. "This is Commander Dahl. Lord Walker, your adherents and followers are to your northeast. However, if you don't mind, I'd respectfully like to ask you what it was you did to end the battle so decisively. None of my mages or advisors have ever heard of anything like it. Are you all right, or do you need any medical aid?" Nero, his brain still feeling a little muddled, had stopped listening to everything after
northeast. Somehow knowing exactly where the man was indicating, turned his head in that direction and tried to sense what he could. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing. A familiar presence at the edges of the connection grew stronger while the commander was speaking. Apologies for the interruption, Commander.
But we're over here, my lord. Lord Verena has requested to speak to you as well.
Recognizing Kathleen's presence, he wondered why she seemed so emotionally far away. It felt like she was scared of him? No, not scared. Wary, maybe? His brain tried over and over again to find the right word to describe what her presence was telling him. Commander Dahl's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord Walker, are you unwell? Do you require aid? Returning his attention to the conversation, Nero replied, Huh? No, I'm good, thanks. I'll go check in with my team and get back to you. Don't mind me. Cutting off the connection so the 1,000+ presences would stop staring at him through the ether, Nero started walking toward his wackos. Glancing over his shoulder, he said to the weirdly acting team that had found him, Thanks for the help. You guys can return to whatever it was you were doing. But, just so you know, I don't think you'll find whatever it is you're looking for here.
This cloud of dust and crap is about all there is around here as far as I can tell. But I could be wrong. So, whatever. You do you. Good luck. Without another look, he walked off into the dust cloud, muttering, I should call that a chaos bomb. Or maybe the obliteration shell. Boom, baby. No, the final solution. No, too edgy. I'll have to workshop it. Either way, that was freaking awesome. God, I could use a shower and some coffee. I wonder if they have any donuts. Or maybe the fantasy equivalent of a mocha espresso. Rubbing his temples, he thought to himself, I feel like I'm suffering from one of those rare hangovers where you can't seem to think straight, but you can't bring yourself to care enough to worry about it. After I find Kathleen, I'm definitely taking a nap before Nick can explain to me what I did. I'm not even remotely up for a lecture right now, that's for sure. Chapter 210. Have I got something on my face? After watching Lord Walker charge the kobold lines and subsequently run right past them, Academian Quincy found himself thoroughly confused. Judging by the waves of disbelief echoing across the connection he shared with the other evaluators, he wasn't the only one who was having trouble understanding what he was seeing. Without any conceivable grander purpose, Lord Walker continued deeper into the enemy force, seemingly immune to any and all damage he was receiving. If he didn't know better, Academian Quincy would have thought Lord Walker was a level 80 melee combat specialist with centuries of experience on the battlefield. I don't understand. If he's capable of creating an essence shield strong enough to counter their blades, then why is he bothering to try and dodge them? Asked Scholar Idrius. The question hung in the air, unanswerable and perplexing. Hovering above the battlefield, they watched Lord Walker move through the kobold defenses like a thief escaping justice.
He ducked and dodged blades by the dozens, lashing out left and right with his sword, leaving bleeding and screaming kobolds in his wake. Yet they also saw kobold swords bouncing off his essence shield, spearheads deflecting off his limbs, and, on more than a dozen occasions, arrows harmlessly hammering into his back. Is he, I don't know, trying to trick them or something? Scholar Vaxus asked, his normally silent personality overcome by his confusion. Even from where they were above the battlefield, they could hear Lord Walker's laugh echoing across the encampment, enraging the nearby kobolds into a frenzy. Academian Quincy had no idea what the enigmatic young lord was doing. While it was true that he was causing some damage to the kobold forces, his tactics were inefficient to the point of insanity. On one hand, if Lord Walker knew that his essence shield was that powerful,
then he could have just stood in place and cut them down by the hundreds.
But if he didn't, and he was actually charging into their lines expecting to survive with his evasion techniques, then he honestly didn't know what to think. Perhaps Scholar Vaxus was right. Maybe it was all some elaborate ploy to keep the kobolds off balance. It was, after all, rather obvious what effect Lord Walker's antics were having on the kobolds. They were abandoning their positions and chasing after him in droves. Maybe that is his goal, Academian Quincy wondered. Inexplicably, the young lord abruptly changed tactics. Out of nowhere, he jumped up onto one of the kobold buildings and ducked under a giant tower shield. Academian Quincy and the other evaluators couldn't help but hold their breaths in shock at the sheer audacity Lord Walker was displaying. As expected, now that he was out in the open and static, several artillery positions opened fire on him. Whoever was controlling the kobold forces had predictably been monitoring the situation and had now decided to take action.
"He's casting something," noted Scholar Yarborough. "I don't recognize the spell," replied Scholar Mortem. "It might be that personal artillery spell he used before, the same one that he used during the portal incident. He used it earlier in this battle too, I think. I wasn't ready at the time, but this time I was able to catch it. I can confirm that he's pulling in soul remnants to power it. The local resonance levels are falling, or at least I think they are," observed Scholar Vaxus, added hesitantly. Glancing over at Scholar Vaxus, Academian Quincy frowned at the man with distaste. Unsurprisingly, Scholar Vaxus was playing with the obscure spell he'd found in one of the Royal Academy's databases. According to him, the spell was intended to monitor soul remnant levels in the ether before the application of some very illegal necromantic rituals. While not technically against the law, Academian Quincy was not happy to see the overly curious man messing with something so controversial. Academian Quincy's attention was pulled back to the battle below him by the sound of Lord Walker's spell going off. Turning his attention to where it was headed, he raised one eyebrow in surprise when he saw the spell impact against the siege worm. "Well, that's not going to do anything," he thought to himself in shock. But he was then immediately proven wrong when the siege worm let out a bowel-shaking roar before charging toward Lord Walker in a rage. Staring in confusion at the sight of the siege worm's disproportionate reaction, Academian Quincy missed the moment when the kobold's spells landed on Lord Walker's position. Whipping his head back toward the explosion, he was surprised to see the level of destruction the kobolds had committed against their own forces. Dead kobolds littered the ground, while the building itself had fallen into ruins. "Well, let's go collect his body and then get him resuscitated. I'm looking forward to hearing what Academian Quincy started to say, before trailing off. From the rubble, Lord Walker emerged with a grin and began cutting down any kobold lucky enough to still be alive. He was able to see the exact moment Lord Walker realized the siege worm was bearing down on his position. The grin on Lord Walker's face transformed into a wide smile, his white teeth contrasting harshly with the soot and dust covering his face. Feeling an uncomfortable chill down his spine, Academian Quincy couldn't stop himself from shivering at the wicked laugh erupting from the little lord down below. Like an arrow being loosed from a bow, Lord Walker shot off into the encampment in the exact opposite direction from the siege worm's approach. "I got it! That's what he was doing with the soul remnants. He was overpowering the spell form to pull in enough essence so that it would overcome the siege worm's localized essence field." Unfortunately, he just doesn't know enough about essence fields yet. His plan would have worked if he had time to infuse more power into the spell, Scholar Vaxus said confidently. Frowning again at his boundary-pushing colleague, Academian Quincy hissed, "Does it look like Lord Walker was unhappy with the result? Whatever his plan is, I doubt that was the extent of it." "Dear gods in all the heavens above! Would you look at that?" whispered Scholar Mortem. Turning to look at what Scholar Mortem was pointing at,
Academian Quincy felt his jaw drop at the sight of the siege worm absolutely wrecking the pursuit force of kobolds chasing after the young lord. "Do you think he planned that?" asked Scholar Yarbarrow in awe. It took longer than Nero thought it would to make his way through the weird, fog-like dust cloud. But eventually, he started seeing some partially complete ruins and moderately intact corpses.
Even with his mind still in a bit of a daze, he couldn't stop himself from smiling at the sight of so many dead enemies. "I should look into contacting a GM to see if I can start getting experience off my kill count," he muttered to himself sarcastically. As he got further away from the detonation site, he felt his essence field begin working again. Although not able to see them, he could sense humans moving around, collecting corpses and loot. Emerging from the dust-like cloud, he walked over to the first group he saw and said, "Hey there, do any of you know where Kathleen Averett is?" As one, the group looked up from what they were doing. Surprised, 2 of the battle-weary soldiers dropped the kobold corpse they were holding. The remaining troops all stood up straight and snapped to attention, staring at Nero in shock. Before he could tell them to chill out, one of the troops stepped forward to greet him.
Nero wasn't sure, but he thought he recognized the man from the brief interviews he'd had with his wackos. "My lord, are you injured? Do you need healing?" the possible wacko asked quickly, his concern overly evident in his expression. Frowning up at the man, Nero replied, Yeah, I'm good. You can go back to looting and whatnot. But can you point me in the direction of Kathleen? I'm sure she's just itching to tear me a new one for running off." The man didn't respond immediately, his concern for his lord's safety struggling against his desire to answer the question. Pointing off in the distance, he said, "She and the command staff are over that way, my lord. But are you sure you don't want me to help you over to the healers?" Nero looked down at his grubby and ruined armor and replied, "Nah, I'm fine. This is mostly kobold blood. I'll get some water and clean up in a bit." Considering how off the ether felt, Nero didn't want to chance a spell before talking to Nick.
For all he knew, there was some magical rule that he'd be violating if he did.
With his luck, he'd probably end up accidentally creating a portal or one of those essence nodes. The last thing he needed right now was another enemy to fight. While fun and exciting, he was currently more interested in a shower and a nap. Rather than prolonging the awkward conversation, Nero turned on his heel and began walking away. Over his shoulder, he shouted, "Thanks for the directions. Keep up the good work. Soldiers like you are a credit to the a credit to Dorchester." "Yep. You guys are the real heroes." Nero cringed at his poor attempt at politicking. "I'm really gonna have to update my bullshit," he reminded himself. Luckily, he was distracted by more and more human troops appearing as he made his way out of the dust cloud. Every time someone noticed him, they dropped what they were doing and saluted him.
Many of them he could tell weren't soldiers, as their attempts looked both awkward and kinda stupid. But he still responded with a fist to his chest and a smile, as there was no point in being a dick about it. What did confuse him a little was how his presence seemed to suck the happiness out of them. One second they were smiling and congratulating each other on their victory, and the next they were looking at him like they were at a funeral. Was Kathleen or someone else injured? Or dead? Upping his pace, he quickly moved through the crowd, his heart beginning to race with worry. Moving past a wagon filled with kobold corpses, he saw a large group of people circled around something. Figuring that they all looked like important assholes doing nothing while everyone else worked for a living, he assumed they were the command staff that the possible wacko had told him to look out for. Walking up, he was about to reach out and tap one of them on the arm to ask about Kathleen. Before he could, though, the entire group turned around to look at him. Only a few paces away, Nero froze in place,
uncomfortable with so many people staring at him. Right when he was about to say something, the crowd was shoved aside by a stern-looking Kathleen, followed by the contrastingly large Captain Angleton. While Kathleen looked like she always did, mildly annoyed and somewhat disapproving, the captain was wearing what looked like a smile. But that couldn't be right. Captain Angleton didn't smile. Before Nero could think too much about that, he noticed that right alongside them was the former assassin guy, Mark, with a weird smile on his face. Or maybe his name was Mike, Marty, or Mickey? Nero couldn't remember. Either way, the approaching group was rounded out with an overly excited Nick. The range of emotions on everyone's faces was enough to exacerbate Nero's migraine. Awkwardly raising his hand in greeting, he politely gave them a half wave and said hurriedly, "Hello there."
Good fight, huh? Crazy about those siege worms. But hey, it all worked out, right? Well, not for everyone under the upper floors that fell down on them, but everyone else seems okay. So, that's one in the win column. Were the healers able to save any of those poor bastards? I know that the group stood around Nero in a half circle, each of them glaring at him in their own way. The former assassin and the captain looked at him with wide smiles and a hint of an emotion Nero couldn't begin to identify. Nick looked like he was ready to jump out of his shoes and begin questioning him. But Kathleen, sweet Kathleen. The look on her face was enough for Nero to keep talking, hoping to stumble across the correct words that could diffuse her, thereby preventing her from exploding all over him. "Enough! Before anything else, why haven't you healed yourself?" Kathleen demanded. Nero gulped a little, his mouth dry from talking so quickly. Because I'm not injured?" he replied hesitantly. The smiles on the former assassin whose name he couldn't remember and Captain Angleton faded away. Kathleen's penetrating eyes seemed to stare into his soul, while Nick stifled a laugh. Nero looked over at his friend and offered him a shrug before urging him with his eyes to explain what the hell was going on. Nick's smile was closer to a smirk when he stepped forward and said, "It's good to see you're all right, Nero, but you might want to take a look at yourself in a mirror." Nero didn't have a chance to respond before Nick stamped some spell into the ether and created a shimmering 6-feet-tall mirror. Reflexively looking over at himself, Nero watched as his reflection's jaw dropped in surprise at what it was seeing. His normally lush silver hair now looked wan and dull. The dust, ash, and blood aside, he could tell that his hair had lost a great deal of its shine. His cheeks were now sunken and corpse-like. Heavy bags hung under his eyes, while his abnormally pale skin showed blue, web-like veins around his ocular socket. Nor longer red and healthy, his lips were now almost violet. And finally, his entire face was covered in streaks of dried blood. His shoulders and chest looked like his brain had leaked out of his ears, while his chin and mouth were covered in what must have come out of his nose. Even the outer and inner edges of his eyes had streaks of dried blood running down his face. Unconsciously stepping forward, Nero raised his hands to his face and delicately probed his features. "What the fuck?" he mumbled over and over again incoherently. While Nick was still smiling, his voice sounded quite gentle as he asked, "How do you feel, Nero?" Looking at Nick through the reflection, Nero replied, "I had no idea I looked like this. I feel fine. Or at least I thought I did. Now, though, my stomach is all in a knot, and the headache I've been ignoring is starting to hurt again." While everyone kept a respectful distance, Nick walked slowly up to Nero and put his hand on his shoulder. Nero watched as the man cast some medical-type spell that he sorta recognized by the familiarity it shared with some of the spells he knew. "Just as I thought," he said decisively, before removing his hand and stepping away. "You've overtaxed your body to an absurd degree." Nero turned back to the mirror to take another look at himself before looking at Nick's reflection and glaring. The unmasked demand for a better explanation was made very clear with his expression. Nick chuckled and added in a low voice, "Based on your unique background, I have a few guesses as to how this happened. But I think we might want to discuss it under some privacy spells. That is, unless you want half of Dorchester hearing about it." Grimacing, Nero kept his mouth shut.
Unfortunately, that brief explanation wasn't enough for Captain Angleton, whoever the former assassin was, and Kathleen. "Will Lord Walker be able to recover?" asked the captain quickly, the poorly hidden panic in his voice causing his voice to slightly shake. "If you need to make a pilgrimage to one of the stronger cities, we're with you, my lord. You just say the word," declared the guy who is most likely named Marty. Nero looked over at the two in confusion, while Kathleen stepped forward and nearly hissed, "Now isn't the time for this." Turning to Nick, she demanded, "Is he in any immediate danger? Can he be debriefed?" Nick's grin didn't falter a bit under their combined gaze. "Oh, he's fine. Or at least I think he is. You can't expect him to do what he did without consequences, but I don't think it will be anything permanent. Nero is a unique case. Yes, that's a good way to look at it. He's a unique, and this is just an expression of that. He'll need some rest and some food, but he should be good for a few more hours before he needs to lie down." Suddenly comprehending what debriefing might entail, Nero looked over at Nick like the man had just broken his favorite coffee mug. "Why, Nick? What did I ever do to you?" he wondered impotently. Kathleen nodded once quickly, accepting what Nick said at face value. Turning around, she barked, "You! Get some food and water together and meet us at the Central Command tent." Spinning back to Nero, she said, "Our presence has been requested by command at our earliest convenience. We can stall, but I don't see the point. You've already stolen half their penal forces, and the good captain here has practically defected. Unique or not, after the display you just put on, I'd rather not push Dorchester's command any further than they already have been." Nero looked both confused and a little insulted at her outrageous insinuations. Meanwhile, Captain Angleton looked offended, and the former assassin dude looked, for lack of a better word, proud for some reason. After dismissing his mirror spell, Nick put his arm around Nero and led him off after Kathleen. Nero didn't object, as he honestly didn't have enough brain power available to object. There was just too much confusing information needing to be digested floating around up there. Between his pounding headache, his currently hazy attention span, and his concern for whatever the hell happened to him physically, Nero felt like he was in a daze. Out of nowhere, Nero felt a connection attempt poking at his mind, coming from Nick. Looking over at the man, Nero accepted the connection and stifled a wince at the mental pain it caused. "What is it?" he asked with a grimace. Frowning down at him in concern, Nick asked, "Are you capable of maintaining a connection right now? How bad is it?" Nero rolled his eyes and replied, "I'm fine enough. Seriously, what's up?" Nick kindly took Nero at his word and replied, "I wanted to give you a little heads up about what you're going through. Also a few words of warning about what you might find when you enter the command tent." Feeling a pit in his stomach, Nero asked, "How bad is it really? I didn't actually fuck up and turn myself into an undead or something, did I? I swear I didn't do anything with the soul stuff. And there really wasn't any personality or even any actual souls involved in the type of casting I did." Nick quickly replied, "No, you're not undead or anything like that. Well, not really. I suppose in a way you could be considered an undead, but that's only when you can sit..." Interrupting him before he could go off on a tangent, Nero pleaded, "Nick, I'm begging you, please just tell me what's going on."
Nick paused for a second to gather his thoughts before saying, "All right, it's like this."
You know how you appropriated the body you are currently using?
Nero nodded, a little concerned over where Nick might be going with this.
Well, when your soul took over, it began changing the body to better fit your identity. Remember, we talked about this, asked Nick, knowing that Nero rarely paid attention to what he didn't want to. Nero once again nodded before replying, "Yeah, and?" Finally getting to the point, Nick replied, "By overtaxing the amount of essence your body can channel, you essentially were burning out and killing the host body you are currently using. Your existence is very much like a possession, but much more stable. In order to stabilize your condition, you're going to need to infuse some stars into your body stats to compensate for your abnormal casting ability. Remember, it's all connected: body, mind, and soul. While most people tend to skew toward a particular direction, you're always going to be a little different.
What your levels show and what you are actually capable of are never going to be the same thing. In the short term, this means that you'll need to hold off on any larger spells and should focus on getting some food and rest in order to give your physical body time to recover." As Nero pondered over what Nick had just said, he felt his friend cast a cleaning spell that washed over him like a wave. Looking down, Nero saw the grime, dirt, and blood flake off him, as if he were one of those fancy rugs being beaten with a bat. "You may not look your best right now, but your combat capabilities aren't all that affected. Just be careful not to melt the brain you are currently using. If my conjecture is correct, you may not find a suitable replacement body anytime soon," Nick advised wryly. While intellectually Nero understood what Nick was saying, that didn't mean the reminder that this wasn't actually his body was enough to give him the mouth sweats.
Ironic, really.
I'm suffering physical effects in my body from the realization that this isn't my body.
Freaky, Nero thought to himself. Mentally retreating from the conversation for a moment, Nero looked around to see where he was being led. All around him he could see uniformed soldiers wearing Dorchester tabards going about their business. He didn't know how far away it was they were going, but he figured he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to grill Nick on what was coming. "All right, so I'm a body-jumping freak who needs to let his body recover. I can ironically live with that. Now, what's this about a warning you wanted to give me concerning the meeting I'm about to have?" he asked. Nick replied quickly, probably expecting the subject to change. "The amount of damage you did as a singular caster is unprecedented in an area like Dorchester. You probably felt the effect you had on the ether after what you did."
If you recall, a similar occurrence during the Dorchan Rebellion was caused by populators overtaxing the available ether and disrupting the local essence flows. While not at the same level, what you did probably reminded them of that. While I doubt anyone still living in Dorchester was around to see it, the event hasn't been forgotten. You need to emphasize that you are not nearly powerful enough to affect the local essence flows, and that what you did was merely a clever use of applied spell form manipulation based on your limited magical studies. You don't have to report your spell if you don't want to, but I'm guessing that if you do, you'll probably end up with another royal award. Nero felt like he was pummeled with the amount of information Nick was doling out like candy. So many thoughts were racing through his brain that he felt like it might literally melt out of his ears. Rubbing his temples, Nero replied, "Okay, Nick, I'm cutting the connection now. I'm gonna need a minute to process all this." Nick didn't use the connection to reply. Instead, he patted Nero's shoulder and said out loud, "Understandable. Take your time," before cutting the connection. Nero gratefully nodded to his friend with a wan smile before staring down at the ground and letting his mind wander. Absently watching his feet as he continued to walk, Nero thought to himself,
Next time, I need to remember not to use spells that are big enough to warrant meetings. Instead, I'll draw out the fights as long as possible and hope whoever is in charge ends up dying before being able to bitch me out. Satisfied with his updated action plan, Nero let his mind chew on the fact that he was currently walking around in what could be charitably referred to as a or almost dead body. I'm sure it will work out fine, he reassured himself. 211. The Things You Miss. Commander Dahl's frown was so pronounced that it looked like he was squinting. As a result, everyone in the command tent was on edge. Aides, captains, and support mages were moving around the room in a hurry, each one doing their best to get a handle on the situation. Their limited experience with war on this scale was made clear by how poorly they were dealing with the unexpected. Unable to turn away from the blurry and confusing holographic display, Commander Dahl rapidly cycled through the feeds he was receiving from the Tower of Magic's scrying teams. Their connection was spotty, and he'd lost contact with Central Command. Worse yet, what little he was seeing simply didn't make any sense. Tearing his eyes away from the incomprehensible images, he shouted, "Does anybody have any intelligence on what just happened?" The entire room paused what they were doing, everyone turning to look at the commander with fear and panic in their eyes. Almost growling, he asked, "No one?"
Not one of your teams has reported anything to explain what I'm seeing.
From the corner of the room, one of the subcommanders in charge of handling the penal units and volunteers spoke up hesitantly. "Sir, I think I might have something. Possibly." Everyone in the room turned toward the young captain with interest, pinning the man in place with their stares. Glaring at the subcommander, Commander Dahl's voice cut through the room like a knife. "Well, report!" Firming his shoulders to stand at attention, the subcommander replied, "Right before the event, I was tracking requests from the penal divisions that voluntarily joined Lord Walker's forces. They were demanding support for Lord Walker. It didn't make any sense, though. They reported that he personally went behind enemy lines to either cut down their ranged artillery support or take out their siege worms."
According to what they were saying, Lord Verena was tracking him through a scry, but was having trouble maintaining the connection. The last report I heard may have placed Lord Walker at the event's epicenter. Another woman in the room stepped forward. "That may explain some of the confusion